Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS WORLD CUP in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC avatar frame, eSports Passion set, eSports Passion parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, eSports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Top from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, eSports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect eSports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the eSports shop. The more eSports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 eSports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, get 20 eSports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the grand finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680, and 720 tokens, respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 AM UTC 0. You'll receive eSports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, eSports tokens don't expire and can be used in future eSports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tube Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025. Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crown a new lord of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Roblox esports have had an astounding performance so far today. Scarface, thank you so much for taking the time to join me right now. I want to kick things off by firstly asking you, over here in the survival stage, you boys were popping off with all of the eliminations left, right and center, very different to the performance that we saw from you over in the group stage. I need to know, was this an intentional plan from the start to play a little bit more aggressive?
Bugün Survival Stage'de bayağı agresif oynadınız. Çok fazla skor, kill aldınız. Ve bu sizin planınız mıydı Survival Stage'e gelirken? Çünkü Group Stage'de biraz daha pasiftiniz. Yani bu stratejide bir değişikliğe mi gittiniz?
Ya aslında bizim normal kendi oyunumuz bu. Group Stage'de biraz afallamıştık. Pasif takılıyorduk biraz. Şu an kendimizi açtık. Bizim gerçek oyunumuz bu. Böyle devam edecek.
So actually this is our real game, and during group stage we just we're more passive and we didn't know where to start, but we definitely started now, and you will see that this is our game.
Well, the very first winner chicken dinner that you got today, I need to ask you, do you feel like that gave you and the boys a little bit of a momentum boost heading on?
Bugün ilk win'i siz aldınız ilk map'te. Bu size motivasyon veya momentum kazandırdı mı?
Tabii ki bizi İlk win kendimize getirdi. Nasıl bir takım olduğumuzu hatırlattı. Devamında zaten iyi bitirdiğimizi düşünüyorum. Kötü hatalar yaptık ama toparlayabildik son maçta.
I would definitely say that this win reminded us of what kind of team we are, and it gave us a momentum boost. Of course, we did some mistakes later on, but still we showed our game.
Well, speaking a little bit more about those mistakes that were made later on, you kind of started to take your foot off the gas just a little bit, playing a little bit more passive as well. If you could go back and redo it, what would you change? How would you play?
Senin de söylediğin gibi hatalar yaptık dedin. Peki yani 3. maçtan sonra sanki böyle ayağınızı gazdan çekmiş gibiydiniz. Tekrardan oynanansa bu maçlar bir şey farklı yapar mıydınız?
Pekado'nun yanında biten maçı tekrar oynamak isterdim. Gelen kafayı kesin eksiksiz bir şekilde vurmayı düşünürdüm. Bir önceki maçta da 4. maçta Erangel'da timing tutturamadık. Timingi tuttursaydık o maçta win alırdık.
He's saying during the match that ended around Pecado, like they would have definitely played much better if they had the chance, and also on the next match they were really off with the timings. But if it was played out a little better for them, then they also would have gotten a win there, they're saying.
Well, the final game, you walked away with another winner chicken dinner. So talk to me about the communication amongst the team, because Ketch was clutching up in that one. Was everybody going crazy?
Son maçta yine bir win aldınız. Orada takım içinde konuşmalar nasıldı? Çünkü Ketch resmen bir clutch attı orada.
Biz ilk başta alan atar atmaz sakın satmayın konuşması yaptık. Çünkü çok açıklıktı. Biz 3 finish yedik. Keş tek başına kaldı. Zaten alacağına inanıyorduk. Bekledi, doğru zamanı bekledi. Bombasını attı, kılıcını attı. Bize win'i kazandırdı.
Yeah, so when we saw the final circle, we were like, guys, focus, we can win this. And then when Ketch was left alone, we knew with this grenade like that he is going to get the win.
And my final question for you, what's the game plan heading into tomorrow's match is the final day of survival stage?
Peki yarın survival aşamasının son gününe geçerken stratejiniz nasıl, oyun planınız nasıl olacak?
Bugün oynadığımız gibi oynayacağız. Bizim gerçek oyunumuz bu.
We will definitely play like we did today because this is our real game.
Hot drop? I think so. What we're hot dropping for? PUBG Mobile. PUBG Mobile. That's not loud enough, right? No. Louder? PUBG Mobile! Survival Stage Day 2! Let's get right into it. Woo!
Well, day one of the survival stage has concluded, and what an exciting turnout it was for teams that underperformed during group play who showed out strong when it matters most. Top 8, by the way, move forward to our finals day. The bottom 8, we're cutting it in half. They get fully eliminated. Their run during PMWC will come to an end. Let's talk about our team in first place, which is Fireflux. 2 wins for the day. They start off with a big winner chicken dinner, but then they finish off in sensational fashion in game number 6, taking the win with a solo of Catch, who pulled off a miraculous comeback, going against the world and finishing as the top dog. In second place was Power. With a great start in game number 2, they get a big win, and we start to realize Power is bringing that power. Totally night and day performance from their group play over into survival stage. They clearly did their homework, and Power is looking to go all the way. But Ragnum Karya, a team that had much hype coming into the competition, especially in group play, well, they show what they are truly made of in the survival stage. They come up, they step up, and they also podium in 3 separate games. And with the eliminations, that puts them up there in top 3. But R8 was the fun one to watch all day long, playing spoiler to so many different rosters, including Team Falcons in back-to-back maps. R8 is a team that refuses to go out without a fight, and in fact, even still in Game 5 Miramar away from Team Power with just 2 players, they took on 2 rosters, and they ended up on top of game number 5. Falcons, a lot was on the line for them, right? A lot of questions of how well they will do going into the survival stage, because group play, they only managed to secure around 20 or so points, desperately missing the threshold of top 8. But for Team Falcons, yes, they did perform, and Narvalo stole the show with a big 1v3 against the roster of Alpha 7, looking to go back-to-back. But let's talk about Alpha 7, because they're currently in 11th place. Their struggles continue from group play into the survival stage. We asked Revo, would the pressure be mounting up? Well, clearly it has been. They are outside of top 8, and they desperately need to claw their way up towards the point threshold. If they can reach top 8, they will go to finals. If they don't, their tournament run will come to an end, and so for their hopes and dreams of going back-to-back will be over with, as well as Vision, who's also been on the struggle bus, currently in 12th place. Look, tomorrow is day 2. There are teams that need to step it up, and there are other rosters who just need to keep doing what they are doing. Let's see what day 2 has for us for the survival stage.
Fast and Furious is the name of the day here for Survival Stage Day 2, and it might have FF in the name, but it's all Fireflux at number 1 here, looking to continue to dominate this position. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris, to break down everything that may be going on throughout the day here for the Survival Stage. And joining me to my left-hand side, I have Seven, I have Neptura, I have Max Man. I'm not going to talk to Max, don't really care too much. Well, why you? No, nothing from you. You didn't miss me yesterday. No, you can pick, no. You can pick your
pouty face.
It's fine. But we've got a lot to talk about here, guys. Of course, Survival Stage Day 2 here, 7. An opportunity for these teams to move through into that grand final or be eliminated, stricken from the roster.
That's right. I mean, we had some teams that actually ended up surprising us. They didn't perform that well in group stage, especially towards the top. Power, this is a completely different team, Natur.
It absolutely is. It's night and day, and this is the Power we've been wanting to see. We've been following them for a little bit, right? We were watching Mina, PMSL Mina, right? We were trying to see what they had in store. We didn't see that much, and then we continued that trajectory into the group stage as well, so we were kind of like, it's looking a little dicey for this team, but then coming into survival stage, it's been, like I said, night and day. This is a completely different team. I would like to see maybe a little bit more consistency from them, but yesterday was still a really good day for them.
Yeah, I mean, Fireflux and Power have been looking great, but Ragnum Karya, let's not forget, okay, this is a team that wants to try and win it all, especially for Silas. He wants to do the Grand Slam, winning every global event out here. But you know, I'm very happy about the positive storylines that teams are going to move on to the finals. Yeah, I love seeing teams getting eliminated. It's my favorite thing, so I'm very, very hyped to see who's going to go out.
So you're saying that the curse is a bit of a selfish thing more than anything? I see. Right, well, we've got the Jamil Motorsports arrival for the day here, as all of these teams will be leaving the hotel and making their way to the venue in just a few moments' time. As we mentioned before, Fireflux riding high on this. For some of these teams, like Influence Rage and the Brazilian teams across the board, they're going to have to step up quite a bit here. There was a step up, though, Neptura, from good old Falcons, who, relative to the group stage, we weren't super impressed with what they were doing, but now here in the survival, they've come out to play.
They have. I really enjoy watching them yesterday because that is exactly what we wanted to see from them. Again, it's the same with Power. They've got a little bit more to go, but actually looking back over those points, they had 4 top 5s out of 6 games. And that sort of thing, that sort of consistency is really what you want to build on. I want to kind of contrast that with Power, as we were saying, right? They got 2 wins yesterday, or 2 top 3s. Was it 2 wins? I think it was 2 wins. Yeah, it was 2 wins. Looking at my notes is a good idea. But the elims were really good, but after those 2 wins, they didn't even have any top 5s or top 10s after that. It was all bottom of the pile. Whereas Falcons, they were able to actually get 4 top 5s out of 6 games. And if Falcons could actually build on that, get those eliminations as well as the placement, for Power, do the same thing, but just be a little bit more consistent, you got 2 very good teams coming out of the board.
It's the reason why Falcons picks up a roster like this, right? We take a look at the Gadia top players and see if Falcons is able to make an appearance in all of that. I won't be surprised if they did, considering what we saw from them in the survival stage to get things a roll in 7. Plenty of stuff coming in from the big Power teams.
Yeah, and I think I want to kind of break down a little bit more with Power, because we got a chance to talk to Easy, we got a chance to talk to Haji. They were able to tell me they're playing pretty much what I said yesterday. They're playing like they are in PMSL MENA. They're not really being scared. They're being able to control a big chunk of the ground. And the main factor, I feel like, that we were able to see as well, Maxman, was the third party. This team is now willing to third party, and it's due to that control that they have that they're kind of allowing themselves to scout.
Yeah, I mean, especially on the Orangles, right? Power have been very, very present on the 2 main battlegrounds of Orangle and Miramar. Just like in PMSL MENA, as you said, they are trying to play a little bit closer to how they were doing back in the qualification stage for this PMWC, and they're looking just way more confident. And we see more of Al-Haji in particular, which is, I was very shocked in the group stage. Al-Haji was just not doing anything nearly as close to what we initially expected, and he's here finally on the board. The MVP contender here from MENA is here to play.
Good stuff, considering that it really is do or die when it comes to the survival stage. Very, very difficult to really go up against some of these teams. I think we had some of our concerns about how they would kind of approach the survival stage after seeing the group stage go down. But let's take a look at the Crunchyroll reactions here from all of our players as well, because there's been a plenty. Emotions are riding high, Neptura. I think it's understandable considering that they're in the danger zone right now. But some of these teams are going to feel very confident coming into day 2, considering, I would say, the lead that they've put up. They need a few more points to get them into that final.
Especially when you have your cutoff point is halfway through the lobby. 8 people, 8 teams are going through. So there is a lot of that. Nice. No, there is a lot of that sort of more comfortable feeling coming into day 2 for those teams. If you did have a really good day, like the Falcons, like the Regnum Karyas of the world, like Power as well, you are looking at these teams going, actually, today is not going to be that bad. We just have to not be horrible, and we should be good. Just don't be Alpha 7.
Okay, I didn't expect you to hit on that one. Okay, Alpha 7 is going to be in trouble on this segment, I can tell you that much. I mean, you're saying that teams are going to look quite comfortable and happy. I feel like it's going to be really rough today, because you've got a few teams already pretty much soft qualified, like your Fireflux, your Power, your Regnum Karyas, but in the middle of the pack, it is going to be changing all day until we get to like the last 2-3 matches. Then teams might start to get locked in the top 8.
Well, let's take a look at the top 8 as well as the overall standings here for the survival stage whilst we continue to talk about this 7, because yes, some teams, as Max says, potentially soft locked as long as they get a little bit here and there, but of course there is an omission here from the top 8 that everybody's looking at, and if they don't make it, oh boy, that causes a whole can of worms to open.
I think the teams currently towards the top 4, I feel like, have me just set in mind that they're going to be moving on to the grand finals the way that they've been able to play. And even though number 4, Team Falcons, and number 5, Nonchalant Red Force, they're currently tied within points. Nonchalant Red Force just hasn't been able to show me the consistency that I usually want to see out of the teams that have been able to be there towards the top. Hora Esports, though, is going to be a big name for me. I'm really intrigued to see what this team is going to be doing, especially towards the later of the day, because if they do end up possibly being in a good position, could they maybe target somebody? Because I got a chance to talk to Sleepy right before this, and I straight up asked him, are you going to be targeting any teams if you're already pretty much qualifying towards the grand finals? He said, yes, we have one team in mind. He just wouldn't tell me which team, Neptura.
Speculation is just abounding over what team that could possibly be. To be honest, it could be any of them, though, because I think the point in game, the point of targeting a team is to garner momentum and just try and get rid of a team very early, get those points on your tally immediately, because then I think in your mindset, when you've already won a match or a fight rather so early in the game, you're able to go into the rest of the game with so much more confidence, so much more momentum.
Yeah.
So for me, for Hora, who have been a little lackluster so far, I really do feel like that's the way to go.
Here's the problem though, Max. Number 11. Alpha 7, our current returning title defenders here for PMWC. Are they going to make it?
I'm going to tell you, in that position, they're looking mighty hot droppable.
Is that your theory?
Maybe that's the team to eliminate early on. It would be very weird to have a finals without Alpha 7, possibly, right? That would be such a big outlier when it comes to storylines. But Alpha 7... last year, they had such a good year until PMGC. We don't talk about PMGC. Otherwise, PMWC, PMGO, PMSL Americas, they were on absolute fire. And the fact is not just Alpha 7, all of the Brazilian teams aren't performing. Intense Game, Influence Rage, all on that second page, which is a big shocker to me. So, are we going to have a Brazil-ness finals? No Brazilian teams in the finals. That's a word. We'll have to think about it, But no Brazilian teams will be weird.
You're so eloquent, Max. Let's shift gears here for a second, though, guys, and actually talk about the number one, right? Obviously, here for survival, looking brilliant. Fire Flux here. Talk to me about this position. Let's take a look at those top 4 teams looking brilliant overall. Fireflux, though, in number 1, 7, looking really, really impactful, really strong. From game 1, I want to say, of all of yesterday.
I think that set the precedent for the whole day for this team. It's pretty much how they were going to be playing. They played it very careful, very tactical, and very passive, which is a big difference because right from the first day of group stages, something that we've been saying all along is that this whole lobby is very aggressive. This team is not wanting to do that. They have definitely adjusted to that. They're saying, you know what, let's let the other teams fight, and then if we get into a situation where we can actually gatekeep teams, let's actually go ahead and do that. And you can tell right there on the left side is going to be, I believe, the stats from group stage, and then on the right side is going to be what they were able to achieve yesterday, which is just insane. They have already surpassed everything, and I'm hoping that they continue on this track. The big question mark for me for this team, especially today, Neptura, is going to be, can they actually be a little bit more aggressive? Because sometimes they set themselves up to be too passive and allow teams to just push up on them, and then what could have possibly been a win, it ends up hindering them.
Especially in a lobby that so far has been so huge on setups and trying to set up specifically in the mid-game, getting as much control as possible, playing that edge. We've seen many of those teams do that, and eventually one of those teams is going to fall. With the performance we've seen from Fireflux so far, I feel like, yes, it's been a huge uptick from what we saw in the group stage, but they don't have that background of aggressiveness, to put that word out there, that actually makes me confident that they're going to be able to fight against those teams that did have a really good stage. It's, again, about that momentum, about that confidence. When you've only had 6 games, as good as those games were, of good games, it's concerning.
One thing I did like about the stats there for the head-to-head is they had actually more knocks going into the initial stage of the group stage, but actually a lot more confirms coming through here in the survival stage, which shows to me they maybe don't take as many fights, but the fights they take are a lot more decisive, a lot more snappier. They go for fights very aggressively, and that shows to me that they're a team that have changed their game plan significantly from group to survival stage, and that is a change that, as we saw, was very successful yesterday.
I think also they show international quality by being able to bookend the day, right? We win one, okay, we have a little bit of a less impactful midday, but then at the end, right back at it. So they've shown some international class there. 2 other teams, though, that have shown that similar international class, Power as well as Falcons here. Going head-to-head, this is presented by Saudi National Bank here for the head-to-head. And obviously, 2 Titans really of this region 7 have now found themselves in a spot where Power's outshining Falcons a little bit, not by much, but definitely in terms of those kills, the eliminations, I should say, doing very well for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, in regards to damage, elims too, damage received too, Power has just been on point, and it just came down to what I was saying earlier in regards to just being able to just hold control. Having 1-2-1 splits has been working wonderful for this team. Now, going over to Falcons, something I want to see is better decision making making, even though you do end up with the top 4 finish, this is a team that I'm going to be having going to the grand finals, and the decision was a little bit spotty, even though they had amazing rotations. I feel like we can all agree we saw the best rotation of the tournament yesterday in Erangel.
Oh, that Erangel game was just beautiful. The way they moved from the northern side to Rozhok onto Rozhok Hill to take control. They do fumble in the way they do try and engage onto Alpha 7. That was quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
But that one play alone showed potential that this team, they're back, they're live, they're ready to make it into top 8 and remain in the top 8 after today's 6 matches.
Yeah, and I think that is something that I think is the biggest thing they need to improve on, because they do have that foundation of they can get to the top 5. They have incredible rotations. I loved what I saw in Rozhok. However, it's those final few moments when they have to make the last 2 decisions to actually win the game. That's where they end up fumbling. So for today, we need to see that follow through with those really good decision making.
Yeah, I think that's astute. I think they obviously are looking at themselves and position themselves today. Hopefully we can see that actually come to fruition. But now we've had a bit of a change up when it comes to the power rankings. As wait a minute,
What's this? Hey yo!
I didn't know we were going to have that kind of change coming in. So we've got advanced to the finals, eliminated. And then, you know, Maxman's doing his Maxman thing, 7. He's definitely there. I didn't expect 3 of the same logo, though.
I just picked Revo as MVP. I didn't mean for the entire team to be down there.
Are you causing problems, Max?
I mean, I did cause problems for Phallic in PMSL CSA. It's grown stronger.
There's no way you can eliminate our former champion here in this moment. This is ridiculous, 7.
He did it at PMGC. As soon as you pick Alpha 7, I was like, oh, we're cooked. We're absolutely cooked.
No.
I'm just a scapegoat for every team. Like, oh, it's Maxman.
You are actually.
It's just too on point.
I mean,
sometimes.
actually, you should be charging these teams a fee at this point.
I was going to say, like, I'll send my PayPal information. You guys just reach out, okay? We'll make it work out. But no, some teams said just don't talk about them, and I'll just stay quiet. I have a list of teams. I might bring it out later. I can't predict. We'll see who's on there.
I did see that you were messaged by many a team. Neptura, I'm assuming that they're not quite messaging you regarding please don't predict us. They're probably saying, oh, well, you know, we think we've got this chance, we think we've got that chance, etc.
Yeah, not yet. I'm starting to get a curse, though.
Really?
A little bit, but mine is more in the moment. I will talk about a team and go, oh, that plays really nice, instantly eliminated. So it's more of an instant thing rather than a team curse like this guy over here.
Nah, hold on. We got to call you out on this.
Sure.
No, wait.
Kino? Can we talk about Kino?
No, don't
you
talk
absolutely
about Kino,
cursed that team.
I love Kinotrope.
And dare I say it? Dare I say it? I am the reason that Team Spirit lost PMGC.
Yeah. No, that was their own fault.
That was their own.
Wait, did you also curse Team AXTMG?
Oh goodness, did I?
Because you've been really high on that team too.
They're gonna have to do. They're gonna have to do a lot today, that's for sure, to try and push themselves into a position of power. Of course, you can see here as Falcons, the previous club championship winners, placing their key upon the key crusher. However, I'm suspecting their key will not be crushed today, Max. I think that they will continue to be able to position themselves to the top 8.
It will be crushed, but in the finals, okay? It's not,
You think so?
Yeah, no.
No Falcons champion?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so for this one. I don't think Falcons have shown me enough to be a championship contender. I've had other teams on mind, but they could definitely... top 5, I think, would be definitely possible for this Falcons roster.
Right, well, congratulations, Falcons, for winning PMWC, because Max has come to a complete reverse. What? You said they're not going to win.
It is. Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, congrats. GG's. You won. You did. Take it home.
We'll look back on this moment, and then they'll be like, thank you for the 1,000 points for the club championship, Max. Much appreciated. Final thoughts before we get things going, 7?
Alpha 7 needs to start off with the win if they even want to be able to do anything.
How about yourself, Nepture?
The same for the other Brazilian teams. Intense game in Influence Range.
R8, Yangon Galacticos, that's happening. I was told R8 are especially ready for this hot drop this time around. They said they eliminate them in 10 seconds.
Paradise?
You've got to be ready. Yeah. They said 10 seconds, Yangon are out.
Panic! All right, well, we are good to go. Thank you very much, guys. It is time to start Survival Stage Day 2 and see who makes it to the final.
No more safety nets, no more second chances. Today, you perform or you go home. 8 teams will have their keys destroyed in this crusher today, along with their hopes and dreams of staying in this competition. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host for the PMWC at the 2025 Esports World Cup. And it goes without saying that only the strongest teams here will have the opportunity to lift this stunning trophy. So, make every opportunity count. And with that being said, it's time to introduce your teams to the main stage, kicking things off with intense game. Nongshin Red Force. Climax Esports. Yangon Galacticos. Horror Esports. Esports. Regnum Carrier Esports. R8 Esports. Flux Esports. Team Vision. Influence Rage. E-Arena. Kinotrope Gaming. AXTMG. Team Falcons. Alpha 7 Esports. Teams enter the stage, but only 8 will make it out unscathed. Remember, we have $3 million on the line, so it is time to get serious. It is time for the final day of the survival stage.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Banks. It is time to get down to business here for the survival stage. One more day will determine whether or not you move through into that grand final. One more day will determine whether or not you are eliminated. So far, so good for Power. They sit well towards the top. However, we've got a lot of teams to talk about going into our first Sandhawk Neptune. I'm coming to you first things first. Brazil is a region famed for excellent hits here in PUBG Mobile. However, they've not been able to get it done so far here.
They just haven't, have they? No. I mean, it's such a shock to everybody worldwide because it's sort of part of the esports thing now. It's like, well, Brazil's just going to be in finals always, all the time, and they're just looking like they're not going to, and usually they're very aggressive, lots of control. We see them trying to do that with those edge splits as well, right? But it's just not working. And as the meta is to go center, I think a lot of the Brazilian teams have kind of just gone, if you can't join them, beat them on the edge. But the rotations are just too slow. The timing's too slow, and they get picked apart.
I mean, we called out Alpha 7. I want to call out Influence Rage. Like, 7, we covered PMGC. Such a great comeback from this team that really nobody expected when you have like Alpha 7 and all these amazing Brazilian teams and star players, and your Influence Rage here at PMWC has just been really struggling to have an impact.
Yeah, Seven, what do you think about these Brazilian teams?
Yeah, Seven, tell us.
I'm genuinely surprised, actually. If we go for the Alpha 7, I feel like it set the tone yesterday. As we were talking about Fireflux setting the tone for their day yesterday on the first match for Alpha 7. They had such a great play. They have won from that position before in PMSL Americas too, but it was just silly plays. Them not being able to clear under the bridge, then also forgetting that there was a non-Shim Red Force player on the South Island as well, and then just fully sending it without any cover. It's just silly plays by Alpha 7, and that's why I'm saying they need to start off with a win. If not, they could be one of those teams that get hot drop.
They're a region alongside a lot of the other ones that we are keeping our eyes on here going into Sanhok. I want to talk about more, but I'm getting word that the teams are ready to get into our first game. Sanhok here for day number 2 of the survival stage. Let's head over to the casters for all of the action.
Here we are, the last day of the survival stage, the last chance and last dance for 8 rosters. Half the lobby cut in half move forward, half have their tournament lives ended. So much on the line for so many different reasons. And that team right there, Alpha 7, need to perform well. But hey, as the champions, they've got a target on their back, and everybody is going to be gunning for them, looking to eliminate them so they are not a threat, at least to them, in the final stage. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by John. It's time to get today started. We move into map 1 on Sanhok. It's always an exciting spectacle.
Maintain pace at the top of the tables. Try and engage those afterburners from the bottom. If you don't make it to the top 8, you're done. You're chucking that golden key into the crusher, and it is going to turn to dust. And it will be pretty brutal to see that happen right before your very eyes and be sent home not too long afterwards. Our plane path is locked in for our Sanhok match. We're going from Tambang up towards Hatin, so a little bit leaning towards this northwest side, and one of the few plane paths that can cause a few issues here on Sanhok, but I'm not expecting for things to get too hot and fresh, except over on Paradise Resort.
Yes, Paradise is going to be our focal point. Yangon Galacticus R8, they had a bit of a tussle with the muscle yesterday. We might see round 2 this time around. And from what I'm hearing, one of those rosters thinks they're not going to go down without a fight.
Yeah, well, we had a Maxman Brain Blast over on the desk before, and he brought us the info, the R8. They're so ready. They're giga ready right now for Yangon Galacticos. They said 10 seconds, so should we start the count now or once they hit the deck? I'm not sure, but I expect it to last a little bit longer than that.
10 seconds. 10 seconds would be an impressive team wipe. I'm not going to lie. You need everything to go right. I think for at least R8, if they can win it, which I firmly believe they can. Yesterday, they showed us some of the best gameplay so far. And that includes, of course, the performance yesterday, the other day for group play. But they do land over in Paradise. We are going to have that fight. That engagement is about to go down.
And it's also Nongshim Red Force over on Ruins who have lost a player to AXTMG, who are now spread around on Tambang. They find an outpost, a really nice pickup. As we do hop in, though, to the scrap. This is longer than 10 seconds. I'm getting word that 1 minute and 47 is bigger than 10, and that is going to confirm the R8 are full of hot air.
That's it. Well, you know what? Hot air, yes, in the prediction of time constraints, but maybe not in their prediction to wipe out Yangon Galacticus. Now, we'll say they come in with so much confidence, so much reverence, but if they don't win this fight, that's going to be a big blow to their ego. And also, the stakes are pretty high for this hot drop, and the reason why, well, Yangon Galacticus is a team outside of the top 8, but barely, just barely. 34-35. 1 point puts them back into the top 8. That means they're going into finals, and already Canatrop is actually getting active, surprisingly. And Yangon Galacticus, with their head on a swivel, are starting to rotate out of Paradise and now focus, at least right now, on the solo of Canatrop.
It feels like the play there for Canatrop was that they knew there was a hot drop over in Paradise Resort yesterday. They wanted to try and poke their noses in, maybe set themselves up for a third party. Unfortunately, Yangon Galacticos, they actually just decide to fully disengage. A nice Nice adaptation coming through from them. An early drop, grab a couple of weapons if you can, move on south. So Kinotrope, their outpost, that gets spotted, and instead they are the focus of the pickup. And that point goes to Yangon Galacticos. In the meantime, this AXTMG Nongshim Red Force fight that has been spread around, not inside the ruins this time, seems to be going fairly poorly for both sides.
That's right. Yeah, AXTMG got that first knock and full finish. And Nongshim Red Force, they lose one, but Red Force has fought back and managed to take down one from AXTMG. They nearly get a second, and AXTMG says, well, we're dipping out, we're trying to leave, but they actually have to park the bus a little bit. We do have a straggler. Devotee, I believe, is going to be on the hilltop just up to the left, and there he is. And Benny might be the next potential victim if he doesn't have any awareness that Devotee is just above him. And you do got some Noxious Red Force around, so it would be a big challenge. But for Benny, he's holding his ground.
Yeah, they know he's there. They know exactly what wall he's playing on. Aryan drawing attention, burning Benny low as well. Another Molotov forced on through, but still Devotee not going to take the shot. Instead, he's going to leave it all up to Aryan, and it's going to work out. Another knock over towards TZ, up on the hillside as well. Leaves them playing as one, and Nongshim Red Force start out slowly. AXTMG gathering some pace.
Yeah, they had a great day one, right? 48 points. They finish up in the top 5, but there's no guarantee come game 6 that they're still going to be there with everybody gunning for a qualifying position into the finals. For Nongshim Red Force, not the start they needed, and also for Kinotrope, not the start that they wanted. They lost a solo early on to Yangon Galacticos, and well, it seems as if Yangon Galacticos was able to pull off the hat trick, picking up all 4, Kinotrope out the first team.
Trying to rotate down south, trying to get a little bit fresh and try and third-party that Paradise Resort play. Yangon Galacticos are ready for it. So it's not just R8 who were looking at adaptations there. It was Yangon Galacticos as well. A really prescient decision. And that actually allows them to pick up all the supplies that Kinotrope were able to loot through as well. So even though they had a little bit of a low time looting phase in the south side of Paradise Resort, they were able to pick up a lot because they've been able to leapfrog that one through. As we take a look at the replay, this is how Nongshim Red Force lost a lot of their players. Influence Rage as well, trying to break out of boot camp. Looks like they've moved into the hillside successfully.
Yeah, and AXTMG is most likely going to want to get the final player, Ziz, who's going to be just on the opposite side of Ruins. Big win for AXTMG. Only losing one player in that fight is pretty successful. Team way towards the bottom, getting started early. It's only going to better their chances to making top 8. Team Vision, a roster that performed very well and had stellar moments throughout group play, had a disappointing run throughout day one of the survival stage. A team on your screen with all 4 units, still looking to work their way up if they can. I do wonder, intense game with Adrian starts to go out there along with another one of his teammates, getting closer to AXTMG, who starts to fire off some shots. Teams need to respect AXTMG, and where they currently are in Ruins, they push too aggressively, they could be losing their lives just like Nongshim Red Force did.
The question is, even with good positions and good performances, for AXTMG, it may be too little too late, right? They're chasing a marathon down where other teams are going for a stroll around that bubble. They are on 12 points at the start of this match. Obviously, picking up 5 is brilliant, right? Sure. But when you're looking at trying to get up towards 70 points today, they need to put up over the course of the day, getting up towards, what is that, 58 points?
That's right.
To be able to get to 70 points, and even then it's not certain. So getting 58 points is almost a 10-point average. That is a top team performance level, and it will be really difficult for them to try and earn that sort of points. We'll have to see if they're able to be up to the task, because we get a replay of how Kinotrope walked into a building and did not walk out.
That's right. Solo was taken down very early on. Yangon Galacticos said, well, let's take advantage of this. Let's push into Kinotrope. We know basically where their whereabouts are going to be. And like I said, they pull off the full team wipe. Good on them. So from R8 versus Yangon Galacticos to now the fight for Paradise turns around. Yangon Galacticos are gone, and now it's Regnum Karya taking their place. R8 opposite of them. This is another tense fight to talk about what's at stake here for Regnum Karya, still relatively healthy within that top 3 position. They can have maybe 1 or 2 bad games before they start to get put on high alert. But for R8, this is a must-win fight. The shots are starting to ring out, and Regnum Karya is going to strike first.
Immediately getting that flush as well, earning that point. Damar steps up with the DPS, but it's just a little bit out of range to fully connect, and Regnum Karya just keep this unlocked. 2 players almost immediately. They've survived the hot drop. here, Reflections, but it feels like they weren't ready for the second phase of the game, which is called not staying in your drop location.
Now it's going to be up to 2 players from R8, and they pretty much have to fight. I mean, yeah, you can leave this, but I don't think they want to. R8 want to establish Paradise if they possibly can. Losing this could very well knock them out. I'm almost guaranteed, really, to knock them out of the top 8 contention, making them forced to fight on Erangel and Miramar. Magnum Karya rolled in. They've been on fire throughout day 1 of the survival stage. They clearly are already off to a great start with 2 players down. Prestige, Marth, they are gone, forced to disengage, and now fight the entire lobby as a duo.
Now let's take a look at the rest of the lobby as well. The circle has centered up towards the north side of Quarry here, which means that there are teams on either side of the Quarry that are going to be able to be a massive barrier to rotations around this circle. Alpha 7 are actually in a very solid spot on the northeast side of this Quarry to stop teams from moving around that east side. Unfortunately, it's unlikely that they're going to be able to farm too many points for it. Well, they'll maybe get 4 from Gamax unless the Falcons try and roll in behind them from Cave on that east side. It's that west side that's going to get a little bit more fraught, and that is going to be up to Fireflux. It's going to be up to E-Arena to be holding down the west side of that Quarry position.
But again, with Alpha 7 being in the position they currently are in the survival stage, a chance to potentially not make it into finals to defend their title, they've got a target on their back. And for Gamax, if they see him, maybe they want to go for the challenge. Hora, you got Fireflux, right? E-Arena, they see Alpha 7, maybe they get a bit more aggressive and put a little bit of extra attention on where they currently are. But I agree with you, John, where Alpha 7 is currently at, I'm feeling quite confident. We look at Falcons, Narvalo with Redox. And Narvalo, that beautiful 1v3 against the roster of Alpha 7 yesterday, put them into the grave in game number 5. But one of the teams that was hurting Falcons the most yesterday was R8. This time around, it doesn't look like they're most likely going to run into each other. Even if they do, Falcons is going to have the numbers, so they might be able to beat their boogeyman. But for Falcons' sake, looking good. You got all the members up. They've got a lot of real estate, not only in front of them, but also behind them, basically a limited line of sight. So for Falcons, I'm expecting a pretty decent game 1, which is historically what they normally start off with.
Well, they'll have to try and keep this one going. They're right on the edge of the south side. They're worried about crossings to their west. They needn't be, but they don't know that, of course. They're worried about teams moving down the west side, rotating in late, coming in from that south edge. There is currently no one playing that area, but they are just being careful. They're crossing their I's and dotting their T's at the moment as it goes. You know, you can flip that one around if you want to, but I prefer this way.
Fair enough. All right, dangerously close to Vision. Volt being the scout. Maybe he calls out R8's weak. Maybe Vision chooses to challenge, but for now, that hasn't occurred. Intense game still out in the blue zone. Forced to go down south across Paradise. Maybe Magnum Karya, being the aggressive roster they are, spot them out and potentially go for a challenge, but I expect IG is going to be just fine. We'll have a zone shift relatively soon. And it is going to be center up a little bit. Alpha 7 still feeling pretty good. Fireflux dead center. Vision okay. Yang on Galacticus. And Magnum Karya starting to get relatively close. So once IG, Power, right, AXTMG, and especially Falcons way down towards the south start to come up, Falcons especially are going to have their hands full with E-Arena and Alpha 7.
We've got a couple of teams on the linchpin positions here. Power, they're going to have to make a decision as to where to move. So that southwest side, the dynamics of it are really going to change depending on if they go north, if they go in towards the center, if they try and head east and fight E-Arena. We've also got that position on the southeast, and Gamax behind Alpha 7 could change things up. There's also that wild card of the Falcons. Everybody else has fairly linear approaches. It can get a little bit predictable, but those are the places where I think things could really change depending on how they want to approach this one.
MX, Alpha 7 starting to inch closer and closer to each other. Brinko is way off in the distance. I don't know why he's currently there. He needs to get up there and join his roster if they want any attempt at attacking Alpha 7. But for the meantime, they're just going to continue to be very aware of where they currently are at, but they don't want to challenge necessarily. I do notice Influence Rage, though, as well as AXTMG are starting to get very close. And here comes that Magnum Karya IG rotation. IG going straight past Magnum Karya. The question is, where do they stop? Well, Toshpik says enough is enough. I'm ready to fight.
Vision not quite having sightlines over towards Magnum Karya. Keeps them safe for the moment. An intense game, actually sending out further towards the north, trying to get an angle onto Magnum Karya's rotate in, but they're not going to quite find it there. They're keeping it on lock and key, but there's the first knock, and Rafa lands the spray down onto Wild. Are they going to commit to go for this res? It looks like they want to, but the nades are going to follow it up. That's going to do a lot of damage. Not quite finding the flush just yet.
Knowing Intense Game, they want to push this. You notice Silence starting to push forward. He's going to take an advanced spot. Silence, though, caught off guard to the left, takes a bit of damage, and now you've got to back up and join your roster. Well, no, maybe push forward. Silence wants to continue. They know they have an early knock. They have the man advantage. Question is, can they continue to take apart Ragnum Karya? And the answer is yes. Silas, a power player in his own right, also down. Ragnum Karya down to 2.
And there is a res coming on through. Toshpik next to fall down to the floor there, and Ragnum Karya all of a sudden relying on Loxy, but he has got the beans. Let's see if he can jump into the fight. Silence now, going low behind the car, will have to hide, go for the heal. Loxy on full XP, but he threads the needle, and the shot is good. A 1v2, Yangon Galacticos could potentially move into third party, but they've backed off. He's still going. Loxy has more legs in this.
Yeah, Loxy definitely can pull this off if he's careful. Petrino, though, snaking the grass through the smoke. I think he's going to be the linchpin. Loxy takes damage, forced to retreat, and that's going to be, I believe, Cloud, if I'm not mistaken, just from behind, taking him out with the third party.
A big flex out into the blue zone there from Yangon Galacticos. He read that he couldn't get a sightline from where he was. He moved out into the blue. It's stage 4. You can survive for long enough, and he took down Ragnum Karya. They end their match with only 2 points from that northern side.
But the good thing is, for Intense Game coming from the Americas region, they got all 4 alive, and they're getting their health back, and now they can challenge Yangon Galacticos. This game could be a stellar one and a great start for Intense Game to make a miracle run for top 8. The Brazilian team's underperforming. That's what the Death said, and I fully agree, even from the Americas region, right? I'm super passionate about them. But for Intense Game, this is a great start. Silence once again trying to be that aggressor. This time, he gets fully punished.
Taken down and flushed very, very quickly there. Nades now pouring in. Intense Game wants some retribution, but Yangon Galacticos won't go down quietly. They left from Paradise Resort. They sliced through Kiratrope. I know their walkout looked like they had the samurai swords, but they've been turned on their owners there, drawn and thrust back to the gut from Yangon Galacticos, and they are playing well from this northern edge.
Intense Game knew they needed to continue to push forward. They're so close to the edge of zone. You can see it here, right? So one thing that I really appreciated for Yangon Galacticos' perspective is they backed away and forced IG to push into him.
Oh, a big nade coming through on the southeast side. Alpha 7, they're starting to fumble on the southeast edge. Finally an answer over towards Yangon over towards Gamax, sorry, but that's Alpha 7 out. 7 said it on the desk. They need to kick off with a win. They've just been denied that. Neptura said it on the desk. So do the other Brazilian teams, and that's the same story for Intense Game on the north.
Alpha 7, I'm ringing the alarm bell. Starting now, game 1. They are already out. They get away with 1 point. They were already outside of top 8. Alpha 7 struggles continue, and the fact that Gamax, who's been on the struggle bus, takes them out. A full team wipe. Everybody stays alive. I'm really worried for our A7 boys.
Are Alpha 7 bad?
Hold on, slow down. I don't think they're bad whatsoever, but something is just not clicking, and I sincerely don't know what it is.
Well, Power seem to have found it. They are going to mount up for an approach towards AXTMG's players who are starting to flag. I think it's just Devotee left. There's nade pouring in on his rocket. It looks like they know exactly where he is. A slow approach from Power onto this circle. I said that they could be the wild card here on the southwestern side, but they have played it sensibly. They've lost 1 player in this fight, but they have managed to rack up a point. They're looking to clear out slowly and methodically. E-Arena, I'm worried about what they could do to this one, though. You can see them start to poke their noses in from the east edge. You've also got Influence Rage, who have gone 2-2 on the western side.
Yeah, Influence Rage is going to be me. I think that's going to be the team to try and maybe third party this truly from Team Power's perspective. But you do mention E-Arena, and Joker is relatively close, so he can push up. So worst case scenario for Power, they get pincered between E-Arena as well as Influence Rage. Not a good spot to be in. An Influence Rage and both E-Arena do get active, firing in on Power Esports.
Well, through the midst of all of that action that's just unfolded before us, the north side fights, the south side wiping of Alpha 7 to ostensibly the worst team in the tournament, there is going to also be that Falcons rotation, right? We were looking at that Falcons position on that south side. They have gone for a little bit of a miracle dash. It's something that we've seen them do before, right into the middle of the circle. They're now holding 2 really important buildings. Shacks, fair enough, but important buildings in this next zone. They have cover, they can play to the south side to hold it, and everybody else who could crash onto their locations right now, they're being held out by one another. Once those fights conclude, Falcons are going to be a little bit more under pressure. As soon as Gamax are free to go, the South 2 for Falcons are in danger. Aura, once they disengage from R8's last players, they could be in danger as well from that direction on the northeast.
Ying Yang Galactica sit at a current 6 eliminations and more potentially to come as they focus their attention on division, but Bolt hits a nasty shot from a distance in conjunction with Marcelo. Volt will continue to reposition, maybe challenging that of Romeo. Route, by the way, for Falcons looking to get revenge onto Gamex for taking on Alpha 7. Romeo continuing to hit some nasty shots. Vision putting up a wonderful fight. This could go any which way for Ying Yang Galacticus. Well, only one more player remains. Hora is starting to also get in onto the Vision fight. Noah, very weak. Marcelo should very weak himself, but manages to stay alive, believe it or not.
Yango Galacticos chiming in. Romeo's still alive and still giving it large. One player down on the backlines for Vision now. Just one player remaining left standing for them. Noah desperately trying to get the res, but he has to face the fight first. And Sky, Jiggle, both pouring damage down over this hillside. Sleepy's there with a backup in the ghillie suit, and it will go undetected by them. Over on the north side, Vision are wiped away, and Aura will continue for that fight on the northern edge, but the Falcons continue to take shots across every which way.
Yeah, that's right, and even when Hora ends up winning this, they need to move forward, and you got Falcons who's ready to gun you down. Gamex as well, and I'm loving where Fireflux is currently at, pretty much having the only hardcover POIs outside of Narvalo and Ralph and Redox, who's going to be for Falcons, relatively split. Gamex has been on a terror. 4 eliminations, I know that doesn't seem like much, but for a Gamex roster who has yet to show themselves, not only do they take down Alpha 7, but they're also challenging the top dogs of Falcons, who are currently up top. But this fight, this push up the hill, it's almost impossible.
It is very, very difficult when you're dealing with players that are sat up in that watchtower. You need to plant those nades in. You need to be accurate and deadly with them. But Ralph seems to know where he's fighting against. So do they. They probably nade over, but don't find the knock. They need some backup here. It is just Ralph on this position. Narvalo is off in the distance. They're playing split right now. And Arthur puts another stone up. Over the top, doesn't fully connect. In the meantime, Narvalo's soloing Aura on that northeast side. And actually, Aura could change the tune of this one.
Yes,
they could roll straight into Gamax instead of uphill towards Ralph.
They absolutely could, and if they take down Gamex, surely they're going to take down the 2 from Team Falcons. Ralph repositions. E-Arena could also fire some shots on his back end. He needs to be very aware of his surroundings and who is currently at play. Ora, nade onto Arthur. Going to be a bit short. They've got to continue to push up. For Falcons, though, continually getting picked apart. Joker takes down another from the Falcons roster, leaving them as a duo. Hora starting to tighten the vice grip, getting closer and closer to Gamex. Gamex needs to be ready for the attack.
Arthur first to face with the shotgun, but from a distance it's E-Arena, forcing him closer on the rock. Doesn't have time to heal before No Fear puts the nade in, and that could be terminal for them. A last player to stand, a damage lick sent back towards him, but there is just no way that he's going to be able to pick this one up. Unfortunately, the first aid actually coming through. Aura, okay, they're slowing down. That cut across from E-Arena doing a lot of work as the Falcons get taken down in the meantime.
I don't mind the slowdown. Only one more player to remember from Gamex, and I do hope they do remember. We have seen solos wreak havoc on rosters who are even 4 stacks. We witnessed it yesterday with Catch. We can witness it once again here. E-Arena starting to take down Influence Rage. The solo from Gamex getting active onto Hora. Jiggle's going to be down. Luckily, they recover. They take him out. The question is, will Hora have to fight at it with 3? Yes, they will. A full elimination law. He'll go ahead and die to the blue zone. We're down to our top 3 at the moment, and a great start for Fireflux, who started the day in first place, looking to take game 1, but Sleepy has other plans.
He wants to go a little bit further on this one, just about darts out of the blue in time to prevent himself from getting knocked. Fireflux back up now. They will be getting to 3, so it is 3 players alive on all of our remaining squads. The circle shifting away from Fireflux, though, makes this really tough. E-Arena sit dominantly on the high ground as well. You can see what a lovely angle Mormon has. So does No Fear over towards Fireflux, and it is really trading off that aggro. Aura, they do lose one to a knock, and E-Arena should have this on lockdown as 2 players now sit right on the back to the blue for Aura.
E-Arena could jump all the way up into top 5. Massive game for them, but E-Arena has also been on fire. They've been playing very well, with them having 3 players and the high ground. Hora has no choice but to use the natural terrain, a.k.a. the rocks, and just kind of bunny hop between them. Mormon, who's been the linchpin for this roster, he's been so very impressive, not only in group stages, but also the survival side of things. Sakura taking some damage. Mormon starting to push up, but no drama here. E-Arena takes game number 1 in scintillating sensational fashion, and that should jump them up into top 5.
Big news here on this match. Alpha 7 again go down early, intense game. Not a great performance from them. Influence Rage still in 10th place as well. The Brazilian teams are faltering, they are fumbling, and it may be the twilight of the region here at the PMWC. They need to stand up tall because teams like E-Arena, teams like Fireflux, teams like the Falcons and Regnum Karya will take them on any day of the week. You cannot let off the pace because this is what happens.
That's it. Big hits to some top dogs, but for others starting to shine true. Top 8's getting competitive without question. It's still easy to break in. I say easy with an asterisk. Of course, I'm only talking in terms of the amount of points needed to break into top 8 for some of the rosters down below the threshold. But they start to get serious. That's 1 game done and only 5 more games remain. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, game 2, we're heading into Arrogel, coming your way.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
ahead and caught up with none other than the coach from Power Esports, Hexy. Thank you so much for joining me. I got to ask you, though, coming into the survival stage, having finished second place in many of the MENA tournaments, is there now an added pressure to surpass the Falcons here at PMWC?
We don't have any pressure. We just try to be as much good as we can. Our point is not getting first, second place. We just play our games and try to be as much consistent as we can.
Do you feel like the Falcons are coming into this event looking pretty strong?
Yes, they are a good team. We respect them, but we will try our best, to surpass every team. We don't have a specific team to watch. So we just play our games.
And talking a little bit more about yesterday's matches here at the survival stage, you walked away with 1 chicken dinner, which congratulations on that front. However, 2 of those matches, you were the first team that was eliminated. What do you really think went wrong there?
One of the games that were because of hot drop, which depends on 50-50. Either you win, either you lose. And the lack of data that we didn't expect them to on our spot. So they landed and we had a fight, then we got a fair party. So it was a tough game, but we tried to fix that and we already fixed it.
You already fixed it. Does that mean heading into the final day of survival stage, you're pretty confident you have a little bit more reliable data to work off of?
Yeah, every day we play, we get more data about teams and where they go, how the style they play.
Yeah.
So our style should be and will be the same. So we just try to avoid on the first game fights. Then we will try to play our game depending on the timings and the data the players will get.
Well, I want to end off this interview by asking you to give a message to the rest of the teams that you'll be facing here at the final day of survival stage.
We are Power Esports and we don't fear anyone. We will try our best to beat every single team.
Nice. Thank you so much for joining me and good luck.
You're welcome.
A Sandhawk game, not ending on the Northwest Island. It's Christmas. We've got ourselves a brilliant game coming out from E-Arena, who were able to control the cliff sides, able to dominate the rest of the competition here in the jungle. Welcome back. I'm breaking down this game alongside Neptura, as well as Maxman here. And we have got good old E-Arena with a brilliant little win here, Maxman.
Oh, yeah, good old SEA chicken dinner. We love to see it. No, it was a very solid game from them. They were playing a very good compound on the road trifecta next to bootcamp the entirety of the game. It kept shifting away, and they played it very safe, playing on the lower side of the cliff, trying to avoid all of these big early fights, all the early altercations, and because of that, a lot of the teams were wounded, and that's how they can sneak their way into the circle to get the win, especially thanks to Mormon's angle.
Yes, Max. No, I'm doing that as a meme. I'm doing it as a meme. No, I did like how they played that. They were able to really effectively use the back of the zone to actually use that and to make sure that nobody else was going to come in. Use that kind of as a wall to just push forward and forward and forward, and it worked out really brilliantly for them. However, they're not going to be at the top of that ranking in terms of points. It's going to be Hora, who did step up in the end game, just trying to third party as much as possible, and look where it's gotten them.
Hurrah! No, very excited about that game.
No.
Oh no, we're doing it again. No, actually, they were on a big sweeping motion onto the eastern side, just clearing all the teams. They got rid of R8. They had a really good compound control. Very strong third party, specifically onto the side of GMX. They were fighting another squad over there. I think it was Falcons, and actually just able to take full control of the east. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to get the chicken dinner, but it was enough to be the top team in terms of points overall. So Hora really starting to play a lot more aggressive, which normally in CSA they're quite a bit more passive, but here they've really woken up and know that if they want to make it in the top 8, they need to get elimination points on board.
Definitely come alive in the survival stage, right? I mean, there were moments in the group stage that I don't think we should really discredit too much here, but for survival, looking brilliant here, Neptura, and considering the position that they were coming in from, considering everything, all the components of this game, I think it lined up really nicely.
It did land really nicely, and I think it's been really interesting to see how they adapt to the more global lobby, because you're right, we've seen something kind of very different from them in CSA, but to come into global and not so much control with that more passive just zone control that we're so used to seeing, it is actually controlling with those third parties, which isn't full aggression. It's not a full confrontation 4v4 fight. So it is tweaking it, but it is just making sure that they are more aggressive, able to get more points, and actually reading the lobby really well.
Especially in CSA, I kept describing them as a very good defensive team. We take a strong position, we defend until the very end. It's nice to see them be an aggressive team, looking for breaches and third parties, and then being successful while doing so. And I think that gives me really good hype around them as to how they could play going into the finals, of course, if they qualify, but they're looking pretty good, so I think the top 8 is in the cards for them.
We have our eye on them. And another team that we have our eye on, of course, is Falcons coming into today, who actually got dispatched of relatively quickly by good old GMX down towards the bottom of the tables here, Max, who are fighting back. Let's take a look at these one of these moments here and see kind of how things went down.
GMX taking heads. Okay, they take down Alpha 7 and Falcons, two favorites. So we had at the very start, like, they're going to make it top 8 pretty easily. But no, GMX are here. And actually, the first fight they took was against none other than Alpha 7. Alpha 7, by the way, did not have a bad game here because they actually had a really good rotate. They go from their 2-2 split, regroup on this compound, but GMX, they find one knock, maybe an angle of Alpha 7 was just not fully covered. And I tell you, the speed at which they committed was mind-boggling. They fully send on the compound, all 4 players, overwhelm Alpha 7 in the matter of 10 to 15 seconds, and the squad wipe is instantaneous. GMX, if they want to do a comeback here to make it in the top 8 against teams like Alpha 7, they've got to keep this going the entire day, and maybe top 8 could be possible for them.
Another team I want to focus on, of course, here is Fireflux. They've done amazingly here in the survival stage, but just slipping a little bit here in the final moments, Neptera.
Yeah, I think we thought they were going to win. You were like, yeah, they're Fireflux, they're going to win. But I think at that point, at the point that when they tried to actually do something, it was too late because they had the low ground and that particular ridgeline or hillside was so open.
Yeah.
Hora had eyes on them, E-Arena had eyes on them. It would have been much better if they had maybe one zone before, at least just like 30 seconds before, right before the zone closes. Use that space that's technically outside a zone to wrap around outside and come in behind E-Arena. I think that would have had a much better chance for them to win longevity-wise because E-Arena were just able to use that ridge so effectively. That could have been Fireflux if they'd been a bit more proactive.
I think there's a big issue when you stay in a compound on the edge for a little bit too long as you become very predictable. Teams knew that they were going to be exiting from that main building onto the southern eastern edge, so they're just like, we hold angles against that, Fireflux, you're not going to exit that compound whatsoever. So Fireflux, again, a team that we know can be very strong, but here a little bit too slow and a bit too passive. I think if they were more punishing, maybe as you said, Niptra, maybe 30 seconds earlier, maybe they just control the entire circle and take home that chicken dinner.
I think that's a good breakdown, guys, because obviously they're looking great at the top, but they could be smashing even more here in the survival stage and really making a statement. Well, as you can see, we are getting ready for Erangel. Make sure to check out the map feed as well, which is live over on YouTube. And we can now head over to the casters for the grassy pastures. Erangel on the cards.
Thank you very much. I am Taylor Reflections Noble, ready for this game here to get started. It is going to be a scintillating sensation of a game, and I am pumped.
Wow, John, that was phenomenal reflections. Yeah, you sound great. You sound proper Texan, I would have to say. By the way, you're in the same room as me. You start picking on me a little bit too much. I am bigger than you. I want you to throw you out.
Yeah, but I've got my name on my socks.
What? What kind of comeback? Yo, I'm going to take you out. Oh, don't worry. I got my name on my socks.
Yeah, they're going to be able to tell which bits of me
there you go.
left.
That's what I'm thinking once I remove you from this room, man.
Hey, look, we're gonna put our differences aside for now.
We love each other.
Because we have a communal hatred for Alpha 7. They're doing really poorly right now. Yeah, everybody in this room hates Alpha 7 right now. They are so bad at video games.
No, Alpha 7 are okay. Look, the thing about Alpha 7 is they can come back. They really can. But I can't dispute it. Like, they are on the struggle bus. Things are not going okay for them. And I am sincerely starting to get worried. Now, we did notice yesterday Alpha 7 did land Lapoka for the first time in PMWC. That's normally their go-to spot for the Americas region. Of course, here for PMWC, they've been going up towards Georgia Pole. That's been their location. So I wonder if now they're maybe starting to go back to their default spots that put them at PMWC to begin with. With the way Squash and all the co from Alpha 7, I believe they are in fact going to be going to their OG landing spot. So now we're going back to what worked during Americas, what has worked in seasons previously. I like this because Alpha 7 are in trouble. They've been trying new things. Now it's time to go back to what has worked, your bread and butter.
I mean, this could also be an artifact of the plane path as well, right? This plane path, very eastern leaning from Stalba down to the middle of Sosnovka military base. It feels like a backup drop for Alpha 7. I wouldn't be too surprised over the next 2 matches to see them go back over there.
Oh my gosh.
This is a pretty nasty sub. Okay, let's kick things off with an eastern plane path and a hard southwest circle.
Wow.
This is also nasty because it's on the late end of the plane path. There's a hot drop on a vehicle there. I think that's in Intense Game, who have just lost a player. I believe they've gone down to Ora, if I'm not mistaken, over by Yasnaya on a vehicle hot drop there. Our only casualty so far. Ooh. Maybe a little bit more as well. Power drop one out. EVOT tries to give him the runaround. He says, oh, I'm going to dodge this vehicle. They can't get through the rock. He's like, yeah, but I've got a gun, mate.
He's got a gun, and well, the gun wins over the night. Power, one of the top slaying teams when it comes to Arigel, at least historically here for our survival stage, elimination-wise, averaging, 7 or a little over 7. They start off with an elim early on. Good for them. Everybody's going to quickly try and rotate over. There's so much water in the current stage 1 that you have to get some real estate as much as you can on mainland. And I love that Falcons, Kinatrope are taking early priority. Let's not forget Kinatrope, a team that is looking to work their way up in the top 8. Fully eliminated early on in the initial fight against Yangon Galacticus on Sandhawk Map 1. So they are desperately needing a solid game 2 and onwards. But for Falcons, if they can get center zone, maybe even get on that shoreline, they could have a wonderful game here.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, it is a pretty dramatic circle as in terms of landmass, but what it doesn't do is necessarily put a massive hurry up, because it's on the mainland. These rotational paths will be known, and generally teams will be comfortable getting into this area of the map, right? It's not too different from if it was just a little bit further north and it didn't have as much water on the south edge. The difficulty will start to come on through in towards stage 2, stage 3, after these first rotational plays have been made and moving on through that way. With 2 players going down so far on a hard east plane path, not necessarily unexpected, but the thing I'm looking at right now is Otta and Influence Rage and Yasnaya Polyana.
Yeah, they're very, very close to each other. That fight most likely going down. Again, an important one to say the least. For Ora, well, they are towards the top end of the standings. They naturally want to continue to separate themselves, not only for the money, but also for a guaranteed spot in the finals on our next stage. But for Influence Rage's perspective, I mean, truly at the moment, the crown jewel for Brazil, the crown jewel for the Americas region to break at the top 8 and represent Americas in the finals. If it's not for Influence Rage, it's not going to be an intense game. They're a little bit too far down. Alpha 7, so many question marks on them. So Influence Rage winning a fight against Ora here could be massive and bumping them up the standings.
The question is, do either team want to engage?
Not at all.
Right? It looks like they dropped close and looted away from one another. And in general, I would imagine that that is what is on their minds right now. Meanwhile, over on the rest of the map, it's Regnum Kaya crossing the Gatka Fields. Falcons, they've sent a scout out ahead, but Regnum Kaya could potentially pinch that away and cut off that supply line behind them. It looks like Falcons are on a 2-2 right now, I think. It could be a 3-1, I'm not entirely sure on our map feed, but either way, Regnum Kaya seem to be descending on that forward position for the Falcons, and that could be nasty, depending on how fast the Falcons can regroup. Yep. They are about 500 meters out for getting fully on the regroup, but Ralph goes down, and Regnum Kaya wastes no time.
That's right, Regnum Kaya is starting to get active. I believe it was a 2-2 split. It was Koa with Redux who were on the advanced position, and well, now he's got Narvalo and Co starting to move through, and Wild is most likely going to be shot at relatively soon, you would have to think. From Falcons' perspective, losing one hurts, though. They were not wanting that, but that's kind of reminiscent of what they've been doing. Falcons love sending a scout player up ahead. Sometimes it burns them, sometimes it works out well.
How have AXTMG made their way along this coastline? They've rotated through now 3 teams, and it seems like people are just like, yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. You guys can just keep going. It's all chill. They dropped around Milta, sort of around that sort of area. They've gone through Nongshim. They've gone through Kinatrope. Now they've gone past Vision. And it seems like nobody wants a piece other than on that hot drop that we saw earlier where they lost EVOT.
That's right. Falcons start to move their way maybe towards the shoreline themselves, maybe closer and closer to Kinatrope. There's a lot of activity in one area. I mean, you got Intense Game is relatively close, but all eyes on Vision. Now some Red Force moving in, Kinatrope, all within the same vicinity, and it is getting quite active. Redux moves up, and there's going to be a team off to his right that he's going to have to potentially deal with a little bit later on. For Alpha 7, I said it, they like to let Georgia pull. They go towards Lipovka. Now they've got to make the long rotate down, and they're choosing to take the northern side, which is also quite congested with the arena, R8, Influence Rage, Ora, who are all moving in. And Ora, luckily for them, are the tip of the spear. They're going to be the first team to get inside of the zone, which gives them the flexibility not only for locations, but also potentially gatekeep if they so desire.
This is a really ridiculous number of teams actually going for this north side rotate, right? I mean, you know the plane path was deep on that eastern side, sure, but the fact that there's so few teams coming through from Mansion, past School, past Pachinki, is going to change things up. I wonder if anyone's going to draw short and try and camp one of those bridges on the way, farm a couple of points. If I'm R8, I'm thinking about it. Looks like maybe they're going to hop out and slow Alpha 7 down. Revel just about gets away with it for now. Will they unleash more, or are they going to have to try and turnbull into the fights? He slows down. This could be really dangerous here. No. Takes one. The vehicle's smoking. He's low out in the open field here. This is really dangerous for Revel. He needs to be really careful. We're zoomed in over his shoulder. You can see he's keeping it cool. He's keeping it calm. But you can imagine that heart is pumping right now.
You know, a lot of times we joke about flipping the cars, bad drivers, so forth, but like, no, that could have been quite devastating. And now into the buggy we go, full health on the vehicle, and they'll continue to separate themselves from R8 and co. Look, R8, they're not playing around today. They're going to take down Alpha 7 as soon as they can. And let's not forget, for Alpha 7, the pressure is truly on their shoulders, not only in the arena, but also for their region. For them going back-to-back, they cannot continue to fumble the bag and make mistakes.
That crown-embellished key is teetering on the edge of the crusher right now. For Alpha 7, they are desperate to get points at this juncture. 8th place is a real distance for them right now. They sit on 27. 8th place with Yangon Galacticos right now is 43. We're expecting it to be pushing up towards 70 at the end of the day. And we'll see how they are able to try and clamber their way on through, but that hope is dwindling fast. A hard west shift here isn't super dramatic. Again, it does cut out those Pachinki fields, but I feel like a lot of teams are going to be more pleased about that than if it had been further east on this circle. That west side coast now is going to start to get a little bit more packed. The area around Quarry can be very treacherous as well.
Yeah, Alpha 7 start to move straight into the center. Well, relatively close anyways, just opposite of Ora and IG as well. And speaking of Ora, just going to be right there neck and neck, and Alpha 7 don't want to pop. Well, they do. I thought they weren't going to pop out and fire some shots, but they want distance. They want Ora to keep on moving. And for Alpha 7, yeah, the short line would be great, but I think they're going to be happy with the real estate they currently have, and especially now, hardcover POI setting up. They will set up their fortress and try and gatekeep anybody else who starts to move in, aka E-Arena, who have now made their way into the zone out of blue. You still got some stragglers, Yangon Galacticus, Power, Gamex, who have been very slow on the rotate, now finally starting to come in. Regnum Karya setting up in the Wizard Tower. You got some great spots locked in. Question is, when the next future zones come, who's going to be benefited? And Alpha 7, no, Mafioso's down the arena challenging.
They've just immediately taken down Mafioso, who got way too bold on the angle. As a solo, just had no chance of having backup from the rest of his roster. On the far side of the hill, I mean, I'm slamming a massive question mark on that one.
Yeah, that's tough. What is going on? Alpha 7, they had such a good spot. Hardcover POI, like they looked great. Why not just stay there? Why scout? It's not necessary, and now you lose a player. You got to go at it with just 3. That hurts me. It really does. Vinny laying low. Scarface up ahead. Vinny, a talented player in his own right. A guy that wants to truly cement his name in PUBG Mobile history. Had a chance to speak with him, and I love his tenacity. I love his desire to want to be one of the best out there. Nox from Red Force, potentially gatekeeping Power and Gamex as they start to move in.
Fireflux, who are now on 73. Our first team to have crossed that expected threshold, right? They are now over the 70 points that we're expecting them to need to be able to get on towards those finals directly at the end of the day. So from here on out, it is just a question of solidification. If you could jump up over 80 points, you're looking pretty much guaranteed to be in, right? So if they can earn 7 points this match, beautiful stuff. Turkey will be very, very happy. Even if Regnum Karya don't make it, they will still have their representatives in those finals.
Well, historically, Fireflux have averaged at least 4 eliminations when it comes to Erangel, so that'll put them even closer to that 80-point mark, which definitely would be safe. And with the other team struggling as much as they have been, even towards like Yangon Galacticus at 43, I still feel 73 is most likely going to be safe, but you'd rather be safe than sorry. take a look at the map once again. Another zone shift towards the south. That's going to force Alpha 7 out of their hard cover. E-Arena hot on their heels, most likely trying to hunt down the remaining A7 members. All-Rate also going in. Influence Rage, Regnum Karia. My goodness, the team's up there, John. Incredible.
I'm looking around that quarry area as well. Kinotrope control a lot of the ground on the southwest side. If they can keep that outpost alive, it could be great, but it's a question of doing that, of getting that one done. Alpha 7 now with more danger on their doorstep. E-Arena continue to try and push on through. They want to find a shot if they can make it over towards Revo, who's taking some peeks. Carrillo repositioning on the buggy. And Squash as well, potentially in with a scrap. R8 moving in on the north side as Influence Rage are going to go parallel towards them. Law hops out. He spots the player on the back of the buggy. He's so slow that he can't connect the spray. Law drops the ball in a massive way. And it is ID7 getting real happy with it there for R8 to stay alive. A slow, lazy drift, and it's too much to handle for Law.
Yeah, in my opinion, that's uncharacteristic. Law hits his shots. In that moment, he doesn't. And now Lorenzen forced to full send it in. Go for the attack. Take down Damar, which might be possible. Damar's weak. Lorenzen, please do not drop the ball here, much like your teammate did just a second ago. The nade doesn't get the finish, but so does Damar. He, unfortunately, pulls his gun back just in the nick of time to allow Lorenzen to successfully get that E-limb without any drama, doesn't take any damage. Even though Influence Rage loses one, still relatively okay, but they've got Gamex, they've got power, and they still have E-Arena who are surrounding them.
It is difficult on that northern side. It is getting really quite tense here, and Alpha 7, of course, have to move on this circle. They have to push further south. Teams have started to find their locations around the edge of Quarry. Kinotrope have maintained that split, that 3-1, as it stands. That on the lip of Quarry gives you a load of sightlines under your control. E-Arena taking shots across the way from Horror on the western side, who are being a little bit slow on that rotate down south. But I feel like that doesn't really fully characterize it. They are maintaining strength and covering their back flank by doing so, by taking a slower rotation. So good news from them. Unfortunately for Nongshim Red Force, it is not such good news on their side, as they will be losing a lot of players to Yangon Galacticos, who continue to make things work on the southeast.
Yeah, that's the team you don't want taking you out. With the hovercraft, they're going to have a powerful end game, at least potential anyway. Yangon Galacticos being right there neck and neck with Nongshim Red Force, that's the last team you want getting points, especially taking your roster down. That puts them closer to knocking Nongshim Red Force to 8th place, being right there on the bubble, putting the pressure even more so on them. Power, Alahi's going to be on the outside. He unfortunately takes a lot of damage, eventually will fall. Lorenzen back on your screen, but unfortunately not for long.
Power looking to try and keep the pressure up on the northern side. Influence Rage starting to drag their feet a little bit. Alpha 7 as well, poking their noses in. The Revo has flexed out. Remember, they're playing as 3 on the northern edge. Yet to have an impact here. Carrillo gets spotted over on that north side as well. As Diego tries to push out of the blue zone. They've got Medan waiting in the way, in the wings, but the blue zone has too much pressure on them. Sure, they get the knock, but it's traded off, and Power still have a little bit more to do. Unfortunately, Lil Boy pushes them back off the angle and makes their life a little bit harder.
And R8 is also firing some shots at Alpha 7 as they're on the rotate. They've got to be careful. They've had such a hard time rotating in, even with the vehicles. They're only down to 2 members. Lil Boy pushing up. Power going for the revive. And Lil Boy is a talented member. He doesn't lose these fights. This 1v2 could very well go his way. Easy. Doesn't have time to pop the med kit. Ragnar takes him down, and like you said, huge. Power wins a successful engagement. They're already top 3, and now they got 2 members to work with. But from one struggle to another, Alpha 7 are pinned down.
This is the last player alive now. It's just Revo, and they're on the lip of that quarry position out to the west, and they go down again. A 1-point game, 2 games in a row. It is looking dire now with 4 matches left to play. They're going to need to earn at least 15 points every single match from this point onwards to be in with a chance of qualifying in 8th place. This is a team that people were talking about with a chance to win the whole thing.
And you have to look at how it started for them, right? Landing at their default location, okay, great, but then they do not get blessed by zone. They take the long rotate up north, which isn't uncharacteristic from what they were doing during the Americas. But you had that solo who just randomly goes off on his own. He gets picked apart. Now Alpha 7 is down to 3. Then you have another player who starts to rotate out, scan the horizons, he gets taken down, and then all of a sudden now you're getting pinned up by 4 stacks and you just get taken out. I mean, Alpha 7, continually, something is going wrong. I'm super worried for them. I'm ringing the alarm bells. I think they are sincerely in trouble. But there's plenty of rosters still remaining who are not only on the bubble but also trying to maintain their position in top 8. Love where AXTMG are currently at. Infinite line of sights, a power spot to be in. And luckily for them, there's no one around them, but everybody is in front of them so they can continue to pepper anybody that they see.
Falcons, they managed to send through to the southwest side at the cost of one of their players. And now they're under pressure as Narvalo gets found out in the open, unaware of the team right next door to them, and will just lose another. So 2 players survive for the Falcons, playing on with Redox and Koa. They lost Ralph early on. Now Narvalo next to follow them. And for Hoda on that southwestern side, they're going to have to try and play on out. They have 5 points already. They are the next team right on the doorstep of getting up to that 70-point boundary. They just need 1 placement or 1 more elim, as well as Power up on 8 elims, 2 points behind that boundary on 70 points.
Power only a solo though. It's going to be easy, opposite of Kinotrope, who's just up to his north, I should say. In the moment, Falcons, Bora, most likely going to run into each other again, as Koa and Redox keeping them in their line of sights. IG most likely going to have an effect, at least later on, for Falcons, depending on how Hoda ends up deciding to push up. Smokes are out. Hoda might be making a rotate already, but the important thing, where do we shift the zone? Well, that's great for E-Arena as well as Kinotrope, who are dead center. Kinotrope desperately needing points to elevate themselves up toward top 8. Final needs to join in and do it unscathed. If he can do so, Kinotrope might very well have a deep run in top 3.
They've got a lot of cover over towards Kinotrope's outpost. I was looking at that position, and if he didn't move immediately, I was going to call him out. He needed to regroup here. Binny, okay, on the inside for a 2-piece with a pump action around the shack, but there's more to do. He's got a protective barrier around him, though, because he takes down... Wait, was that Binny as well?
That was Binny as well.
Oh my goodness me.
Yes.
This guy wants to be the best.
I told you, man. I talked to him. He says, I want to be the best. I want to submit my name.
Like no one ever was.
Mobile history. Regnum Karya starting to move up on Hoda. Big fight. Toshpik down. No fear. Firing shot, but can't connect enough. Another from Regnum Karya will fall, and it might be a clean sweep from Hoda's perspective if they can get Sleepy and No Fear back up. But no worries. Sky continues to fight tooth and nail. Regnum Karya still having life. If Sky can't pull off the hat trick, Hoda, they're out.
Intense game as well on the northern side. Could potentially move in and third party this. A flush over towards Sleepy, leaves Sky as a solo. He's disengaging, sending south. There's a solo outpost in Yangon Galacticos for Romeo. You can see he's up in the hovercraft on the top of the hill here. Staying safe, staying calm for now. Just seeing what's going on. It looks like Intense game, fall back away, and maybe the fight peters out, but I think Sky might just be done for here. Romeo, though, starts to light it up on the hillside.
Regnum Karya, astounding that they're even alive. 3 members up and in the fight, but you mentioned Romeo, who now has perfect line of sights on everyone from Regnum Karya just in front of them. And you also got IG starting to come behind him. Loxy through the smoke, however, dodges him miraculously, and he has an attempt. He's going for it, but Petrino shuts him down.
Will not be able to sidestep and find the follow-through there for Regnum Karya. They'll play on as one, and I was waiting for Intense game to get involved. I thought maybe they were going to send out towards the east, but no, the hillsides are just right to be swept on through. And now, with just 1 player left from Hoda, they might turn their attention towards Yangon Galacticos' position further south, but it is all a question of who can get close to Kinotrope.
And also for Sky, what he can do as a solo. Behind that of IG, he hasn't been spotted. But luckily for IG, they've got, oh no, they're parking the bus, which means Sky, he could have a devastating effect. Here's Binny with the 3, takes down 2, and well, Mark comes out of nowhere, and Binny says, hey, where you going, buddy? And mows him straight down.
I was 100% sure that was an off-angle chiming in on that fight. I thought there's no way, right?
Like, I think shots were coming in, and he finished them off.
He's got to chill out a little bit, but no. He was like 1, 2, 3. He only needed those 3 shells, and he racked up 3 points. That was really impressive from Binny to be able to connect those shots, especially on the moving buggy, under pressure from the high ground as well, out in the shack. And it's rightly so that they're up in now 5th place with those 4 points under their belt, and maybe more to come. However, for Vision, they've got a choice to make, and it may be that they send for the shack that Binny sits inside of.
See where the shift is. Honestly, if I'm Sky at the moment, I'm just full sending an IG. Like, I'm trying to do as much damage as possible. And the only reason why is Hora is a bit different, being in second place, already at 70 points. Sky can afford to do this, and I believe they rotate by him, and Sky does manage to fight it out, and he's firing shots. He's connecting a bit. Petrino fell. However, IG managed to recover, and they'll still be a 3-man unit to push deeper into the zone. For Romeo on the hovercraft, he's still scouting the surroundings, seeing what's out there. That hovercraft, maintaining it, so valuable for the end. But with the zone ship Kinetrup, once again, still in a powerful spot, my eyes once again fall to them. A big game here would elevate them up the standings. They're at 22 points. Breaking in the top 8 is very doable, and they can honestly get very close with a win in Game 2.
Really good information gathering there from Vision. They saw Intense Game leaving from that location, which opens up the position now that Marcelo and Nawaf have moved into. Before Intense Game and all the teams on the western side move, you cannot play the western side of the quarry like this, but as soon as they see that maneuver happen, they are in there. And that is a really smart rotation coming through from Vision. I like to see it. We'll see if they can go further.
Romeo taking a little bit of damage. Rafa also shooting the hovercraft to get it relatively low in health. I thought it was on fire, but I can't fully tell from that angle. Adrian with the off angle. Renato sees it. Ready to take him out. If he sows the siren, unless he didn't see it, it goes right straight into Adrian, who takes over a little bit of the high ground that he possibly can, and the push is in. Adrian made out. Rafa has also joined, and we have a tense game. Absolutely, they're fully committing to the Shanghai Galacticus fight, and that nade looks good.
Just about dodging the damage around the cliff. On the edge there, the rocks protect him for the time being. Adrian is low now, though. More nades getting sent back and forth. That is just a tickle, but across the way, Fireflux can really start to get involved now. They just need to step a little bit closer, and they have full sight lines on towards Yangon Galacticos. You can see Solus wants to get a little bit more done, but across the way, you've got Kinnetrope to worry about. This open ground around Kinnetrope is just so deadly, and no team has really been able to do too much about it. It may have just been handed to Kinnetrope on these circle shifts.
Well, the hovercraft has been blown up, and Romeo can still use this coverage, and he's putting in great work, peppering the members of IG just up ahead. No one's going to be able to penetrate it. No one's going to be able to shoot Romeo in his current spot. So IG, that's one less member they're unfortunately not going to be able to fire upon. For Rafa and Adrian starting to run on fumes. They can't go anywhere. They need to get up. They need to get out of blue, but there's only open space. Yeah, the buggy is one thing, but you know you're going to get gunned down. I think this is the end for IG.
Rafa going down there, and they are going to commit for the flush, confirming that point for Yangon Galacticos, but into the zone. Adrian sending, may be able to find a little nook and cranny to hide behind. Actually has Easy now as a buffer between him and Yangon Galacticos, and could survive for just a bit longer.
Fireflux also in front of Yangon Galacticus. I feel like they have had to fight tooth and nail at every point on their rotation. But honestly, not a bad thing. They haven't been wiped yet. They're also on the bubble. This is great for them. If they can pull off team wipe after team wipe, those are valuable points to continue their way up in the top 8. But I am a little bit worried where Adrian is currently at. Now he's got a great line of sight on the Yangon Galacticus, who's going to be just ahead of him. Meanwhile, Benny also up ahead. I can't wait to see what he's going to be able to do as a solo. But for Vision, desperately trying to get it off angle, maybe a knock onto Kinnetrope. They want that high ground. They want that location because they understand how important it's going to be.
Kinnetrope again just been decimating these teams around them. Unfortunately, they haven't earned too many points for it. So this is the question that you have to ask towards Kinnetrope. What sort of value can they extract from this location? Because they have been nigh on unassailable in this spot for so long. But with 25 minutes on the clock, those remaining player counts are going to start to drop.
Yeah, I think they're about to pick up at least 4 or 5, depending on what Marcelo does from Team Vision. They've been slowly making their way up. That drop on Tamra is going to hurt, however. And you mentioned the value. I thought they were going to pick up plenty of elims, but now they're getting picked apart. And you also have E-Arena, who might choose to dip their toe in this fight as well for the third party. But you also got Yangon Galacticus desperately trying to move forward, and Team Vision focused fully on them. Where's the buggy going, though? That was a bit of a risky play. Yangon Galactica have been mowing players out of buggies, out of vehicles, but luckily reposition ends up paying off.
They are going to keep things together. I feel like Team Vision have been playing this one really well. They held that push from behind against AXTMG. They open up with a pick towards Kinnetrope, which does take them out of the power play quite a little bit. Finally, Binny does go down. He did do a lot of damage, though, during that match. Ladders up to 7th place, and a credit to him. Credit to his team as well. This is the last player from Intense Game who's managed to sneak their way in. It's on to Team Vision, really, to make a move here, and on to Yangon Galacticos as well. But they're staring each other down across this valley.
Yangon Galacticos are pinned up. I don't foresee them getting out of this spot. Whether it's the last remaining member of IG with Adrian, maybe Fireflux off to the left. You've got Vision firing shots onto him. Kinotrope are also throwing their hat in the ring. It would be a miracle if Smile and Renat can move up, but that's going to be a great knock, but it's only going to do at least so much. As remaining members should be finished. Great for Plur, but Plur falls. And Vision, where do they go? Do they want to continue to pin Yangon Galacticos or move up? Well, they're moving up. They want to capitalize off the knock and the full finish.
They can do both as well if they can do that fast enough, which they do. They're able to find that. Adrian down the hill. They know that Yangon Galacticos are very unlikely to poke their heads in now. With just one player remaining, it's too much of a risk. The nade downhill, he hops in the buggy, but it's actually the backlines there coming on through. No, hang on a minute. It was the spray down onto the player hopping in there, and they will find the last player. Fireflux flexing out. It feels like this should be another Fireflux win as they start to extend their control from the eastern side. E-Arena trying to push up from Quarry, but you could see what Scarface could do to them. There is very few worlds in which they successfully make their way up to the top of this.
Oh, but that nade hurt a little bit. I don't know, maybe a couple more of those. You take Scarface out, that opens up the door to continue your progression up the hill. But I don't think so. Madcap also looking down. Fireflux, it's such a great spot, but I mean, let's not kid ourselves. This area is so highly contested, and Nawaf, he's pushing up along with Alone, and this is going to be a great angle onto the Fireflux team as they start to take damage. You still got Joker also from E-Arena pushing up. This is going to be a mad dash for control on the top of the hill, and you got 3 rosters all butting heads.
Kinotrope are starting to fade here now. Last player for them to stand. Vision's playing on us 2. E-Arena is 3 who have been trying to fight their way in here. Scarface gets rezzed for Fireflux. That is going to be really, really important. However, in order to get that res, they've had to move Solus all the way to the back of their hold. They've lost a bit of pressure, and teams from the western side can start to move. And that's what's given E-Arena this momentum, this ability to get as close as they have. Mormon now with an opportunity, maybe to mantle here, but he pops that Molotov up on high, and they aren't quite going to find it just yet. In the meantime, Yangon Galacticos lose their last.
Oh, they see him. I think they're wanting to go for the challenge onto Mormon. They don't want to overexpose themselves. You got to find a fine balance here. Too aggressive in terms of the recklessness. But if you do it just right, you could dismantle a roster. Vision onto Kinotrope. You mentioned the solo, and Kinotrope ends up falling. And now things start to get serious.
It is all up to if Fireflux can hold the hill on the top here, with Soulless going down again to that nade. E-Arena are starting to put more pressure on, and it's going to be Madcap to fall next for Fireflux. Never Alone tries to go for the low road and catches him out on it. Looks for the shot, but Nawaf with a 1-2 punch up on high. As Soulless gets flushed, it's a pincer maneuver onto Fireflux, and there, left down to 2. Catch now down, and E-Arena may have just been able to mount the impossible assault towards the top of the ridgeline on Quarry.
But we've seen Solos provide a dominating effort for Scarface. One player down low, he's been spotted, however, so the cat's going to be out of the bag, at least from Vision's perspective. Now the question is, does Mormon, Joker, Sakura from E-Arena know where Scarface is currently at? It should very well be a dominating win from E-Arena where they currently are, but Scarface can dismantle this push, can dismantle the hopes and dreams of E-Arena from taking the victory, and the shots are fired and Mormon is down.
Scarface catches the backline for E-Arena, and he's looking for more. He's looking healthy. He got a helmet refresh there, a fresh level 2 over onto Scarface. He knows Never Alone's down the hill, and he jumps straight into Vision. Now in a 2 versus 2 though, Vision can do a little bit more. They've got a little bit more firepower here. Nawaf on the face. Oh, he turns his attention away just at the wrong time, but a nade from the sidelines keeps him alive.
That's it. Team Vision desperately trying to fight, and they do get a knock. This could be a takeover attempt from Team Vision. Sakura firing shots, but it's not enough. Is Vision pulling it off? Can they do it? Or will Sakura lock it in for the back-to-back for Arena to start the day? day, and it will be Arena. Back-to-back victories on the day. They look as if they are poised to go to Grand Finals, and they won it.
Last time around, they went out a little bit quietly towards the end for the chicken dinner. This time, it was bombastic from E-Arena. They held their nerve. They moved up those tiered positions on Quarry. It is so uncommon to see a team win from inside the Quarry. Fireflux dropped the ball in a big way from that eastern side. It felt like Kinotrope as well could have done a lot more in that situation, but a massive credit to E-Arena. This is a display of skill that you do not often see.
I've become a bigger and bigger fan watching them play throughout the group stage and into the survival stage. The way they hold on to a power position is impressive and truly phenomenal. E-Arena, a team that I very well think going into the finals, once they make it, can make a huge impact, potentially take this entire thing.
Don't point the camera at these guys. Oh, come on, a little shrug from Alpha 7 to close us down for the second match of the day. Our first Erangel is out of the way. It was E-Arena to take a big chicken dinner. Fairly low elim count, but still important where it matters. We'll head to a break. We'll be right back with match number 3 of today.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 ESPORTS World Cup.
15 teams chasing the White Rabbit. It's a back-to-back for E-Arena as they are able to get an Erangel on board as well. It really shouldn't have been their game, but they looked spectacular being able to come out of the Quarry Basin and being able to subvert everybody else's expectations, moving up onto that high ground. Welcome back. Whoa, back-to-back for E-Arena. Max Man, this is them doing the business.
Oh yeah, the White Rabbit in the hole of Quarry, getting out and digging out a chicken dinner.
He loves it.
Done. He loves that one. No, great to see a back-to-back again. We looked at the SEA teams. 2 teams already qualified. We have Team Secret, we have Ultra Ego. 1 team was missing, and it is going to be E-Arena that pretty much they're in, right? After 2 wins like that, you're looking very comfortable in the top 8. So now they can maybe start targeting other teams that we theorized could be a thing later on down the line.
What do you think about E-Arena's win here?
I'm astounded that they won when their landing spot is Stalber. I almost said Severny there.
Yeah, that was mad.
Stalber, and then wrap around north side with everybody else who decided to go up there, come down around to the outside of Quarry and just win from there. I mean, it's not often you see a team that's that far away from the initial zone actually take it and win.
Of course, though, we have Team Vision at number 1. Now, this isn't a team that we kind of really talked about before coming into the segment here, but we really do need to talk about the 13 eliminations that came out from this game. It really felt like they were on the warpath here, Max, and kind of just able to deal with everybody on that northwest side, coming in on that west side of Quarry. Obviously, it was going to be hard to get into Quarry and do something about it, but damn, what a game from them.
It shows to me for Vision, they have really good terrain knowledge of Quarry itself, because you got Quarry, you got the low ground, you got the high ground, but you got these little roads that go around on the western side. It keeps you safe from teams on the 2 sides, and they play that position, hold off AXTMG, they hold off Kinotrope also at some point, trying to wrap around their warehouse in particular. I think Team Vision has been showing a lot of potential at the end of yesterday and at the start of today. So very happy to see them do well, because we've seen R8 have good games, Power get good games, and now Vision are finally stepping up.
They're going to need a little more, I think, to try and get into that top 8, but this is a great opportunity for them to get that ball rolling here throughout the day. Get back on the road again. But at the same time, let's talk about what we were seeing here from Fireflux.
Yes.
I think multiple of us, Neptura, thought this should be them having a lot of control and this in the bag, but it didn't quite go that way.
Well, exactly, especially with stage, was it 7? I think phase 7 coming in with, was it Ketch on the front line there? And then it was a 2-1-1 split with Ketch all the way on the other side of zone. Really, really controlling. If they had played it like they actually had control of the zone, it would have been much better. But I think Max is going to go into a point where it was just, they were sat there, but they just weren't doing anything with it.
Before I go deep in my point, I want to say, for a team that has this much control in the game as Fireflux, only getting 4 eliminations is very low.
It's wild, actually. Yeah,
it's like, normally you'd expect a team to get a few more eliminations there, but no, they just don't make a decision. They have 2 players on the low ground, 2 players on the high ground, and like, every circle I'm like, they're going to regroup, right? Still don't regroup. They're going to regroup, right? Still don't. And it keeps going until the very end of the game. And eventually I see a very clear weakness, which is Scarface, which is playing very passive, keeping tabs on E-Arena specifically, down into Quarry, like making sure they don't go uphill and take away their position. And I like it. Scarface is playing pretty passive. He's not putting himself in danger until he overpeaks. He gets headshot by E-Arena. And then the entirety of the squad, like, this is our one opportunity at glory. Let's send it uphill, take away the high ground, and get the win. So E-Arena found a clear weakness, used it to their advantage to get the chicken dinner.
I agree with you up to a certain point, Max. I'm so sorry. I have to disagree with you again. I know. It's very risky, I know, but I do agree that it's a risky play. I'm not going to say, oh no, they should have played 2-2 split, low ground, high ground. It's fine. No, it's very risky. But I see what they were doing, and I think it's the one thing that actually allowed them to have so much control in the later zones. If they hadn't done that, I think they would have gotten stacked, they would have gotten overrun, they would have struggled to move and to breathe, I think. So in stage 4-5, I think that it was really good for them to do that. I do agree that they should have absolutely started just grouping up a lot more than they did once Ketch was out on a limb on the other side of the smaller zone. I think they just left a good thing, a risky but good thing, way too long, and they just got stagnant. That's what I was worried about if they had regrouped earlier in the game.
Do you think the
same thing?
Do you think a remedy would have been having 2 where Scarface was as opposed to 2 down where the South Forest is? Do you think then that kind of aids that control of like people coming out of quarry?
It's an option.
I don't know. It is an option, but I think I would have preferred something that you said actually behind the scenes was he keeps peeking too much. And I think I would have kept the positioning, but had him just not do as much as he did, just be like an info thing only. If he had to back up a team, then do that, or a player, then do that. But I think he was just doing too much on his own at that point.
He went rabbit hunting, and the rabbit got him at the end. It was very unfortunate.
That's one scary rabbit right there.
That's a big rabbit.
Yeah.
I mean, Mormon, the rabbit is called Mormon. You run away. You don't want to fight Mormon.
Don't want any of that.
I do think still it was a very good showcase of what Fireflux can do. Maybe a bit hesitant at times, but overall I think they'll look back on this game like, what can we do better and hopefully improve for our next 4 matches. A lot of matches still on board.
Yeah.
Still rough to see who's going to be making in top 8.
All these teams are going to need the holy hand grenades to try and deal with what E-Arena is bringing right now. 2 wins to start off the survival stage as they find themselves now in 4th place. A huge leap on up. And now look who is in the danger zone, Max.
Uh-oh, Team Falcons. You don't want to see Team Falcons at the bottom of the first page. That is, they've been slipping. Again, holding their splits a little bit too long, losing players. That's the good old Falcons typical. But I kind of want to look at the points here because you talked about the point threshold to get in top 8 and to be comfortable to make it into finals, Niptura. I would say around 70, 75 points is the threshold. Some teams are already looking very close. I think the amount of slots available now is maybe like 4 teams can still push in top 8? Maybe?
Maybe.
Possibly.
All right, this is panic time. Alpha 7 is 4th from the bottom. This is panic time. They have to do something if they want even a chance to defend themselves here. But of course, you guys at home can get involved with everything that's going on as well with the PUBG Mobile Air Carnival. Drop Carnival and it's now live here this weekend from August 1st to the 3rd. Log in to summon your surprise airdrops and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BD Partner Awards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Additionally, jump in the game now to vote for your favorite airdrop partner. Again, not Max. You might even, don't say anything, Max, no. You might even score some awesome surprise gifts from them. Don't miss out on this year's airdrop carnival and unbox your surprise. Well, thank you very much, guys. Thank you to you, Max, I suppose. It is time to head over to the commentary team here to bring you all of the action from another Erangel. Let's get it going.
Yeah.
Game number 3 for the day. The first 2 games dominated by E-Arena as they elevate themselves up into the top 3 position. Who knows how high they continue to go. But game 3 being back on Erangel, the home turf for E-Arena. I've got to favor them, but it was said on the desk, John, look, we got to get serious. Alpha 7, game 3, only 4 more games to go. And for them, man, oh man, I start to think to myself, will we truly see Alpha 7 in the finals?
No.
Come on, be dramatic.
I mean,
be dramatic.
Look, when they're dramatic, I'll be dramatic, all right? Because they have not been bringing the drama today. They have been lackluster. They have been falling at every hurdle that's presented to them. It's not good, right? There is some discord between the ranks of Alpha 7, and I mean, they're not talking. It doesn't look like they're actively repairing this one here. I mean, what can you do? It has got to feel so demoralizing to be in this situation for Alpha 7, to be in the spot where you are the defending champions, where you are hailed as some of the best players in the world, one of the best teams in the world, and here you are, having just now performed, I think, what is it, like 4 games in a row, getting a maximum of a point a game when you count yesterday's as well.
Well, the reality is they're the ones who control their destiny. They're the ones who can turn the tides of their luck. Now, do they have it within them to do so? You look at their faces and you think, maybe it's determination, maybe it's nerves. It's hard to tell. But for Alpha 7 and other fighters, they're going to continue to fight till the very end, especially that man right there. He jumped at us, by the way, during one of the segments in the beginning. Scary guy, but also a lovely guy at the same time. But whenever it does come to Fireflux, they have outperformed themselves from their group play in the survival stage. They surpassed the threshold. They're now at 83, well within their right to go into the finals. And I must say, man, from Fireflux's perspective, it's been a pleasure watching them, and it's also been great watching E-Arena again as I've become a bigger and bigger fan throughout the group stages and the survival stage. When they have a power position, they refuse to let it go.
They managed to make it work from a less than powerful position as well in that quarry, being able to rise from the basin, as we were talking about, as the desk highlighted as well. Getting out of that quarry basin is a real tough task. And maybe you could argue that it was allowed a little bit by Fireflux, sure, but to be able to execute on that, brilliant stuff. Nox and Red Force have been a little bit quiet at the start of today as well. They do have a little bit more of a buffer zone than some of our other than some of our other teams, however, so they can keep things going. Power, they've been putting up numbers as we're just drafting across these players right now, getting this lobby ready. Al-Haji, what's
look,
big love.
Big love.
What a mustache. What a mustache.
What a mustache. What a guy. What a team. Power, man. Power Esports have been on fire, up there within the top 5. Another roster that is looking to make a huge impact when it comes to the finals, of course, if they make it. It's a come here. I don't know if I want to, though.
You'll want to watch this one.
Things get a little, okay, we're showing it. Where are we going?
They're going to Gatka. They're calling it out. They're calling their shot. They love it. They've already pinged it. It's marked on the map there. Bringing up that plane path as well. We get a sneak peek at the plane path.
We definitely
That's coming from what? Over from George down to the west side of Military Island.
And that's going to be a fun one. Gatka. So maybe all eyes on that. You think they get hot dropped? I don't know. I doubt it. But I will say this, man. It's going to be a fun one. And for other rosters like Alpha 7 and the ones that are down below, honestly, even throw Vision, right, in that respect, they're going to have to step it up because we only have a limited number of games left. Game number 3, we're hopping into Erangel. The last one was fun. This one should be even better.
Let's see if teams can continue their march towards the top 8 or if they will not make it. Oh, the plane path going the other direction. Sorry, but it is still from the west side of Military Island up towards Georgia Pole, towards shooting range. So we've had our east plane path. We're going to have a west plane path. Maybe we'll have a central one in the next game, but we'll have to wait for that as we will take to the skies once more. I feel like the cheese decal on the plane is really taking me out of it sometimes.
I like it.
Fair enough.
I think it's cool, man. Have fun with it, get creative, but it's like you are going in with the intensity of like what you're thinking like Fireflux is currently at, wanting to dominate their opponents, and then they hop onto a cheese plate. It's a duality for sure.
What's that smell? Is it Alpha 7's performance? Oh no, it's just the play.
Or it's you.
Hey, look, it's hot out here. It's sweaty.
Now you smell great, man. Let's get it going. Let's get it going, baby. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I'll put that on my CV now.
Without a doubt.
When people contact me for jobs, I'm going to be like, Reflections said, I smell great.
You smell great. They're going to be like, who is Reflections? What are you talking about? Alpha 7 will once again go up to Georgia Pole as they typically do. They'll actually know who's going to be around them. I believe like IG, Aura, who have been hanging out. R8 might be going up there too, which could be fun. R8, a team that is doing incredibly well today. Most likely going to be seeing them in the finals. All eyes. Oh, this is great for Alpha 7. Perfect, in fact, for them. They don't need to rotate. They can loot up as much as they possibly want. One of their big things, though, is having stragglers go out and scout who are getting targeted, leaving them with 3, and then leaving them with a duo. No more of that. Stay together. They've got the 2-2 split. That's going to be just fine. That's typically what they do off the initial. But this could be the game Alpha 7 has needed in order to start rising up the ranks.
I'm looking at the West Coast right now, and we do hop over to Influence Rage in a timely fashion because there are 3 teams who are dispersed around the areas to the north of Quarry. You've got Gamax, you've got Influence Rage, you've got E-Arena. All of them seem to be a little bit reluctant to get stuck into a fight and probably just looking for a little bit of weaponry to get on board and try and extricate themselves from one another. That's not how you want to start, though. That is what we call a mistake coming through from Gamax to kick things off.
What in the world?
I don't even know how he did that. I guess he must have tumbled. I guess he must have tumbled the vehicle because there's no like rocks around it.
Right.
That's actually impressive.
Yeah. Now, you know what would be truly devastating if they lose 2 now?
Can we get a replay?
For revive on this. They should be just fine, but that is definitely a bit of a stumble. Gamex has been struggling all the way towards the bottom, obviously, and well, Lil Boy and Influence Rage do start to go and travel up the road, so the revive needs to happen kind of quickly. I don't know, Gamex might be in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, we are going to get a replay. He was already super low, and that tiny little ditch knocked him. Oh, that's so sad.
It is. And Influence Rage is heading potentially straight into them. No, they're going to veer off to the left. So good on them. They'll get back up. They'll be a 4-man unit once again, but that could have been bad for sure.
Thanks to production for getting that replay.
Without a doubt.
By the way.
Without a doubt.
Big shout out to those guys. They've been pulling shifts behind the scenes out here. We've been loving every second of working with them, and we'll be glad to see the rest of the week out with them too. Unfortunately, not all of our teams are going to be seeing the rest of the week out with them, and we are on board with the team on the bubble right now in 8th place. Falcons, 50 points as it stands after 8 matches completed.
Yeah, which is tough to see. A world, the grand finals where you don't have Falcons, you don't have Alpha 7. Come on, that is something we surely did not expect. Falcons roster much hyped up coming into this event. They picked up a good one, and now they might not even make it to the final day, so they've got to step it up without question. They're going to be over towards the right outer edge of the next stage. Moving in, Noxious Red Force most likely coming up behind them too. Something to look out for. Influence Rage starts to get dangerously close up to IG, a team that is on the bubble right behind Falcons. The roster, so we were just mentioning, potentially not making it into the final day. Meanwhile, Provision, they're on the hunt, and they're hunting down Power.
Ooh, Easy hops back in the vehicle. They aren't going to slow down too much. Instead, they turn around, and the rest of the team comes through. Now, all 4 players from Vision going to try and get into pursuit. A little hop over the terrain, and more shots coming through from the hollow sight. At Mini 14, pumping damage into Easy, but again, he protects himself, he keeps safe, and falls back with the rest of Power. So staying alive there could be all important, and maybe all important for Vision, because they're in 10th place right now, they're chasing.
Without a doubt, right? Very close to catching up and breaking into top 8. I don't want this game to get away from them, and from one fight maybe to another. AXTMG off to their right-hand side, firing warning shots. Regnum Karya, though, well within their within top 5. Looking very, very good at the moment. They start to rotate in as well as it starts to get active up towards IG Alpha 7's region. And we do expect that, naturally, as the zone. A lot of it's actually going to have some water, which always makes things a little bit spicy. E-Arena getting active onto Gamix.
Yeah, E-Arena having found that initial knock first. Looks like that could be rezzed up. They're taking more shots out that way. It is mostly just Joker out here. The rest of E-Arena not quite close enough to go for the full fight. Sakura also isolated, so could get a little bit messy here as the res does come through for Gamax. They're trying to encircle this one, but they may have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew with the amount of split that they've gone for. I think Sakura's read into that, and this retreat is timely.
Yeah, it was E-Arena firing shots, helping out Sakura, who was up ahead. Now, the danger not gone just yet. He repositions himself, gets away. And I do appreciate from a lot of these rosters today not overcommitting. It's so easy to overcommit to a fight, to really feel the energy and push forward. Teams aren't scared to disengage, and I think that's going to be very valuable going into the final stages. Sometimes disengaging and not fighting the fight is the best course of action, and for E-Arena, they decide to do just that because Sakura, even though he was in a 1v1, he did have help from a distance. Once it became a 2v1, he read the situation correctly and decided to dip out. Gamix going to hold on to the shoreline as much as they possibly can. E-Arena, though, continues to kind of encircle them and tramp them, and I do wonder if Gamix is truly going to be able to make their way down the shoreline, or if they're going to have to go south and maybe towards Corey and reposition.
They will be able to survive for just a little bit longer. The question is, how long do you spend doing this, right? Because all this while, teams are getting closer to Everest, to Hospital, to South George. They're getting ahead of the curve in terms of that rotational pace. So chasing down Gamax, I mean, is it really worth it for E-Arena right now? I'm not sure if it's the wisest investment of time. If they get one Elim, okay, they have managed to find that knock. I imagine they're going to turn around now and start to head into the circle. Anything more than this, I think, is a bit of an over-investment. They might just try and prove me wrong.
You know, I think it's just a matter of respect. I mean, Gamix, let's face it, they've been getting pushed. When teams see them, they push into Gamix. They take advantage of the situation. Focus now onto Kinotro. Finale is down, unfortunately. Plur has to be the gatekeeper now to try and protect his position. But Scarface is coming up from the backhand side. Ketch tried to do exactly that too, but he gets taken down. Fireflux with the recovery should get the pickup, but Scarface, I believe, is going to be the linchpin, if I'm not mistaken.
could be important here. Matcap has to go in for the res over towards Ketch, but the off angle. Ozzy-san clocks him again, and that's going to force another player from Fireflux to have to respond to this. Stage 1, reses are possible, but Ozzy-san has been so important for Kinotrope in making this one work. By the way, this Gamax E-Arena fight could crash into this engagement. Remember, they are still going over towards the south side of Quarry. It's getting a little bit nuts. As well as Yangon Galacticos, who are on the other side of the bridge, they're gearing up to try and make a crossing themselves.
Looks like Fireflux still trying to get the reses as they possibly can. Solus has made his way over to start at least one pickup. Ozzy-san can't get the read, can't get the vision to clean up the remaining members of Fireflux, so they do recover just a little bit. Remember, this fight so impactful for Kinotrope to work their way up, and they now have to do it as a duo, which is never easy. Ozzy-san, potential disengagement, or at least for sure a reposition. Now the question is, will Fireflux fire on his position? Yes, they will. Ozzy-san, just a matter of health. Fireflux get the finish, and now they're down to 1.
Oh, looking for Ozzy-san taking care of that off angle. Really good news for them. Fireflux trying to piece themselves back together here. Looks like they may be able to do just that, but what can Yangon Galacticos do about it? A nade for Matcap launched on over. That should be good. No, he's caught running away, and instead it's the bullets to finish him off. Now, Fireflux, can they disengage? Can they get back to this one? Ketch needs to get a heal off. You imagine that he's got the time to do so, but can Yangon Galacticos push in? No, they're going east. Yeah. They're fully disengaged from this. By the way, E-Arena are now fighting in Primals with Gamax on the southwest side.
This is nuts, isn't it? And Gamax just down to a solo. Mind you, the solo left was the one who got the pickup on the downed player. And you think about how Gamax started this with the downed player out of nowhere, hitting the divot with just a sliver of health. And E-Arena so punishing, looking to put Gamax into the grave very early on. The overcommitment, but I mean, for E-Arena, very healthy points, 67. They put themselves up within top 3. Yes, it is an overcommitment, but I think for them, they're fine with this. No worries whatsoever.
I mean, they can play small ball PUBG Mobile, right? They can go for these small point games. You get a team wipe, that is 4 points added to your tally, and at this stage, that's enough to see you completely safe. They have now hit that 70-point threshold that we've been talking about so much in terms of where we expect that 8th place to end up. So getting up and over this early on is great news. We see a replay of the engagements, of the pickups that they were able to find. Tony K rolling up, get that reload in. Little punch out.
No.
Leaves him punch drunk, and Arthur's down for the count.
Well, with that clip, we can see it's a little bit personal. If not, they're having fun, but I know Gamax isn't. Gamax is definitely not. Solo still last up. I'm actually shocked. I'm floored that E-Arena is staying around this solo. Meanwhile, you do have a couple of other engagements taking place, and well, naturally for E-Arena, they finally get the finish. They go to the box, and they're all shooting the body. Why is this so personal? What storyline did we miss?
I don't know, man. Go off, I guess.
There's no smiles either. Like, oh, there we go. Okay, little smile. I was like, wow, they are genuinely upset.
You know what is important about what E-Arena have done here? Sure, they make a decision that we can call into question, but the more important thing is that they were a West Coast team. There is currently a team on the West Coast of the next circle that would have been in a fight with E-Arena, potentially Gamax as well, that is very important. Of course, I'm talking about none other than Alpha 7. They sit on the west edge of this circle. That would have been a contested spot had it not been for E-Arena going for a position like this. Well, if Alpha 7 can get a big game here, I'm placing that blame squarely at the feet of E-Arena.
That's fair. That's a great call-out. And for Alpha 7, maybe singing the praises of E-Arena being totally over-aggressive on the Gamax side. Zone, very small now. Plenty of teams still on the outskirts. Horda has a bit of a split, a 2-2 split at the moment. You've got R8, who's also surrounding them. AXTMG just on the outskirts. Power have a great spot, however, in the middle. And Power already having a wonderful day, obviously coming off of at least a good finish in that game number 2. And I believe here they are going to be the team to watch out for who might be able to make a deep run, which would be wonderful for them. They're just a little bit below that threshold, still in a very healthy spot for Power. Here we go.
Look at that. You got the shot there live from Riyadh. That is Al Haji's father there,
okay.
watching live from in the venue. He's locked in right now, and Power being in an important position, rightly so. He has the support of his family behind him, and hopefully the Power family can play off one another beautifully.
And I saw him in the back lines too, maybe with some comms. Hey, we need to do this, pick it up, right? He was being active during the team huddle in between games. So shout out to the dads. We love family support systems when it comes to esports. It's so impactful, and I tell you what, you can truly make a big impact in your kid's life, in your competitor's life, in your family's life by giving them support in esports, and that's a beautiful thing, especially he's able to get all the way out here to Riyadh to support his son.
That was my dad's birthday yesterday as well. So,
yeah,
you know, we're all about celebrating dad.
Without a doubt, without a doubt.
Happy birthday to my dad for yesterday. Probably should have done that yesterday.
Actually,
but
yeah.
you know what?
But you know what? You got it in now.
Yeah. Happy birthday to Kalaris for a few days ago.
Yes,
We've got
yes.
coming up probably.
Right.
All of that.
That's right.
Well, he's not my dad. Kalaris is not my father.
Thank you for clarifying.
Just to call that one out.
There you go, Claire. If you didn't know, Claris, you're not John's father.
I know what he's like.
Out of the bag.
He'll yeah. Anyway.
You're wild guy. I love it though. E-Arena opposite of Fireflux and a bit of a headbutt potential. I look at Catch right next to Mormon. They're side by side as they go in, and R8's not too far away either, although I do foresee them going a little bit further in. But yeah, fights off. Metcalf's going to be the first one down. 30K to follow. Mormon shots out. Catch melting E-Arena, but only for a little bit. Sakura, a little matter of health as he pushes up. Fireflux still with the advantage, you'd have to assume, with the solo. And that's going to be, now R8's into the mix, so all three teams do, in fact, end up colliding.
Oh, E-Arena on the rematch with Fireflux from the end of the last match get interrupted, but R8 are turned away at the door almost immediately. They try and push in, and immediately the shots ring out. Mormon rolls on forwards in the threatening presence of this hovercraft. Tries to take another player down, bipping the horn, giving it large. Prestige now to the backlines. ID with the backup, but two players now are stepped up to fight them. Prestige, though, with a spray down onto one, is traded, and the hop out wide. Prestige now, the last player alive for R8, and the hovercraft still moving around, slow and threatening. The pace is there, and they sweep them aside. Fireflux are out of there. E-Arena stay alive with 8 elims, and the rematch continues.
And even though they only have a duo, they have the hovercraft, which could be critical later on. Now the question is, does another team come into the fold? Will we see Adrian with Intense Game now start the challenge onto E-Arena up ahead? Again, a very talented roster, but also can get aggressive when they want to, and there is value in pushing E-Arena in this moment. Intense Game desperately need points. They need to elevate themselves up towards top 8. It's getting serious for them. Getting aggressive might be the way, but for Influence Rage, Vision now want to fight themselves.
Vision have really started to suffer in this engagement. Influence Rage holding down Gatka, doing pretty well. But they have got Little Boy down on the floor here and are likely to get that one flushed away. Nothing really to do there. And in come Power. They might look to third party this. There's not too much that anyone can do about it. Playing this southeast building is going to play very well for them. You've got to imagine that the supplies are running low across the way. You can see the underarms coming on through. Al Haji cooking it, trying to chef it up perfectly. Pops it in through the doorway. Don't think that's going to connect, but he does get the bounce around the corner. Unfortunately, doesn't quite find the shot.
Now, there's a little bit of time right now between these two rosters to kind of take their time. However, I believe Hora is going to come crashing in for the third party and the cleanup. That's something they need to desperately be aware of. Narvalo is also scanning the areas, but my concern is Hora coming in to this Influence Rage. Power engagement. Al Haji down, unfortunately. Diego firing blind. He doesn't know he's in front, but he just wants to get any shot he possibly can, and he will eventually fall. Law through the window. Fahim, easy, also pushing up. Easy, nade's being thrown. It's going to be thrown. That's going to be a grenade. And you mentioned Hora also starting to crash in just as Power starts to get control.
Law dropping the nade at his feet, trying to stop people from walking in through the doorframe uncontested. Will give himself a little bit of time here. Finds Sleepy and connects for the shot. Easy's there, and Sky goes down. Hora's crash is going abysmally wrong now, as Alpha 7 are lighting them up from across the way as well. There is no angle that's safe, but they connect onto Vidan first.
And if Alpha 7 somehow comes out of this fight, even from a distance, with the victory, this could be huge for them because they control a significant portion of the map. Narvalo has been hanging out towards the northern side of this entire engagement, and therefore Falcons potentially making a play call for Redux to come over and also fire down on Power, on Aura, on Influence Rage, who's currently embroiled in a desperate fight for Power.
But Power are still alive as 4. They are all up and live and kicking. They've got a lot of pressure into this area. You can't imagine that the Falcons are going to be able to do too much against them. On the inside, it is only small teams to try and go for this. A long nade comes through from No Fear, though, over towards Easy, and that is a little bit split from the rest of Power. Getting this cross successfully could be dangerous. The Falcons regroup. In the meantime, you can see Narvalo and Redux both moving back over to the north side of those chopsticks. They're going to have to try and fight off against Regnum Karya now.
Power. I feel like I've gotten 2 or 3 lives in this fight. They've had so many downed players. They've managed to recover, and they stay a 4-man unit. If they can get Easy back up, which I have no doubt they're going to be able to do so, because Law just doesn't have the line of sight needed in order to get the cleanup on the down player. Actually, Law takes a little bit more damage himself off from Alpha 7, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken. Now, all these rosters now have to shift into the next zone, so this fight can still take its time, but eventually, Blue, it's going to start hurting.
This is the benefit that Power have for having crashed onto the east side of this compound, right? It's closer to the center of the circle. You have those routes away that are going to be a little bit less contested. The difficulty is that there's not really a good space to go towards. At the moment, the compound that sits just to the west of Gatka, of the Chopsticks, is going to be unoccupied. The question is, do they know that? And the second question that you need to follow that up with is, do they have the vehicles and the utility to make that crossing successfully without getting shut down?
Alhaji Easy now start to push forward. They're closing the vice grip onto Law. This nade could be big. He throws it out. Law can't reposition at the moment. Alhaji, another nade, not wanting to overcommit. They don't want to get up close and personal in the CQC fight. Law has finally fallen. Now you can start to push up. Focus on Jiggle. Focus on No Fear from Hora. Influence Ranger now out of there. You know there's only one more team you have to deal with.
2 players from Hora are there, and Alpha 7 start to make their approach. A 2-2 split as Alpha 7 start to ferry players across the open ground in the vehicle there. They leave Rivo as the forward position. Power crossing the open ground now against Hora. No knock sent towards Power, and Jiggle gets taken down to half HP. Alhaji's now up to the wall with Easy following up nicely. They're up into the top floor as well. They're starting to overwhelm Hora here, and there really isn't any resistance that's finding them. A really disciplined push there, and shots being missed by Hora allows them across the open yard, and they will control Gatka, sweep through it. 5 elims found, and they're on for more, but the rotation needs to happen fast.
And just to really say how impressive that was, they had so many down players, and they take 2 teams out while keeping 4 up, but now the struggles really start to begin. Alpha 7 take advantage. They knew this fight was going down the entire time, and they are now punishing Power's rotation, but Alpha 7 isn't out of the woodwork just yet. IG might be sneaking up behind them as well.
Can they ruin it for their countrymen? Intense game. Nope, they've been spotted. Nongshim Red Force gonna clock silence out in the open there. Rafa forward behind the smoke, and Alpha 7 are gonna lose one as well. That is Power extracting a little bit of revenge onto Alpha 7. They have managed to get more than 1 point, so maybe they could turn things around here. Mafioso still is resible, and with 2 players from Intense Game down, that is that northern side assuaged, but they still need to get closer to this next zone.
7, can they recover? They've lost their down player, which honestly is pretty good. I think they would have committed to most likely trying to get Mafioso up, which would have overexposed themselves to more shots, and we could have witnessed a collapse. I'd rather them go at this as a 3-man unit than a 4-man, but still overexposed out in the open, forced to try and challenge Power. That nade will split the difference between the two, give a little bit of damage to Easy, but not much. Power can still desperately hurt Alpha 7 in this moment.
Ooh, Vidan found by that nade. Career finally connects with it. Bravo steps forward for some information, but there's an answer. Easy again with that spray down, but more nades invested, and Alpha 7 do win the fight here. With 3 players alive, they're playing on the northwestern side. They'll have to go further, but there is a compound that sits ahead of them. Those buildings they can survive in. In the meantime, Yangon Galacticos in a really important position, playing in the neck of those 2 chopsticks, with Nongshim just over that ridgeline in the main compound further south.
And by the way, just to put a cap on it, Nongshim Red Force Force is truly the reason why Alpha 7 is still able to play this game. If it wasn't for them applying pressure onto IG, who was coming up onto the backside of Alpha 7 would have been mowed down.
I'm looking at the Falcons in that eastern chopstick. I'm looking at Regnum Kaya in that western chopstick. Both of them would love for Yangon Galacticos to get a little bit of pressure sent their way, but at the moment, there's no crashes really to be found. You can see Alpha 7, they're worried about this compound, that drop of the smoke that's covering off the windows for the northern building, and they're going to try and move on up. They will find it unoccupied right now. They're waiting for those spray downs to come, but they're not going to happen, not from that direction anyway.
I think they'll find out now, yeah, it's going to be unoccupied. I don't mind them taking a leisurely pace to the compounds, throwing smoke, keeping your head on a swivel. You don't want to get caught by surprise. Let's face it, Alpha 7 has been non-stop caught by surprise, taken down one by one. So you can tell all those previous experiences weighing heavily in the back of their mind. AXTMG starts to move in. Ralph from Falcons wants to get these shots connected if he possibly can. You don't want AXTMG to be where they currently are. Falcons are looking to punish them.
Koa will be resible there. Navalo holding it down as well towards Yangon Galacticos. AXTMG not taking more casualties is a bit of a miracle, really, on this crossing, on this swing out to the northern side. They will be able to get these reses done as they were able to find that shot over towards Koa, which is really good news. Intense game do fall as well, and now Alpha 7 are up to 5 elims. Remember, this is all the Arena's fault. Their Alpha 7 are alive.
Well, Arena as well as, like I said, Noxium Red Force helping them out just a little bit. So you got two teams who unintentionally ended up helping Alpha 7 in their desperation attempt to make it to the grand finals. YG up ahead. Falcons starting to move up. Regnum Karya still within the chopsticks, as you mentioned, trying to continue this battle. They've been having to try and fight one fight up top, fight the fight down below. YG, though, also has to worry about Noxium Red Force, who's going to be just behind them. And Say Cloud has managed to make his way up. But Falcons, is it realistic that they can even leave this spot? Because as soon as they apex the top of this ravine, they're getting mowed down.
It's difficult, right? You need to be sure that you have a path forwards. Getting access to the buildings that Yangon Galacticos play in would be beautiful. AXTMG going down is actually a massive bonus for them as well, because it means that now they only have to worry about their western flank. They will no longer be overexposed when they go for these peaks, and they have a little bit more leeway. The circle goes away from the chopsticks, so this fight now will have to take place. But the same is true on the other spur of the chopsticks. With Regnum Kaya needing to push in from that northern side, they have to make a move, and Yangon Galacticos don't want to be anywhere near this.
Yangon Galacticos shooting at Noxium Red Force up ahead. Regnum Karya are also moving in, potentially to crash into Yangon Galacticos. Falcons is going to take advantage of this, and I think it's about to culminate into a massive square-off between three rosters. Yangon Galacticos will get an early down. Noxium Red Force has started to attack, and Falcons are also getting active in the attack.
Regnum Kaya also chiming in there from the opposite angle, and they catch Yangon Galacticos going for a really strange retreat there, I have to say. They didn't really have the cover to go for it, not yet, and they do manage to stay alive as 3, sure, so maybe they're just playing for placements, but at their current standing on the table, they are in 8th place. They don't want to let these games get away from them when they have a dead central position. A nice spray down from Silas connects through the smoke. That should be resible. They have got the cover to do so, but that means Regnum Kaya can move into the main basin at the base of the chopsticks.
Yo, I love the aggression from Silas. Nade cooked, but they get away just in the nick of time. Silas has to make a decision. Push up, back up with my team. What's my play? It looks like he's fully committed. He's going in the tunnel, and that's going to be one down. He clears the angle to the left. Ralph continues to pre-fire, and he's going to punish Silas, who made a great attempt. But Regnum Karya's not done. They continue to push up. Team Falcons need to be ready.
2 players down now to a nade on the off angle from Yangon Galacticos, and more are pouring in over the top. A huge punishment over towards Regnum Kaya, and they are obliterated in the basin there. Wild crawling back to the rest of his team, and by that I mean just Loxy, who remains standing for Regnum Kaya, trying to keep things going. Novalo can be rezzed here, and the Falcons could be playing on with 4. Yangon Galacticos, they pull back, but they draw them in to a death spiral.
It's a question of what Loxy can do. I like the aggression. I think Regnum Karya, Falcons, they were opposite of each other a little bit too long. They said enough is enough. With that down, let's capitalize on it. But it was just a little bit too slow. Falcons were able to recover. But Loxy, the solo from Regnum Karya, can still hurt Falcons tremendously. Let's not forget, Falcons, they are that bubble team. They are right there in 8th place. Their spot in the finals is not guaranteed. There are so many teams nipping on their heels, trying to pass them, trying to knock the home team out, and it's still very doable. So Falcons, this win, a higher placing is critical.
One nade over the top, no knocks. Another, the last in the back pocket for Smile. He's going to invest it here. Ralph is healing, but will it be quick enough? Not quite there. He does find the knock. Yangon Galacticos unlikely to push out to flush it out though here. They will allow this res to come through. Actually, more nades being passed on over. Smile wants to put this one to bed, but Redox is going for the res. The question is, where does he put it? Could maybe take out Loxy with it instead.
Yangon Galacticos, they don't want to push out there. You've got the unknown Loxy, who you don't know where he's currently at. You know he's in this vicinity. You've also got Falcons ready for you, but for Loxy, trying to do what Silas could not do. Push up and take down the roster with the surprise attack. The nade is cooking. Falcons are pushing. They know where Loxy's at. Shotgun out, but no effect. Regnum Karya are out, and it will be Falcons continuing to push on.
They push out at the end of the chopstick here, and Yangon Galacticos, I think they may be out of nades now. Not really too many more to play with. The nade bobbles in, but Smile's not up at the windowsill. Falcons have to push up, and they have to push now. Alpha 7 getting cut out by the blue zone. Koa first up into the meat grinder, and Yangon Galacticos hold their nerve. They draw back and back and back, and every single step they take backwards, they find a player running towards them. They're able to farm up those points and push in towards those top 8. But in the meantime, it's Nongshim Red Force who have been chilling for the longest time out on the south side.
Top 2, Nongshim Red Force, a big win would put them comfortably within the top, or potentially edging closer to top 3. But anyways, with the point standings, most likely going to the finals, this is imperative, an imperative victory they take for Yangon Galacticos, also a team that is very close to the bubble, just 1 point ahead of Team Falcons. A win here would also separate them from the other teams nipping at their heels, but they've got the blue zone. They've got to push up, and Nongshim Red Force are ready to mow them down.
Romeo turns the corner, hits the deck, stays safe from Doc C for just a moment longer. The smokes have to come through as Nongshim Red Force are closer to the center of the circle. This pace needs to be coming out from Yangon Galacticos, and SayCloud's going to breach out into the open. This is bold and very, very dangerous coming through. Needs to stay safe, folds back into the smoke here, and looks to unleash a little bit more, step him a little bit closer to this Smile, playing on the south side of the building, and these shots aren't connecting for Yangon Galacticos. They still have nades and mollies and everything to play with.
Yangon Galacticos very exposed out in the open at the moment. They continue to push up through the smokes. The nades are going to hurt. SayCloud is going to be down. That's going to put Yangon Galacticos with just 2 members. Smile also gone. Is this a victory for Nongshim Red Force to add up to the total where they currently stand? Yes, it will be. Nongshim Red Force will take the victory. They dominate in fashion, and that is so critical because it puts them well within the top 5 and well on their way to grand finals.
There are over 70 points now for 4 of our teams: Fireflux, E-Arena, Power Esports, Aura Esports as well. They are on 71 or higher points. That puts them safe over that threshold. As long as they can keep this pace, they may have done enough already, but it's teams like Nongshim Red Force who now are at 61 points after that match, where they will feel a lot safer. As the camera pans over Alpha 7, they didn't do enough that match to put themselves back in the conversation. Sure, it wasn't a 1-point game, but they are still down towards the bottom half, barely solidly, and they still have such a long way to go. They need to keep themselves together. And you can see he's even missing the camera shots sometimes. Revo has been good with it, but will they be good enough? That is the question. Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's to get on with the rest of the day. To do that, we're going to head to a break. We'll be back with our final Erangel of the survival stages. Make sure that you stay tuned.
This land is calling.
New Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Well, it felt very calm in that compound for Nongshim Red Forces. They were sleeping, waiting for the rest of the lobby to come to them. And they do what Korea does best. They sit in that compound. They're able to get the victory. Good stuff for them here on Erangel, near the chopsticks, near Gatka, doing the business. We've got 7, as well as Neptura to talk about this one. Neptura, this was Nongshim doing what they do great, which is waiting for the rest of the lobby to come their way and capitalize on it.
Sometimes that's all you need to do.
Yeah.
It really is. Why do anything different? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the saying, and I think they adhered to that really, really well. I will say they would not have won if it wasn't for those incredible roof angles, because that initial nade coming in over to Yangon behind the bale was amazing, and that just turned the tide completely, because Yangon, I still think, could have done something with that, right? They were trying to be maneuverable, trying to be mobile, but that one nade just was like, okay, game over. So a very, very nice sort of end game for them, and 7 eliminations is actually a little bit more than I thought they got, but 17 points, it's a good win.
Good stuff. But Yangon could have had 100 smokes, but the fact that Nongshim Red Force had like 400, 556, as well as all that util 7, it was going to be very difficult for them to make any transition.
Yeah, for Nongshim, I mean, they had nades, and for Yangon too, they've been fighting 2 different teams at that point, so they really didn't have that much left. On top of that, just having to now rotate from the fight between, they were having Regnum Karya, Falcons, having to focus on Nongshim Red Force. It was just going to be a little bit too much for that squad. But I'm going to be looking here towards the bottom. I was actually a bit surprised about Hora overcommitting to a third party between Power and Influence Rage. That was a bit surprising for me, because I felt like they could have just taken their time and just paced it out a little bit longer. Instead, they just saw a fight, they saw an opportunity, they went for it, and it ends up backfiring.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this game as well. A lot really focused on these compounds, as well as the chopsticks and how this all does go down. Because realistically speaking, Neptura, this is such an open area. If you don't have one of these compounds, if you don't have a chopstick to live in for a while and then get a 3rd or a 4th place, it's going to be hard for everyone else.
That's just the name of the game when it comes to these field zones, isn't it, though? I mean, I think some teams are more used to playing them than others, Falcons being one of them, but they did opt for the chopsticks. It was an interesting rotation actually coming in from Falcons. I want to talk a little bit about that, because Regnum were gatekeeping them on the north side, and I really just felt like actually the Falcons didn't do much. They kind of just stood in front of Regnum and didn't rotate somewhere else. They were like, are we going to push it? Are we not? And for me, I just thought that was just way too long because it gave Regnum a chance, possibly, to actually come up with a plan of how to take out Falcons completely, right?
Yeah.
Gives them time to get that setup going. I'd have much preferred, Seven, if Falcons had actually rotated down to the eastern side. There's either chopsticks or there's that ridge by the road. Both of those would have worked really well. In the end, they did end up doing that, as did Regnum, but for me, I was like, oh, it's a bit dicey.
I kind of disagree with that because at that point, you had Yangon Galacticos just holding down chopsticks. And then on top of that, you have Regnum Karya and Falcons just trying to find a way. I was actually impressed by the way Falcons was playing that. I really enjoyed that way that they were able to push it. And it's something that I was talking with Max backstage as well during that match, is the way that they were pushing up, using that utility to their advantage. And in regards to just them wanting to rotate south, it was going to be a bit harder because you still had AXTMG at that point. So I think the scouting came into play there for Falcons, and they ended up making the right decision.
It's tough though because you're circle side, right? So you've got a timer above your head. You've all the pressure is on you to make the right decision. So it's by the by here. Let's actually head over to Barney now, who is ready on the stage actually with Team Vision after they had a great game too.
Welcome back to the main stage here at the Qiddiya Esports Arena. I've got Never Alone joining me from Team Vision. Never Alone, we've got to talk about Map 2. It was such a huge potential turning point for you guys in the survival stage. 13 eliminations, 19 points in total. That actually bumps you up to 10th place as well in our rankings. Give me kind of a breakdown of how you thought that map went. What was going well, what was going not so well? Because you secured a lot of points.
Yeah. So the preparation for the last day is to move quick because we land like in the middle of the map, which is cool. So that's our game plan, and to scout like every place possible. And we got a good spot and we took advantage of it.
Well, you obviously need a really strong finish, or you need another one of those maps to secure more points, right? You got one Erangel, 2 Miramars left on the map. What are you thinking? Like, tell us your strategies, if you can tell us some, and how are you going to solidify your spot in the grand finals?
In terms of the last Erangel game, we will play fast as usual, but in Miramar it's difficult to play fast. We will play like it depends like on the zone, and we will like push and get kills as much as we can.
Keep it steady, keep it strong. I like it. Thanks so much, Never Alone. I really appreciate it. Best of luck in the last 3 maps, and we hope to see you in those grand finals. For now, back to you guys.
Thanks, Barney. Well, a big jump up from Vision after that game 2, of course, here. They're going to need a little bit more, though, here in the survival stage. Let's move to another team, of course, Yangon. Obviously, they get themselves to second place here. It's a good second place. They had quite a bit of that compound for quite a while in that game. What are you thinking, Seven?
I'm even rewinding back. I'm going back to how they were even able to get there.
Sure.
They were trying to just rotate into the main island through that western bridge, and Fireflex was just holding them down. So they made the right choice by going towards the eastern bridge and just going on a full wrap. One thing that I really enjoyed about this team of how they were able to take control of that chopsticks area was Romeo. Romeo was doing some amazing scouting. He was making sure he got in the right spot too. He noticed that nobody was going to be there in chopsticks, and then he kind of gave the call for everybody else to crash in.
I'm surprised they went into second place, yes, but with as few elims as they did, because I thought they popped off a lot more than just 6 eliminations, but I totally agree with you, Seven. I think they played that phenomenally. It was very proactive, and it was very sort of thinking ahead of everything, which I really, really enjoyed from them.
All right, with only 3 more games remaining, let's check in with where the damage is being done. As we have, of course, our top 8 at the moment here. Currently, Team Falcons sits in that 8th place position. For some of these top teams, they're done. They know that they are going to be going through into that grand finals. And the question now remains here, with them being probably very comfortable, Neptura, do they now start exerting themselves on the rest of the lobby, or one particular team in particular? What do you think?
On the Miramar, yes.
You think so, just on the Miramar?
On the Miramar. I with as close as these points are, I would be a little bit scared of doing anything drastic in the last Erangel. I want one more good game before I start doing anything crazy.
Fair. Well, of course, as we say, Team Falcons very much in the danger zone. That could mean catastrophe for them when it comes to points.
You can mention Team Falcons. I'm actually getting scared for Regnum Karya. We haven't been able to see much out of this squad, a team that's usually able to get the eliminations. Only currently, I mean, you can see the eliminations are there. It just comes down to those placement points, and it kind of comes down to what we saw in the last match. They were just being a bit too passive. It's not the Regnum Karya that I'm used to seeing.
It does feel for me when I look at those points, probably top 5 as long as nothing catastrophic occurs, should be safe. So maybe going into these next 3 games, there might be 3 positions open here as we take a look on further down. Alpha 7 moves up 1 place during all of this, but it's looking dicey here, Neptura, for these teams.
And the thing is that with all of those teams, we're not seeing anything different from them.
Yeah.
That's the problem. We've got 3 games left now. We're halfway through the day, and none of them have done anything. And I hate to be so brutally honest because I love a lot of these teams that are on here, but they're not doing anything. Do something.
Where's the sticky mode?
Where's the stick? Honestly.
Yeah, they're going to have to do quite a bit to try and jump on up right here, because I think obviously teams like Falcons are going to try and defend their position and see how everything goes. For now, thank you very much, guys. It is time to head over to the main stage where Barney and Veracity are ready to go for a halftime.
Veracity. Okay. You know what we're going to have to do? It's getting heated out here, right? So I'm going to call a truce because we need to focus up. I don't want to see any of these floorboards moving, okay? Because it's getting very important out here. 8 teams are going to be sent home after the next 3 maps. So let's talk about the opening 3 maps of the day. We had back-to-back chicken dinners from E-Arena and then Nongshim Red Force securing the 3rd. Impressive.
Impressive to say the least, but the thing that we're really focusing in on, Barney, is our overall standings. Fireflux Esports walked away with 2 top 3 victories so far today, in itself impressive. We then had Power Esports, a bit of a middle-of-the-pack performance, but as you mentioned, E-Arena, what an astounding showing from them. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. Whew, it's looking pretty good.
It is looking good. We've also got to talk about the teams that are on the brink of elimination, right? 9th, 10th, and 11th spot. Influence, Rage, Team Vision, and R8 Esports. All really need to pull something together for these next 3 maps. But also, speaking of make or break, it's Alpha 7. They've got to pull it together.
One thing is for certain, Barney, myself, everybody watching at home, and certainly all of the teams here had a giant target on their back of Alpha 7, but unfortunately they've not been able to really give us what we were hoping for. Only time will tell whether or not they'll be able to pull it out the bag this time around for match number 4. It is now or never. It is do or die. Let's get the show on the road.
Thank you very much, Jasmine, and of course the wonderful Barney Banks down on the stage. It is myself, Jackie, joined by the one, the only Blancamus Prime. How you doing, bro?
It's me, Blancamus Prime. I'm in my prime time here to watch these players shine.
That's a rhyme.
Yeah, we're on the grind.
And there will need to be some point-based crimes out there on the battleground today, of course, as we are getting close towards the curtain call for the survival stage. And man, it has been intense already today. We've seen some players that look incredibly frustrated, some squads that are looking to excel, and it all really comes down to these final 3 games of day 2 of the survival stage, here live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, there's a perfect metaphor right there for the Falcons as well. It's like the 3 players, and Ralph, Redox, and Koa, they're all playing the game on the phone. Not Valo. He's knocked.
Yeah.
Specking.
The Observer. They've got to fix that.
Yeah. I think he does give his life for the cause a lot of times, though. So
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. And hey, look,
he's practicing, though.
It's been a better kind of day of it, you know?
It has been a better day.
But like we say, mate, obviously it all really comes down to this. Other teams do have the possibility to lap you. We've seen certainly the bar rising inside of this lobby. 16 teams going in, only 8 will make it out. You can see the overall rankings right now from the first half of the day. This is the midway point, though, and it's only going to get more and more intense.
Fireflux at the top. Sort of surprising for me, actually. 88 points, which is a fantastic average to be finding, almost a 10-point average during these matches. I think overall, really well done to Fireflux. I do think Scarface has been a big influence for them. Though on the other hand of things, there has been a couple of throws today, right? There's been a couple of moments where you feel like they could do a lot better. I mean, Quarry, 4 players alive, all the space in the world, all of a sudden down to just the 3.
Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. Overall, though, man, I think, you know, what we've really defined, at least over the course of this first half of day 2, has been the clear disparity between some of our teams. That bottom half of the lobby towards the upper echelons. There's a couple of teams that could still push and upset the rankings, specifically towards place 8. But we'll come back to that. Let's focus up. Playing paths in. We got the zone as well. We can dial in for this game, Blank.
Playing straight drifting right now.
Yeah, it does that. It does that.
Yeah.
Keeps you guessing. It's like a skateboard.
Pretty good. It's going for the old 500x grind on the path. But we're heading over towards the east side. Yangon Galacticos very over towards the center. 61 points as we head up towards 5th and upwards, around about that 70-point region. Team Falcon still in trouble in 8th, but it is a little bit of a drop down right over towards Influence Rage with 47 points. For Alpha 7 Esports, we're not going to talk about them all that much. They don't have a lot. They don't have long.
No. It would need to be a meteoric rise, and then you also need the teams above you to really struggle and absolutely fumble the bag for them to be able to make it back in. And of course, you think about the major talking point that comes with that. If they do not make it out, which at the minute seems like a very real possibility, we will have a guaranteed new champion crowned this year.
Absolutely. Now we take a look at the middle side of the bracket, because I think that is probably most important for us to take a look at. It will be fantastic when we get through to the end of the day and we can crown the winners of the survival stage, who will have the privilege of whacking those keys and the old grinder. But if we look towards that middling section, which is the main contention point, right, for who's going through into the grand finals and who will be leaving us. It is that drop off 59 down to 47, but it's not massively different between 8th and 6th place. 61 down to 59. It's not crazy. I think for Fireflux, it will be very hard to knock them off their podium alongside E Arena. I think that they have done quite a lot so far, and they would have to have a horrendous day to finish things off, as well as an incredible pursuit from the teams behind.
Yeah. It's been classic power as well, where it feels like the minute they're in the survival stage, that true sort of might of the team is put on display. They thrive in these kind of lobbies. We've seen that. It's been far more aggressive. You can see them on screen now. Again, the talent on this team, it feels like Easy's been really instrumental to a lot of the setups, and Al Haji as well. You can't think of power without this man.
Yeah, you can't, honestly. I think for me personally, Easy been a bit more of a factor throughout this tournament so far, at least in the survival stage. I think Al Haji's great, and they certainly lose a lot of that confident demeanor when Al Haji goes down. But it is Easy to make a lot of those calls. He's the one who seems the most animated when it comes to watching them over on their desk, in their booths.
He's just looked very crisp with the gun skill as well, which goes the extra mile, mate, in these kind of lobbies. Oh, hang on a minute. Already some action coming our way. Close quarters engagement with Silas starting it off on the peak up. Bullet from the backline though, so Vision giving as good as they get and trying to at least turn them back around. Forced to bail out on that one with the initial crash, not kicking off the way they wanted it to. If they got that opening knock, maybe it would have been a different story. Instead, you deviate from the back, play off the cover.
Good decision from Regnum Karya. I think when you get towards the end of the day here and you realize you're on the cusp, right? You're almost falling off that edge there. I think that's the smart decision to make. You don't want to go down too early in this one. I think they could have maybe pushed the issue if they were feeling a bit more comfortable towards the top side of the lobby. But here, I would say that's the right move. You're getting shot from an angle you have no clue where that angle is either. So you just make the quick getaway, especially getting tapped for 70 damage as well. So well played, the Vault. Definitely sends them back off that position with a triumphant shot.
This is where those more influential decisions of knowing when to call it quits on a fight as well is really going to come in the early game. You'll see the difference in decision making for all these teams. Nongshim Red Force again there, they catch whiff of power immediately. You do not want to run the risk of not being able to really keep accruing points inside of this matchup with the last few games of the day. So just bail out on it early. Think about the bigger picture. No reason to stay around. Both of those teams in similar positions, 75 and 71 points between the both.
There's still opportunity for a crazy run-up. I mean, Influence Rage could get themselves like a 20-point game or more, suddenly be in the running for sending upwards, and could be that case where Nongshim Red Force, as we saw in the final day of groups, slips away. And it was post-game 3 where that started to occur. So for Nongshim Red Force, I do think that right now, aim of the game should be placements. Sometimes that idea of pulling things back a little bit can come back to haunt you, though.
in that desperate moment of let's just make it to the end game, let's just get those points. You're leaving games with 1 or 2 points getting towards a 7th place, but with only the 1 elimination, doesn't really cut it as much as it used to.
Yeah, won't realistically cut the mustard this late into the survival stage.
R8, very, very close to Alpha 7. Already ahead of them in the rankings. Want to stay that way and at least go home with a little bit of pride, a little bit of reputation. They could go for a hunt down over towards Alpha 7, but I'm pretty sure they're quite clear on their position. A little nod over. Push it back, but Ida actually heading further this way. Not allowing Alpha 7 to get away without a little bit of a sniff coming through from R8.
There's a quick pit stop with some bullets back over from Revo, at least to establish some fire their way. And of course, they can move off on this one. Again, these opening moments is going to be a little bit more timid. I want to run those risks of going down early, so no overcommit. Get the Falcons POV as well. A team that currently is in 8th place. But of course, like we've alluded to, it's not that different. The points above and below could be lapped. They've got to play consistent from this point forward still.
They had a good change of pace yesterday, in my opinion. Towards the end of the day, making much more aggressive rotations. I was a bit disappointed earlier today looking at the Sandhawk. Up until the moment when they made a pretty bold rotate through. I wish those rotates would come a little bit sooner, or at least give themselves a springboard closer to those areas earlier in the game. But they are being much more confident to make those plays. Now I'm hoping that now you're getting closer and closer and you see that finish line on the horizon. That doesn't worry them too much. Right now they are passing by Nongshim Red Force, or at least the back line of them. Kino Trope not too far behind either. You got intense game over towards that south side as you saw, and we head over towards the eastern area of the map.
Intense game. Potentially they might actually run in to the Yangon Galacticos squad. Yangon, that I will say, I think again today it's been a better sort of decision making with the pace. They've been playing a little bit quicker, not really pulling their punches so much. Feels like their team's got a ton of talent. Like we were seeing it in some of the fights they were getting stuck into yesterday, right? You know, they were able to actually go head to head with some of the better teams in the lobby. And they're in a good spot, man. If they keep this up again, you know, we were seeing there is certainly a lot of potential. They could make it out, keep this run alive. Distance firefight on this one's with the Falcons catching vision back over towards Kino Trope. That was the late flank in that you brought up. A couple bullets fired out that way.
My only issue with Yangon Galacticos is just the variance in ability. Right, there's multiple times where we've seen them either get like a massive game or go out fairly quickly with not much more than the whimper. And I think that's my issue with Yangon Galacticos, is not quite consistent enough for me, where it's even now hard to make a full read on them. But you're right in the sense that there is potential there, right? The ceiling on that team's quite high. Unfortunately, a lot of times they're lower down towards the bottom floor.
More literally here towards the bottom floor. Clearing out towards the bunker side, Sky's POV, Hora Esports. Again, a team that you could probably paint with a bit of a similar brush there. Feels like there is a ton of talent. Obviously, they've been really warming up again as well. Tied right now, 71 points between them and Nongshim Red Force.
That's been good.
Oh, yeah.
I think we had like a lot of, in fact, I think most of the teams that went through to the finals absolutely deserved it. I do think, obviously, the big question marks for a lot of people were Falcons and Alpha 7, but I personally don't think they played well enough in those group stages to even have a chance to get towards the grand finals, personally. I think both teams absolutely do belong here in the survival stage to reprove their worth. If anything, I think Falcons are almost appreciative of the extra time they get to figure out what their playstyle is going to be going forward. We even heard Revo talking about it, saying that, you know, something's got to change. Something has to change. We've got to figure it out. I think for Falcons, there are clear areas that could do with improvement. For Alpha 7, on the other hand, it's a bit of a puzzle. A bit more of a puzzle of what's going wrong on that team.
Yeah, he keeps you guessing an awful lot more in reality. But hey, like we said, you know, we'll sort of keep up to date with how it's going for them over the course of these last 3 games, but at the minute, they're in very dire straits. On the bridge crossing down towards Yangon Galacticus, we did see a fight from the backline there from E-Arena that have been looking absolutely stalwart in today's gameplay once again. Great rotations, taking chicken dinners, heads-up calls. It's looked fantastic to watch. Regnum Karia once again making their appearance on the broadcast here, down towards R8 of course. Set up in the tree line, quick vision over, Toxic looking for the shots. Meanwhile, backstab there onto the Falcons. It's a bit of a hybrid fight. 3 teams going up against each other, Power, Falcons and intense game.
Yeah, Falcons just losing one right off the bat. I mean, they're able to find one elim back their way. The Fireflux playing, I would call kind of 2022 European gameplay here, which is just very central every single game. We're not being punished too much for it. We moved over to more of a edge style in the past, but that's ever changing, is that meta of how teams want to expand out towards the outer edges or keep it cut over towards the center. And it's really just picking your moments of when you want to go for that one. For right now, Fireflux has had some fairly good rotations to get here, fairly clean. Some good homework's been coming through on their end too, in terms of picking those rotations and when they can go for them. For the Falcons, on the other hand, it is just a case of going for those rotations and making the clear decision from everyone on that team to follow on it. The Falcons down to 3 now. This would be a good game to get further up those steps inside of the leaderboard, see themselves a bit more safe going forward. Gamax currently over towards the eastern side of this circle, but still fairly central. But down towards Milt is where I'm most worried for a lot of teams. Crunching through that area of the map, not always easy. E-Arena currently right on the back lines of it though. Likely one of the first teams to find troubles getting out from here, especially because Yangon Galacticos know their location and Alpha 7's expecting a team to make that wrap through the fields on the eastern side.
Yeah, they had the double hovercraft when they were able to bonnet away the solo player from Yangon Galacticos. Since then, one of them was blown up. Still got some vehicles to work with, though, and have been advancing further forward. Squash is the one just peeking out the top floor window, trying to get a read in the lay of the land as they make their move over. Nongshin Red Force down in the compound here as well. Quick peek up towards the ridge side. Doxy, seeing if he can spot them out.
Regnum Kai is a team that I'm definitely looking at. 7th place, but I think they're a team that should be going through or should be at least hoping to make it through. I don't think it's a bad team whatsoever. Loxy, Wild, Silas, all very strong in their own right. Toshpik's had a good addition to the squad. And it's been close each time, right? Even in those group stages, it was close. They got knocked out in the final game when they were playing at I think it was 7th place. And it was Thunder Talks and was it DRX or... which team was it that managed to get ahead of them? Either way, it was Ida.
Yes.
Ida, there we go. Ida was able to overlap them as well in that final game. It was only a few points here and there. So for Regnum Kaya, this is a team that I expect to make it through the survival stage, but in 7th place, it does look a little bit shaky.
Yeah, we get the push in here from Kinotrope. Ooh, shots in the back line. Good from Ketch for the opening damage. Scarface is up close to clean up as well, so the Bizon's put to good use. Accrue those points and just leave the one man who's running through the tree line to try and close the gap between them. Horrific position to be left into. Yeah, so kind of just trapped there.
Yeah. It's nice as well. I think that Ketch is seeing how Scarface is playing and I'm pretty much having that notion of I can't sit on the back lines anymore. I used to be the star on this team and I've got to bring that energy back again. I think he has been doing very well to support Scarface here. I think right now they're the 2 highest damage players in this lobby, with Ketch actually taking the 1st place there, which is really nice. Sometimes you do need to have a teammate step it up to give you that extra kick to be like, okay, I need to do my teammate proud.
This is a messy one. Hora with the split behind the rock and up on top of the ridge with vision in the middle of the gulch there. Nades being thrown out from either side. Fair amount of damage translated onto either one of the teams. Smoke to play with, tucked in. Sleepy looking to try and engage from this, but quick peek from Marcelo over the top of the smoke. And he's able to grab that one. No fear going down to the follow-up nade as well, so it's really looking rough for Hora. And in come Noxian Red Force, able to dive on top of this. Doxy now. Going to see what he can steal away. The nade could be absolutely massive as well. Close quarters engagement on this one. Into the back, it detonates. And Vision are being blinded by the shrapnel. Oh, this is brutal.
It gave Horror a slight opportunity to get away from this as well. Doxy on the top side will find one with a very clean spray down. Using the UMP here, now just Volt remaining. Sensibly the best player on this squad. Looking to finish off Horror at least. Caused them such problems in the past. And it's not a fun area to play this around Shelter. You have a lot of these positions that sit around, which is not always the most comfortable bits to cover. You can't fully commit underneath into the Shelter underground because you lack information, you lack knowledge. Someone can send over towards you and then just hold you out with nades or even vehicles to block the stairways. It's unenjoyable.
It's quite an elongated bout between them as well. I mean, Volt's been trying to find an off angle to peek back round. Ooh, did Tizzy spot him on the angle there, trying to peek back down? Got Tizzy on the ridge side, peeks up into it. Yeah, Tizzy knew. We'll shut down Volt, so that's Vision removed. Obviously in 10th place going into this one. No chance to really build themselves further up the standings. And Fireflux could still guard towards that as well when Nonshin have to reposition. Meanwhile, we get the fight in here between R8 and AX. Nades over the top, vehicles in play.
We push back down towards the south. It's an unfortunate assumption there coming through from Henry. I think he tried to at least go for a decent nade behind the tree. And I think that without the little information, it was pretty well placed, honestly, if the player was there. Ida finding Zizzy. Horror does finally go down to Doxy, and Nongshin Red Force on a bit of a tear here, despite, you know, probably going down to R8 in the next couple of moments. I still think a 7 Elim game is very good. And it will just keep them up towards the top side of the lobby. Power did lose one earlier, if we remember. E-Arena manages to get quite far through, at least with a couple of players, but Power immediately will snap down on top of them.
Oh, Yangon pushing up. Sakura close towards the action, but it's Mormon that throws out the first stone. Dive over the top as well with the movement, assisted by his teammate. Sakura, smooth moves for the battle back, and they're able to handle themselves quite nicely on that one. Even with the shots now raining in from Power, looking to snatch away some of those points. Even Revo chiming in. So Alpha 7 from the side, spotting an opportunity and looking to try and seize onto it. Romero, this is absolutely horrific, has to jump into the hovercraft, try and top himself back up, and look for some sort of getaway.
I think Romeo's in a pretty tough position, right? I'm not sure how you get out of this one. I think the hovercraft will at least give them some capability, a little bit of a defense. E-Arena will send down. Sakura just slumped down on the side seating, and he will get popped out of there, and it will be over as Power picks up a couple more eliminations on their high ground position, which is very nice down towards the south side, and they can kind of cull a lot of the teams on the south. Alpha 7 playing this patient split over towards the east and have yet to lose a player. A lot of action over towards that north side as R8 slowly works their way down. Influence Rage did take a knock, so there is information there for them, and AX could get involved. They know roughly where these players are. In comes R8 though, and Influence Rage need to respond, but players are nowhere nearby to help out at this Wizard Tower. Mark goes in, finds one. Diego left in an uncomfortable 1v3.
So easy on the cleanup. Straight in. At his limit for that one. And dispatches both of them. And like you said, there's no real room to trade off with one another as well, with how fragmented Influence Rage was. And with the majority of the teams that are going down being top heavy in the standings, this is opening up opportunities for a squad like R8 to keep building from this one. So being able to at least find what they need in the moment, but Ida from the sideline gets hit by AX that are now pushing up onto it. Lorazin as well, taking a face now with their attention turned. The bonnet of Arian, that's going to connect back onto R8.
Yeah, at least like that from AX, who decide to get involved on that. They saw the fighting happening. Fireflux have made their way over towards this western side and looking to sweep on through. Ketch already finding the first over towards Lorazin on the Molotov. Now looking for a little bit more here. They're continuing to rack up those points and see themselves further solidified over towards that first place spot. Currently running with 93 points to the 79 from E Arena on this game. Gamax Judo finding Carrillo. This is happening multiple times. Gamax are able to find the shots over toward Alpha 7. A proper nemesis on their hands. It's Turkey versus Turkey, though.
Regnum Karia up close onto Fireflux. Silas firing off shells from the DBS. Good damage done. Meanwhile, the Elim feed showing us the tail between Alpha 7 and Gamax. Scarface with a quick reposition. The Orgle hit heavy. Another man down. Sideline shots as well from AX. Still third partying.
Man, is that Regnum Kaya just down and out there? Yes, it is. Fireflux brings the heat straight to them. They can hold this team under. R8 still holding versus Influence Rage as well as Intense Game. Fireflux as well as Regnum Kaya go down in mutual destruction.
Nade's out. Intense Game. Almost on target there. A little bit of chip damage, but not enough to blow them away. A little bit of cover to work with on this ridge side with a slight lip. Ooh, good tag, peeks up off the back of it. Prestige sees them sprinting in. Wants to get the knock onto the low HP players, but the sideline shots, it's always AX. Right now, they're the ones popping up, finding prime opportunities to at least steal away a couple points here and there. The big dive in from Rafa's good. R8 are finished off because of it, but AX are still in position to make it even more uncomfortable. That's another knockback over. Rafa gets one before he falls.
I mean, AX has been doing great work from this north side, just watching down this way. They've been ever present, ever watching over towards them. Now Valo with a dangerous peek coming through here. Falcons do move up underneath Power, using them as almost bodyguards. This slight ridgeline that runs through it looks good. Romeo sends on over. We'll find one of the players from Alpha 7, but it's just a knock that's easily res back up again. And right now they claim a lot of space, but in comes the Falcons off the back of a knock as well. This looks not so great for Alpha 7.
Oh, you've got to be quick to handle this one. Up close and personal, Koa biting at them. He's able to find the first dive over the top as well. Follow-up shots coming through. Backstab from Ragnar as Power able to find some damage. Close range molly thrown in as well. Trying to commit onto those knock players, but they don't want to over-egg it. You've got Carrillo further up the ridge side.
No, what are you doing?
Looking to assist. The team nade thrown in. It's uncomfortable, and Koa is on his last legs because of it.
Man, Narvala, what was that, dude? Now, this could be a nice bouncer coming through from Ralph, but he sends it too far over and the crazy golf maneuver's not happening. Another airburst, and surprisingly, Alpha 7's managed to get their players back up again. There's a big one from Koa. Once again, this guy is just carrying the team.
Single-handedly, Koa is making the difference for the Falcons right now, through thick and thin, even when it's his own team, making it uncomfortable. They do at least dive in. All of the knocks confirmed. You've only got the one man up on the ridge side for Alpha 7 looking to at least try and hold them back. But Falcons do win out on that one. They turn their attention round towards Power that are starting to rotate.
That's madness. Koa's basically in a 1v2 team situation there. Playing against his own teammates and Alpha 7. Unbelievable stuff. But what a nade. Very, very nice. I mean, Ralph at least opens up the way for the crazy golf maneuver off the back of the tree. Not quite a hole-in-one, but they'll take a bogey.
AX up close. Not going to be able to win out on that one versus Intense Game. Devotee goes down, but Power Esports have caught whiff of this. They're making their move up. 3 nades to play with for Al Haji. He can dash those in whilst the squad sets up from the side. Carrillo further out as well. Silence, realizing that he's being pushed on, primes one of his own.
Intense Game, 2 players here. Silence been quite effective over the last day. In comes the Falcons. Ralph first to face over towards Carrillo. Alpha 7 getting pushed back multiple times. Tries to catch him on the corner. At least has his position on lockdown now.
The choreography in Carrillo has to be absolutely perfect on this. Narvalo with a UMP, bait out shot on the corner, seeing if they're going to commit to the wide swing round. They've still got nades. That could be the difference. Al-Haji, though, realizing this is a prime-time opportunity to backstab onto the Falcons. He pulls up to the party, up close and personal. Carrillo goes down. Goodbye, Alpha 7, as Narvalo makes the move. Nade in as well. Pedrino from Intense Game starting to barrage bullets down. Al-Haji commits with a burst. Falcons blown away.
Big redemption coming through from Narvalo there as well, and the Falcons will absolutely take that, which pushes them further up the tables now, which is very, very nice. It feels less desperate going into our final 2 games. But Power, we were talking about them earlier, they step it up in those survival stages. When times get desperate, they make it happen.
With the communication looking so clean on this one, the rotates have been good, the engagements have always been in their favor. A 3-2 split in the battle of attrition, the final 2 squads here. This could be another massive game for Power. Keep them building up the rankings. And like we said, they thrive in the survival stage. They don't just survive blank, and they're showing that once again this year.
Now look at the finish off, Intense Game. Over towards the lumberyard. Power looking to hack through them. We'll see if they can call timber, or if Intense Game can stand tall like the Oaks in Canada.
Call them the Redwoods. You will be red with anger if they're able to close the gap. That's what they're setting up for. Attention from Silence onto Al-Haji. Tucks himself in behind the tree. Nade primed out, low on health for Dan. Able to at least get right where he needs to be. Put that DPS in lethal range. See if he can get this connection. Fragment the players. Intense Game would be able to be shot from the sideline. Debating whether or not he wants to engage. Onto his teammate of Pedrino, though, from further away. Battling over the top side. Ooh. Silence drops in. The shot fires out. Ears ringing for Fahiden. He tucks in.
He's just running.
Not ready. The backstab's there. He's able to grab one. Pedrino with the response. It's good.
Al-Haji will find him though. Pedrino versus Al-Haji, and one more. Will be an incredible 1v2, but it's not going to be easy. Al-Haji up towards the rocks. And that's Power. Take themselves a chicken dinner, looking more like Bear Grylls in these final moments. True survivors here on our stage. Intense Game weren't quite able to hold it out. A tree with more bark than it had bites. Unfortunately there in the end, but it's Falcons who get themselves a nice couple of points there, removing Alpha 7 and dooming them further down the tables.
That one was an awkward fight to remember, but it's anything but uncomfortable for Power. Al-Happy makes another appearance, and of course he's looking animated. The entire team having a very different aura around them than what we saw in the group stage. Far better to witness, but the other side of the coin, of course, is Alpha 7. The frustration's been there, even in moments where it feels like they can almost make it work. Falcons having some internal turmoil. But hey, man, it's better than it could have been.
It is. I mean, to be fair to Narvalo, I think he certainly redeems himself versus Carrillo there towards the end game. But in the meantime, we're going to head over towards a short break before we're joined back again on the desk.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy Series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Well, the lights never go out as Power illuminates Riyadh again here and gets themselves another Erangel on the board. Great stuff by them to be able to take out this Lumberhill Yard finish. And I've got 7, as well as Neptura, to talk about this. Power is basically confirming themselves in the grand finals here, Neptura.
They really are. I mean, they're doing what we've seen time and time again from them. I really like that this is a formula that is working, and so they're just using it, picking apart a few teams over on the edge side in the mid game, just kind of creating a little bit of space, waiting, holding back, and then when somebody's busy, just come in and control the whole circle. It works. It's a strategy that's working for them, and they're really using it to their advantage. I mean, 18 points on the board. Like you said, I think we're kind of looking at them being a finalist team here.
I agree with that. I think for this team, I mean, they had the compound for the longest time too, which kind of allowed them for everybody else just to fight it. 18 points is what you want to see. I'm a little bit scared though from some of the teams that we're not seeing towards this first stage, which is going to be Regnum Karya. That's a team that earlier when we saw the overall, they just were very close to that 8th place. Same with Team Falcons. I feel like this was a much better game out of this team, and I really enjoyed how quickly they were able to react to Alpha 7's push to the last player of Yangon Galacticos. But I did not enjoy that fight.
Well, We'll get to that. Let's take a look at our 9th through 16th as well here for some of these teams. Teams like Arena, for example, I think that they know that they've pretty much done what they need to do. But again, a little bit uncharacteristic for Random Carrier to... I felt like they had a good day one here, Neptura, but nothing's really materialized. I thought it was going to materialize in this game, actually, considering the position in the circle alongside the hillside here, but also not much really working for them.
I think it really just goes to show you that even if you have the position, if you don't do anything with it, nothing's going to really happen.
Oh, agreed, yeah.
And so it's like, I almost feel like they kind of think they've already made it, and so it's like, oh, we're just going to have a quiet day, and it's like,
no.
well, you got a lot of teams right next to you that think they haven't made it and are going to work very, very hard. So I would like to see a little bit more from them, but maybe, you know, coming into that Miramar, they're more confident on Miramar. We could see a big thing.
For Regnum Karya, they ended in a fight with two different teams. They ended up against Fireflux, and then they just became overpowered by R8. R8 playing that wonderfully, which I'm hoping that it kind of continues, because I'm intrigued to see where R8 is going to end up being on the leaderboard.
Definitely so. As we take a look at some of the highlights from all of this, you can see some shots going towards Falcons towards the end. Falcons, of course, did survive for quite a long time in this game. However, we will watch back a very important fight, which feels like... do we even really start talking about it? Because it feels like both teams, Falcons and Alpha 7, are kind of in panic mode at the moment. Some of that fight between those two teams was a bit of a catastrophe.
It's just clown music in my head just over that whole fight. Like, and I say that very lovingly as a huge fan of Falcons. Why? Just why? And I know I'm being very brutal here, but it has to happen at some point because you don't, when you're at this level, when you're as good as they are, as I know they are, Alpha 7 included, you do not miss that many nades. You do not get a full reset just to get naded. It doesn't where was Carrillo? Where was he? He was at the top of the hill.
Here we are.
He did nothing.
So taking a look at this once again, Alpha 7 actually had quite a few players knocked down towards the bottom position here, 7, but nothing really was able to convert from it. They were concerned, I think, about the off angle of Carrillo, so don't want to really peek around it. But getting these bounces was pivotal, and it did not work.
Yeah, I mean, you could have just low tossed it on top of that. We have, where's Maxman when you need him? This could have possibly been the Maxman grenade of the day, because he almost ended up knocking his teammate. And where was Carrillo? Carrillo, in a way, even though he wasn't right there, I felt like he ended up making the right decision by just holding the high ground and hoping that if you do end up losing your teammates, guess what? At least you'll be able to maybe try to clutch up some extra placement points. But yeah, this back and forth was just crazy. I do also enjoy the reaction time out of Power. They saw this fight and they heard this fight going on for so long that at one point they were like, okay, you know what? We're going to be keeping tabs on it. We're going to end up just pushing forward towards you guys.
Yeah, it was really nice to see that they, again, are listening to the lobby, watching that lobby and going, hey, actually, they're fighting. Let's take advantage of this. They're taking a little bit too long over this as well. Something's going on there. They're struggling. Let's take advantage of that struggle and actually prioritize us.
You can see towards the end of the game, the reactions on the Alpha 7's faces as well. It is desperation time now, because they're currently on, I think, 39 points. And the cut-off point for 8th place is 62 points. We are staring down the barrel here, 7, of losing our defending champions here at PMWC.
You're saying that like they still have a chance? In my head, like to be completely honest,
the trigger is about to be pulled.
Yeah, I feel like, and I even said at the beginning of the day, for Alpha 7 to even have a chance at being in the top 8, they would have to get the win, because now going into this fight, guess what? Even though Team Falcons create the tiniest of cushions, all those teams towards the top, I mean, Fireflux, we already saw it in this past match, especially earlier into the Erangel. They had a 1-1-1 split. That team just really didn't give a damn. They have nothing to lose. You're already in first place, and if you do end up maybe going to second place, you're still going to be going to grand finals, which is what they came here for. So Alpha 7 is going to have to figure something out.
As a team like Alpha 7, you would need to shore up your defenses arguably before those Miramars, right, Natura? Because some of these teams up towards the top that really understand that they could potentially be a threat. If they do turn on in that grand finals, they could quite easily try and hit where Alpha 7's going on Miramar.
It's entirely possible, which would really be unfortunate, because I will say, as much stick as we're giving Alpha 7 right now, in that game, in that last Erangel, A7 actually had some really nice rotations. Like, there was some nice splits, some nice rotations. You could see they were trying to get back to normal a little bit. If they get hot dropped on a Miramar, if they get targeted for whatever reason,
right,
and they don't get that chance, then they're in a lot of trouble.
Well, we were concerned Galax was going to take them out there in that game as well. On the eastern side, right? They had 2 knocks on them. Once again, they'd already eliminated them when it came to what was going on in Sandhawk. So I know that we keep harking on about it, but this is important. This is our defending champion. This is a big deal.
I feel like to just kind of recap everything that's going on here, you actually just said it best. You can just see that these players and these teams are just kind of grasping for something, especially when it comes down to Alpha 7. The push that they did on Yangon Galacticos, they had so much room to work with, and then decided to actually just go for a fight with just one player instead of just looking to control a big area for this squad. So just a questionable place. By the way, R8, my goodness. Can I just take a second to talk about this team a little bit more? Because they were just so impressive to me. This was a team, just like with Alpha 7, you were saying in the turret, you were saying the rotations were on point. This was a team that's just being aggressive. They're taking their future into their own hands. They were being aggressive. By the way, this comparison is R8 against Yangon Galacticos, a team that they're currently trying to hunt down for 8th place. Yeah. And I really like the aggressiveness that I saw of RA in the last match.
Of course, this head-to-head brought you by the Saudi National Bank here between RA and Yangon Galacticos. I'm been impressed at how some of these teams have been able to try and ramp things up, but it's still do or die for both of them when it comes to that barrier position. And of course, you guys can be involved over at home as well whilst watching everything that's going on here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup. The PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival is now live in-game this weekend from August 1st to the 3rd. Log in and summon surprise airdrops and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BD partner awards, permanent in-game items and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win, so get it going, guys, out there. Additionally, if you jump into the game now, you can vote for your favorite airdrop partner. You might even score some awesome surprise gifts from them, so don't delay, get that going. And Neptura now with Miramar on the cards. What are you looking out for?
Regnum Karya to actually do something a little bit more. I think Miramar's their map. They're going to do something.
They have to. They have to show up their defenses, right?
They do. Yeah. Really, really do.
How about yourself, Seven?
I'm going to be looking at the squad that we were just looking at. I'm going to be looking at Influence Rage. Influence Rage coming into yesterday. After yesterday, I should say, the best maps that they ended up playing was those Miramars. That's when they were actually able to get 7th place, 2nd place with 7 eliminations. They need to back that up today. And today, they've done just enough to maintain themselves. They're close to that top 8.
I have to pose the question, what are we going to see here on the desert? Thank you very much, guys. Now we head over to the casters for the penultimate match. One final opportunity with only Miramar on the line here to see if you can qualify to the grand final.
Power there, saying simmer down, simmer down. Let it build, Blank, let it build. And let's see what the results will start to look like. Of course, 2 games remain at the end of the survival stage. If you want to stay up to date with all the action, why not head over to the official map feed as well? That's now live on PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube, so you can follow the action and stay up to date as it goes down to the nail-biting conclusion, Blank, and that's what we're going to be in store for.
To be some loco gameplay coming through.
Oh yeah.
From some of these teams to get towards the top, but it will have to be a madness. Some of these squads towards our top side in the top 8 will have to have a bit of a fail if they want to drop down here too much. We do have teams who are confirming themselves towards that top side, like what Nongshim Red Force did in that last game, able to get a lot of eliminations. They're not looking for those placement points. They're looking to just push those boundaries where they can. Power looks fantastic right now, and even Fireflux is looking a little bit worried that they might catch them on this next playing path that's coming through here over on Miramar. Slight change of pace here. Some teams are slightly better at this map than others. In the past, Alpha 7 has absolutely been phenomenal on Miramar. Yeah, they'll have to do that twice, actually.
Sort of never alone smiling there. Seems like the energy's good in the camp, but will the results be even better for them? They've had some near misses, some uncomfortable games where it felt like a what if. They could have squeezed more out of it today, Blank, but I think that really has been the issue. Each time it's resulted in it not being enough for them. 11th place, just mere points ahead of Alpha 7, the defending champions, of course, of last year's title. They took home the trophy and all the glory, but it's not happening here.
Power Esports 93 points to Fireflux's 94. I didn't think it'd be that close, but it certainly is, as we are on the very much southern end of things here. Hello. figuring out phones over there. I like it. A blast from the past.
Oh yes. Supporting in the audience, the family, the friends, everyone there watching on. And that's all you really can do. On look. Whilst everyone in their squads, the 4 players in each of our teams, look to really carve a path for themselves and decide whether or not they're going to be able to make it out of the survival stage. Only 8 of the squads left.
Check that. Al-Hadji actually takes first place spot in terms of highest damage, ahead above Scarface and Ketch. Starting to live with his dream. It's kind of nice that the duality there going on, where it's easy. He's been putting in a lot of work, and so is Scarface, and then that real firepower on the team coming through from Ketch and Al-Hadji have both stepped up in the meantime. It's nice being able to rely on your teammates, knowing they have your back even when you're not feeling it, and suddenly the beast from within can be revealed at very, very important times as well here in the survival stage. But it's a big leap right now up towards second and first place. So right now it is just kind of the battle between Power Esports as well as Fire Flux to have that very fun opportunity when we get towards the end. For Esports, in the air. Getting into position. It's not been an easy start to this game on the playing path.
They're soaring, they're flying, and it's Sky, of course, that's up in the air. In reality, you know, it's probably for the best that Sky's the one flying. You wouldn't want a sleepy pilot.
No, you would not. Goodness me.
That'd be terrifying.
I would be worried, scared almost. He's having a nap.
Oh, wake up, quick.
We're gliding. Oh, we're inverted. Okay.
And we're about to be landing in 3, 2, 1. Clean landing.
You know what? Actually, perfect.
Yeah.
It was a perfect landing. Did just have word from 7 saying that Falcons been able to take El Pozzo and Alpha 7 giving that one up. To be honest, it's cool that Falcons just go for that aggressive maneuver as well. Alpha 7 forced to a case of, well, do we really want to take the chance here at going down early? I mean, even if they lose one player, they cannot afford to have that. They need to have a 4-man finish if they want to have enough firepower in that end game to clean things out smoothly and also have the chance to sweep. So for Falcons, I think that's a very cool maneuver, because you are preying on the mentality coming through from Alpha 7 there.
Intense game here as well. Up against Vision. Bit of chip damage exchanged between both squads. Seeing if they can actually find a way to get a read on this, not expose themselves to both the angles that are in play with the 2-2 split, but never alone, being able to get the adjustment shot off onto Silence. So a connection in there. That's Vision, being able to get at least the first knock onto Intense Game.
Silence down, pretty good player for the team as well. They sort of need him up, and you see Never Alone here pushing up, saying earlier, you know, despite the position they're in, still seemed happy. And I mean, some teams do get this event, and just getting through towards that survival stage is a big deal to them. Rafa takes a big hit and instantly Silence is pushed back down again. Mini 14 in the hands of Never Alone, but the Molotov might just do the trick. It pops a little bit far back though, doesn't quite spread over towards Rafa.
Never Alone swinging on the angle, actually loses it. Up close and personal versus Rafa, he's able to withstand the might of Never Alone, and the rest of the Vision squad now has to push up together. Volt has been incredibly crisp. With a Mini 14 from distance, he tries to tap back, but Rafa, he is all over him like a rash right now. You cannot stop him. Peak after peak. Handles Never Alone up close, even with the smart use of the 180 he had, and he is living on a sliver of HP.
Rafa finds another. How is he doing this? Not even bothered about the HP count. It is giving him the pressure to push on here. One shot. One tiny burst of a nade would have done the trick. And Rafa still going. Health bar not even on the screen here for us. Dear me. What a performance from him there. Ultra instinct of a moment. And vision sent back.
Realistically limping away as well. I mean, it's just Marcelo. That's all that's left. You think about how clean that could have been. Like, never alone, actually, from the angle he's in. He gets the first knock. He knows he's going for the res. You get the nade on the close angle, knocks him again. That 1v1 would have made the difference, them being able to clean up relatively easy, with the then push coming in from the side with Volt and Co to clean up, split the attention. The fact he has done that single-handedly, hell of an adrenaline rush there from Rafa.
Oh, man, hooked up to the life support machine, but not done yet. The circle head over towards the western side. I think most teams will be happy about this as well, purely off the back of that plane path. Alpha 7 had to go a long distance to make this work up towards Torre Armada, which is so uncharacteristic of them. They'll be coming in late towards the circle. Not only that, they'll have to figure out different rotational paths. I mean, they've been playing the game for years upon years, so they should know this map like the back of their hand regardless. It's just a case of a lot of that research into rotations and how they affect their usual ones. Won't quite cut it. Yeah, that's not how the car's usually driven. That's Binny the Billy Goat.
Wow. It's impressive stuff. Inventing new ways to use automobiles this late into the survival stage.
Some sticky tires indeed. Gets up there. Climbing boots on, the wheels. And that has a good location to work with. You can see just how central Nongshim Red Force are around Picado on this top side. I think this is a lovely position to set up. We have seen quite a few times though, Jackie, in the past, teams and players setting up on these spots, getting taken down early, and then you have that issue where you lose a player, you don't have anyone to res them, and then suddenly your position becomes quite compromised. You have to be careful on that spot, on that position. You're mostly there for information gain, and if you can get a quick and easy knock, you'll go for it, but no more than that. Especially from that position too. I mean, you have a lot of stock to get towards that late game. Well, you did. You really did. Until this circle comes into play, which is hellish. Over towards that north side, a massive hard shift over this way. Many teams left in the lurch on that south side. AX having to get a move on, as do Regnum Kaya. Falcons and A7 actually coming out looking very good off the back of this one, smelling like roses.
Throwing them a bone, they very well do need. Obviously a lot of targets on the heads for Alpha 7, I think, going into this one as well. You can see that's why it was the heads-up call to sort of bully them off the drop spot, see if you could influence the overall game, make them feel like not only is it uncomfortable in the team, it's uncomfortable in the actual battleground itself. So we'll see if they can recover from the position they're now left in. Intense game on the move here. Rafa, he looked good in the previous engagement versus Vision. Some stalwart defense, great heads-up calls, the peaks he was going for. Kari, a bit of a different beast though. They drive by, they both take vision onto one another, they pull up towards the compound, looking to keep their heads down, not run the risk of getting into a fight that is uncomfortable for them.
Yeah, little do they know that they just escaped a scenario with Rafa, the triple tapper. Managing to get into some cover, playing around concrete. It's a good position, it's forward as well, over towards where Horror is currently playing as they make that rotate from earlier on. Yangon, AX, as well as R8, very late to this one, but I think they realize that and they can't really afford to make that quick ramp. A lot of teams were a little bit close to this one, especially when you're going through that Picado Ridge side as well. You are funneling teams over towards Monte Nuevo and San Martin. It's not comfortable. Power though, in position, a nasty nade threaded through.
Al Haji has been on the money with these nades. Backstab though. Set up from Pedrino. He's able to hit that one heavy. Al Haji down. Adrian as well, pushing in close. Missed shot on the first peek through the doorway. Back up in there. Ragnar with the DVS. Withstands the push. Nade in. Danger close. Forced to heal up now and play off one another.
Five looks off in the distance. Pedrino goes down stairs and will pick himself up. A lot of elims off the back of that. It was a clean engagement, a great backstab, an assassination of a play, but the Fireflux team is heading inwards. Pedrino finds an early knock over towards Ketch, looking to hold this one down. They don't have Rafa up. And now he'll have to hold his own versus the full squad. The tag goes through, so they have a rough idea of where he's playing, and those nades are not going to stop anytime soon.
We had Rafa looking very talented earlier, but now, like you say, it's up to Pedrino to be the punisher, to keep his team alive in this one. No opportunity to get his mate back up. It's all on him as a solo to withstand this crash that's come in from Fireflux. They had the timing to backstab and third party onto power, cleaned up there, bursting through the door. They shut down the opening man, and Rafa nade through the top. That's nice, and they close it out.
Fireflux won't lose a single member off the back of that one, getting 4 points, so succeeding where power failed and cementing back towards that first place position. Gamax holding off versus Influence Rage. This is fairly central. A very interesting circle here as well, Jackie. A lot of high ground to work with, which is going to isolate a lot of these fights until very much in the late game when we head through to stage 7, stage 8. But there is a lot of opportunity to find positions on the map which you feel comfortable in, and then sit around there for quite some time.
Laser focus from the Gamax squad. You can see the comms there coming out. Vahita talking to the team. It's Regnum Karia just down towards the bridge side as well on the hill there, listening out, seeing if an opportunity will be presented from this.
Yeah. It's not a bad spot either towards this ditch. Having 4 vehicles is a massive boon to them. What they can do with this one as well is stay out of sight, out of mind, but be extremely central as well. So they can make the decision on the next circle of where they'd want to go. It should keep them in, it's just in terms of positioning. And this is very much just a pause on their gameplay. And they'll listen to the sweet pause beats whilst the rest of these teams have a roam around.
It's interesting as well, though. Obviously, Marcelo, his entire squad going down instantly to open this one up, with Rafa handling them very easily. He's been able to keep himself alive and just out of dodge, barely in the back line behind Fireflux. It's a 2-2 split from them, with Scarface further down, catching the back line. Always feels like he's so useful from distance as well. It's his preference, being able to support the team, set him up. Scarface, he loves to get aggro.
It's kind of funny, right, in the way that that's happened, where Scarface in the past has been absolutely the long-range specialist for the team, but we're seeing a lot more where Scarface is moving over towards that front line and Ketch is playing the back line for them. So it's a complete role reversal into this one. But it's also nice to see that they're comfortable to switch those roles frequently, because that does hamper you. Because you lose Scarface, what are you going to do? Yeah. Suddenly you lose a long-range player. So having both your main fraggers on that team be interchangeable, that's an indispensable characteristic for a squad.
Yeah, having that level of dynamic gameplay that can keep squads guessing gives you the extra oomph you need, especially in these kind of lobbies that are global like this. Can't afford to be one note in reality.
Much prefer that double quaver, quick off the beat. That's not going to be the case for a lot of teams here. It's going to be a slow rollout. Circle doesn't really confirm onto anything too drastic here. Still that high ground towards that south side is open. The ditch that Regnum Kai is playing is nice. Quite a few open areas in terms of the rows that cut through here. In the meantime, AX has taken a knock. That's potentially from R8, who are watching the overlook here on that northeast side. You can hear there is plenty of fighting. And is that Regnum Kaya losing player? No, finding shots over towards Kinotrope. A lot of the players from Kinotrope who made a big old dash over their way with little to no information either.
Yeah, went for a bit of a stab in the dark and ran straight into Regnum Kara, that of course have been playing for this latest setup. They were waiting for a fight to be instigated so they could push up towards Influence Rage or Gamax, clean up on that one. They've been gifted a bounty of eliminations off the back of that. And of course the last player is miles out of position as well. Ridgeside angle up on top, effectively trapped on an island. And it's the Falcons that are underneath, slowly skulking their way further forward. They were a little bit more split. They've grouped up now.
Finale could be a bit of an issue for them, though. He's hidden. Closed off, squared away. See if he opts to take shots. In come Nongshim Red Force versus Fireflux, and there's one. Narvalo, I think he took 2 shots there. Should be down? No? Yeah. So Navala once again goes back to a spectating position. The Falcons play on with 3. Tell me if you haven't heard that before, but I need to stop beating that horse at this point.
It was the quick crash in as well from Nongshing Red Force. Obviously, that's worked out relatively easily for them. So the duo from Fireflux that were further ahead have been caught there. Oh, even Catch just barely getting away. Sliver of health as he'll try and duck down. Bullets whizzing over the top, offering up a short back and side. It's a free haircut, but he's still breathing for now.
We'll drop some smoke. He's very exposed. Fireflux, not ideal. Right? Nongshim Red Force, they saw an opportunity and did absolutely go for it. Fireflux was a little bit slow across the road there. Nongshim Red Force took a couple of knocks, but it was a 4v2 advantage. A pretty easy cleanup. But now, Valo, I think that there is an instance where if you know someone's up there, you kind of want to send another player with him. As you imagine that scout there was for that reasoning. They know a player's in the vicinity as well, so you did get somewhat of a scout coming through. Alpha 7 playing on this north side and playing very, very slow, waiting for these next circles to come through. And I think the reason because of that is there is so many points of interest around this map that you can see here. I mean, you've got the ruined town up towards that north side for Alpha 7. You've got this big overlook coming here where we're watching Falcons play down towards the south side, and then that real intense area over towards that eastern side, which is just filled with teams because of the ridge sides that are available and the little space that you want to cut through on this central circle because of this road and valley. So you are closing a lot of teams together on this eastern side, and that's only going to happen a little bit more as this next circle hits us over towards the east.
AX there, thrown into the battle versus Gamax, obviously sharing those close compounds for quite some time. You can see Nongshim Red Force as well, committing to find follow-ups on the Fireflux. Handling them easily. Solus was the first to fall. Follow-up onto Ketch, so both down and out. The team is removed, so the squad unable to accrue much more from that one. 4 elim game for them, bringing them up to 98 points overall, and the battle continues with Yangon Galacticos being cleaned up, split between 2 squads. AX as well. Really in position here where E-Arena are going to be looking to go from strength to strength, and this could give them some good momentum in the standings if they can find the play off this one.
But E-Arena already on 3 elims playing on this eastern side. It's going to be a bit of a brutal rollout for them to get over towards AX, but they are hurting. They're definitely hurting. They've sent a bit of damage over their way. Looks like the resources are a little bit rough. Joker looking to send another nade over towards the top side there. Did find Ariane. A bit more damage poured in, and R8 looking to backstab on the eastern side. Regnum Kari has played a blinder on that ditch, by the way. That is some good knowledge of the map and where they wanted to go early. They held out Kenotrope when they tried to make a big crash over their way, and they have just been sitting pretty since.
Yeah, it's worked out very well for them. A team that we know can offer so much in a lobby like this. Oh, and for AX, it's not only from the front with E-Arena casting out nades to course the backstab from R8 that now look to swoop in off the damage done with those nades landing right on target, hopping out the vehicles. Joker further down, belly on the ground as well to assist. Still nades in the back pockets thrown in. AX must be so uncomfortable. You are just pinned in here. Henry with the smoke at least trying to buy time to get close. You've got the shoddy to work with. The entire team just looking fragmented. It's only Henry that remains. Quick bandage to try and top himself up.
Yeah, has the pump, which is not great for multiple targets at a time, especially when you've got no cover to hide around on that delay between the shots. Henry will just watch R8 move a little bit further forward here. This is a good game, though, for 9 through 12. Right, with Yangon Galacticos out and currently in 8th place. It's not a massive jump up that's required to challenge that position from Yangon Galacticos. Regnum Kaya would like for a big game here to confirm themselves further up and secure that position as we head over towards our last game. Mormon finds Henry, and Henry is found wanting.
With Henry going down, that's AX removed.
And E-Arena hoovering up a lot of the points as well, so still gives other opportunities for further squads to move up, like you said. A bit more literally here. They already found one knock over towards the Falcons, and they just keep adding, piling onto this. Koa's down. Redox as well takes a hefty hit. They can convert onto those. Vinny goes in with a DBS, so for the Falcons, it's so rough.
That vehicle's going up 100%. He has to get out soon and find some kind of cover. He holds it though. Yeah, a little bit further forward. Don't wait for that thing to blow up though. Just to get back. To blow it up himself. Can't really go too far back at risk. Opening up an angle. Vision, Marcelo holding off R8. Dropping the smokes in, give him a little bit more room to play around with. Nongshin Red Force, love the playstyle. Love the playstyle from them. In every single game, at least trying to get above those 5 elims. And yeah, they're taking a lot of damage right now, but that's enough each game right now from the point standing they sit on to keep them inside that top 8.
Yeah, they're not going to be disappointed whatsoever with how this has flowed. Good elims, taking out some important teams as well. It's an ideal scenario for them. Hello Marcelo as well. The fact, obviously, he's still alive with Vision going down in like literally the opening 5 since this game, and even being able to fully commit onto one of the R8 players, dip out like a bandit, make it off to the loot crate and set himself back up for potentially something a little bit later. Meanwhile, the battle continues with Hora diving in onto Alpha 7, squashed from the side, slapped upside the head. Nonshin finished off in the end there by Regnum Karia. Carrillo realizing there's no opportunity for that one. He's got to jump back in the vehicle, try and create space between. But it is rough. Again, I mean, Sleepy just finding the prime target on it.
It's such a slow game from Alpha 7. It is so different from what we're used to. It's a nice nay, but not quite close enough. Willow drop him down to 10% there. Regnum Karya, I think there's a case to be made that they got lucky, right? But still, that initial rotation was really nice to get themselves a ditch, and that ditch has been super influential, but they haven't just been sat in there the whole game either. They have been taking shots where they can. They've been scouting their surroundings and ensuring they have a setup for the late game while still getting plenty of eliminations on board. They currently sit with 7 this game, which is fantastic to see for Regnum Karya.
Oh yeah, they're still being proactive. And you can feel that shift in the standings. See how far they can go with this one. Good positioning, great crosshair placement as well. Prestige for the Rid side, peeking back down onto Alpha 7. This is R8, triple threat of players that are still alive. Taking that peek down. Carrillo is usually pretty good in these kind of situations, but you got to fight back. I mean, there's going to be no squad left to work with. Revo's on his last legs. It's just a solo man. He's finished off again. Alpha 7 go down, out of action here. No chance to find any points on the gangplank.
And that's pretty much it for Alpha 7. I think on this next match, there is pretty much no possibility. They need to get 27 points alone to get towards 60 points and challenge against some of these teams. And with that elimination on towards Carrillo, I think it's pretty certain the defending champions will not be going through to the finals.
Absolutely insanity. You think about the form we saw from them last year, the way they played, the blood, the sweat and the tears. Every game, they put it all in. Nothing was left before the lobby. This time around, it's been a very different team and it has not gone the way they needed. Survival stage. It has been just that, surviving for Alpha 7. And in these kind of situations, they just can't. Nothing left for them.
Yeah, you're right. Last year, PMWC 2024, they were scraping, screaming, shouting towards victory. And it's unfortunate here to see them go out with such a quiet finish. Hora over towards our northwest side of this arena. Currently looking to push through R8, who have not had a terrible game here. Honestly, done very well to control that eastern side, but as soon as they tried to make an entrance over towards the west, Hora was quick to take shots back at them. But it's Regnum Karya now, stepping up, finding no fear. Silas with 40 bullets remaining on this Mini 14. They have been here for a long, long time. No chance at extra resource, and they've had to been very, very good when it comes to that resource management in general. Here comes Jiggle.
Jiggle and Prestige being the two that were looking to push up somewhat. Spot over onto him, so that finishes off R8. Influence Rage have been able to sit pretty for so long as well inside of this compound, but the nade-in's good. Meanwhile, the healing feed keeps on going. Horror losing so much to Regnum Karia. Wow, they are on a heater right now, Blank.
Yeah, Wild will go down, but Toshpik returns fire over towards Sleepy. Horu has been such a criminal force on the north side, has been arrested by Regnum Karia, and not only that, run down over towards Sleepy to add insult to injury. Regnum Karia will be the lone team on the northwest side. It's E-Arena now versus Influence Rage, battling it out, currently in 10th place, trying to set themselves up for a late game, and they need this match here, Jackie.
It was a misplaced nade as well that resulted in some downtime inside of the fight. They had to get each other back up with E-Arena running into some danger close action. Joker looking to get up close and personal though with the shotty in hand, and Regnum Karia realizing this is the opportunity to scout out. Silas moves into position whilst the fight continues, spams into the smoke. Lorizit gets one from the sideline. We say goodbye to Joker as they commit onto that. Mormon as well falls to Diego.
Regnum Karia looking to shut this one down quick though. Little boy on that top side of the concrete, and he will be solid. Finds the first initial knock over towards Silas. Will flush him out. Looks for more on the drop down. Gets two. An Influence Rage up to 5 elims. If they can get the chicken dinner, it will be a massive, massive start to their run at the end of the day to potentially take over Yangon Galacticos. But will Regnum Karia even care?
Lil Boy being the big man on that one. Makes all the right plays at the perfect time. Loxy with the rock face to work with, tucked in, looking for the elevated peak from the top. You can start to slow down the pace now. It was chaotic among the three. But with the 2 squads remaining, knowing how important this is for either side, Influence Rage do not want to throw their opportunities away. Scout out from Lorizin. Loxy locked on target. Clean connection shuts down one. Tospic baiting them out to face. Little Boy goes in for the fight.
The nade, the only thing to keep them in this one. One sent out, Little Boy extremely low, will be taken down. Diego on the backside, there's at least a nade to keep this one going. Wild walks up, and it will be an easy finish from the ditch. They were down low, but they end up on high for Regnum Karia, and that game will secure their position in the top 8. For Influence Rage, they were so close yet so far. Getting that 10 point in that game would have made their game so much easier going into our final match on Miramar. But they have much, much further to go now.
Fought hard, but that's a memory that could come back to haunt you, potentially leaving your fate up to other teams now, whereas Regnum Karia, they set it for themselves. Massive game. Great positioning, but still, like we said, even though you had such a good angle, they were being able to be proactive on so many different fights, just hoovering up points after points, and then going on to close it out with a chicken dinner. That's a great game.
I think they finished on around about 15 elims, so themselves a 25-pointer on that match is unreal stuff. Fireflux goes down early, gets a few points, but as does Power. We'll see how this all ends up in the final match on Miramar. But in the meantime, we've got to head to a break. We'll see you soon.
I'ma get.
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC avatar frame, ESPORTS Passion Set, ESPORTS Passion Parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, Esports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Top from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, esports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect esports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the esports shop. The more esports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 esports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, get 20 esports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the grand finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680, and 720 tokens, respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 a.m. UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
What pushed? Stój. I'm nading him.
Different team.
Oh, on, yeah. He's on the left. Nate!
Just nades.
I don't have heals.
Nading above.
I'm nading more left.
Down left, watch out. Down
Someone
left.
behind us. They're pulling up behind us. No! Dead. Nice!
مشك نايس باقي بعيد بس حجي اطلع يسار اطلع يسار حجي اطلع يسار خذ الصخره اطلع يسار خذ الصخره سكه اطلع فوق ترى ما اشوف ليك فوق حجي من فوق سكه يسار حبه دو بس هذه هي كذا شوفه سكه بس خلاص حجي يطلع نايس هيال وحش يا حجي واحد نايس يلا بيجي يدك هذا حجي.
Well, we posed the question this Miramar, can Regnum Carrier shore up their defenses? And they said, yes, we can. They get themselves the victory on Miramar, on the Dusty Dunes, to be able to keep themselves in the challenge to lift that trophy at the end of the tournament. Welcome back to the desk here with 7, with Maxman. Regnum Carrier shores up the defenses, Maxman. Wow.
To be honest, they just got center very early on and they just held down the fort. It was a pretty straightforward game for Regnum Carrier, which you have games like that. They kind of played the Korean way, just like central compound, we defend. This time it was a dip though, a little bit different on that side, but very good to see them because they were like in the middle of the rankings for a big portion of today. That's going to, again, solidify their position in the grand finals. 24 points on board. Regnum Karia, Silas, the dream is still alive. He can take home this PMWC trophy. Wow.
I think with those 24 points, easily they're going to be going to the grand finals. As you mentioned, they were there towards the bottom. Now they're not going to have to worry about that. One team, though, that we saw something during that match, Hora Esports, as soon as they ended up eliminating one of the players from Alpha 7, they just fully sent for it. So yeah, Alpha 7, your chances are absolutely gone. A team that might actually have a chance here, though, Max, Influence Rage. They've turned it up, especially in Miramar.
Oh, I thought
Yeah, sorry, I'm just sighing because in 16th place it's Yangon Galacticos, and we could have almost seen Maxman's zipline of the day. It was this close.
I thought they were going to drive it on the.
I say zipline of the day. It would have been zipline of the year because nobody ever takes the ziplines.
No, only a Mina they call zipline plays, and it did not work out over there. I remember Marcelo had a really bad time.
Yeah.
But to go back on your point of Influence Rage, actually, they had a very central position, just like Regnum Kara, right?
Yep.
But the defense they set up was really strong because they understood eastern side of the compound, we're just going to give it away. E-Arena, RA, all those teams want to take it. It doesn't matter. We'll hold on to the western side, which is closer to the center of the circle, and because of that, we can get a bunch of eliminations. Little Boy in particular stepped up big time.
Well, of course, we have our head-to-head presented by the Saudi National Bank. It's Yangon Galacticos and Influence Rage, and for one more game here, 7, they have got to step up.
The one thing that right now Influence Rage has going with them is that we are going to be going into Miramar. They're currently averaging, for the past 3 Miramars that we have played, including the 2 from yesterday, they've been averaging about a 3rd to 4th place finish. So that's impressive on its own. And for Young Galacticos, we did end up seeing a great rotation out of this team, pretty much just wrapping around Northwest. But then once they were able to get there on the position that they were getting to, they just ended up doing nothing. I thought they were maybe going to end up crashing Hora, maybe crashing on Alpha 7, but it seemed like they were just playing scared.
They played the ridge south of the road, and they end up just giving so many angles to Hora, and I think there was also Alpha 7 at one point. They were very indecisive, and unfortunately because of that, they just get completely collapsed upon and can't do anything off the back of that. So it was a good rotate. Unfortunately, the later stage was just not as good as... Oh, actually, Regnum Kara, 8.67 average, Elim. That is pretty high on Miramar.
And on this one, for the top 5 teams from Miramar, I mean, you just heard me mention Influence Rage. Another one, R8. R8 is one of those teams that is also in the hunt for that top 8th place. So for us to be able to see them here, being able to average a lot of elims in the last match, they also you were mentioning this during that match to me, Max, how they were pretty much did the same rotation as Yangon Galacticos, but nothing ended up happening with them. They tried to be aggressive, but he ended up backfiring.
Yeah, they really tried to go for a very similar rotation here. Didn't quite work out at the very end, though. Man, Yangon Galacticos getting a 0-point game here within 8th position. This is horrendous for Yangon Galacticos. I mean, 62 points, so it seems like the point threshold is going to be around 70. How close is the gap going to be between 8th and 9th place? That is my big question.
It does feel like anyone 6th and up is guaranteed in. And Team Falcons, in theory, should... It'll be close, though. It will be close coming into this last game. Yangon Galacticos is going to have to be looking over their shoulders here for that 8th place spot. Let's move down to our 9th through 16th. 60 points on Influence Rage. R8, 54. It does feel like those 2 teams are going to be the ones in pursuit here, 7. What do you make of it?
Okay, I was expecting Influence Rage to have a chance, but I thought the gap was actually going to be a little bit bigger than that. For the gap to only be 2 points to tie it, the thing for Influence Rage is they need to make sure they do enough to not tie, because if they do end up tying it, they will lose the tiebreaker. Yangon Galacticos does have a chicken dinner.
I want to bring up one point right now. I know we would say we weren't going to talk about Alpha 7, okay? But generally, go for your hot drop onto Falcons. Fight Falcons, they're your cutoff team. You need to hot drop them, eliminate them early on so their point threshold doesn't increase anymore, and you might be able to overtake it. Even maybe Yangon, but we need to see something of value coming out this game.
You got a fever? He's asking for a hot drop?
He's also asking for about a 30-point game. No,
you need to do something big.
You need to do something huge, because they are not only in the danger zone, they're pretty much gone. They've got to do something. But before we get to that final game, let's check in with the most explosive moment of the day.
Max Man's Grenade of the Day.
And we're here back again with Maxman's Grenade of the Day. This time around, we're going to be looking at 2 teams in particular. You got the Falcons, you got the Alpha 7, and here, Alpha 7, they couldn't do anything. The nades were looking good. That is not that nade, though. Not that one. The one that comes after that, I think. That one was still not that one. So that one was going to be still not that. That was a lot more missed nade than I expected there. Actually, oh, okay, back to me. There was no grenade of the day, unfortunately. That was a big fail. Thank you.
Wait a minute, were there 3 more grenades after that as well?
There was a lot more grenades. There were like maybe 5 or 6 more grenades that were just completely
mixed. I can't keep that voice the entire time.
No? They just kept trying to bounce it off the tree, and every single time it would just miss.
There was a moment yesterday when you were doing nade of the day, and after you were like, my throat hurts.
It did, and it does now, actually.
Well. Now it's time to get serious. One more game here to figure out who is going to be going to the final and who is eliminated. Alpha 7 would have to have an insane game to do something about all of this.
There's a chance. Remember, this team has been able to get a chicken dinner with 19 eliminations at one point. So if there was any team to do it, it would be them. But it's going to be far-fetched because a lot of those teams at the top.
You've got to go massive. It is time now for the Miramar, the final Miramar, to determine who moves through into the grand final. Casters, bring us it.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. Myself and Blank in position for this one, and we can't wait to kick it off. The final game of the survival stage, culminating in 2 days of play here. Only 8 teams will make it through. And as we've already alluded to, the chance that our defending champions, the team that were just on your screens, might not even make it out of the survival stage, Blank.
So our teams are primed and ready to kick this one off over towards Miramar, because as you say, 8 teams will go through, but 8 teams are going to go home right after this next thrilling Miramar. Coming here live for you from Riyadh. Oh, it's a nail biter. Influence Rage. Looked like they were trying to contain the rage. For something of a little bit more calm here to make it happen. They are on the rise, just behind Yangon Galacticos. Will there be hot drops? Will there be moments of fury? The answer is probably.
You'd expect so, and I think if anything, the opportunity, like we heard just at the end from the desk, I imagine it was Max that slipped it in. Hot drops. What are we going to see? Because for some teams, if you know that's it, if you know realistically your journey's over, maybe you try and throw a spanner in the works for some of our other squads, the potential heat that is going to be building on this one. A lot of storylines, and we'll bring them to you as the action develops.
There's an interesting thing here, because Alpha 7, like the guys on the desk said, they're pretty much gone at this point. It would be a miracle. One of the best games in PUBG Mobile history. The Team Falcons, on the other hand, they're at 70 points. There's a potential 2 teams overlap them. And who else drops in El Pozo other than Alpha 7, as well as Team Falcons? Will they go for something spicy? We'll have to wait and see as teams start to get out of the plane.
I'm curious, mate. Whose keys are going to be loaded into that crusher? Look at it. Menacing. Those keys will be turned to absolute mush. Bits of gold sprinkling all over the arena. If you do not withstand the might of the survival stage, that is where your organization's key will end up.
The mechanical demon on screen as we head over towards our western side. Team Falcons, they were hella worried. They were hella worried. They went right down towards the south side of the map. Alpha 7 thought, no way. But no one dropped an El Pozo. And if Falcons went for that one, they would have a prime position for this game. On the other hand, here we've got Kinotrope versus Gamax early on. Somewhat of a, let's say, inconsequential team fight.
Yeah, bottom of the standings for both teams, but scrapping it out against one another early. The only difference is there, obviously, taking away some of those potential points for the other top-heavy teams that really do need it at this point. Like you said, that chance to shift at 7th to 9th place, realistically being where we're looking at to see if there'll be any momentum at the end of this one.
Okay, a lovely initial start here on Toshbek over towards Joker, looking to finish off the deal. Does grab it, and again, that's great for Regnum Kaya, another team to overlap, get some more money here in the survival stage. Regnum Kaya is not looking to just finish it in 3rd place, perchance. They're looking to get it all the way up towards 1st. Join their Turkish brethren in Fireflux, and maybe leapfrog them. Right now, teams scattered across the map.
Just like that gold dust you were talking about earlier, Jackie, will be scattered across the room. We've got teams over towards the eastern side lining that circle as they're going to be moving over towards the western side around El Pozo. I'd love for an urban finish here to finish things out at the survival stage here at PMWC.
Influence Rage as well. You think, based on what we saw in that previous game, right, the head-to-head for the chicken dinner between them and Regnum Karia, the difference it would have meant if they were able to steal away those extra points, push themselves further up, guaranteed themselves a pathway into the top 8. Now it's all coming down to this one last game to do just that. Intense game being the name to focus on here, though, as they pick themselves up one elimination point early. We do get to see the rotation from Influence Rage. Non-ship Red Force relatively close by as well. Horror Esports just off in the distance.
Looking to avoid, that's their rank B void here in 9th. Not able to make it in towards that top 8. Non-ship Red Force is a dangerous team. They've displayed themselves as an aggressive team as well. Scrapping, furious. Influence Rage, as angry as they are as a team, not comfortable taking them to task. There's the Falcons, not in their natural habitat within the cave.
And I think for them, again, natural habitat really hasn't been what we've seen from the Falcons throughout the run of the tournament. Yes, day one of the survival stage, they were able to float through with a lot of good periphery finishes, with quite a slower passive day of it, playing for placements. They played with that tempo a little bit more in the course of today. It's not always looked super pretty for them, though, and again, you can see the nerves are certainly there. Looking for a later game finish on this one. Didn't want to run any risks of Fing being uncomfortable on the drop. That's why they're so much further down.
Yeah, a lot of circumvention here, honestly, from a fair few of our squads that were worried about it. Remember, there's 8 teams with almost reckless abandon going into this final match, realizing that their chances are dashed in this final game of Miramar. There's only a few that can make that gargantuan leap to get towards that top 8. And we're looking 11th downwards, not really having that chance for Team Vision. There's potential, but losing Volt, who has been the spark on the team to charge them, allow them to play at their best. Him going down as early as he did, it does not bode well for them, and the circuitry within that team might just be fried.
I think that short circuit actually came in the previous game as well, where Never Alone had the opportunity to absolutely clean house early on into that matchup, but you remember the Wrath from Rafa completely fragmented the squad, just left Marcelo in a horrific position towards the end, trying to barely scrape away any points. Just that one elim over towards R8. Could have been a different story, but of course, that's up to you. Nothing is granted, everything is gained, and on that one, it wasn't really that much of a gainer for them.
But Yangon Galacticos, we've taken a look at them a couple of times here, but they are in the terrifying position of 8th place. Never comfortable to be there. The Falcons were able to get a few more points on board today. I think they've done pretty well, taking more risks when they should do. 70 points. There is that big step down, though. Right, there's a chance that Yangon Galacticos can get over towards that region, as can Influence Rage, and by no means are Team Falcons safe just yet, and they know it. I think this is a pivotal moment for Team Falcons. If they get in towards that grand finals, I think they'll feel a lot more comfortable in their play. Like we said, I think that they actually needed the practice here in survival stage. There's a lot of pressure riding on their shoulders, and this would alleviate some of it.
It's not the cleanest opening path, though, on the rotation. There is a lot of squads ahead of them and adjacent as well. You're going to be running into some of these teams that maybe are willing to run some crazy risks, knowing that survival stage is most likely where their heads are going to lie when this game finally comes to a close. So opportunities to be fought from of AX and Gamax on the push-up, with R8 and E-Arena just off to the side there.
So our final game of the day. Just shortly, we'll take a look at where we're heading. On the largest shrink of the circle throughout the entirety of Miramar, it is on Zone 2, and we head over towards Crater Fields. On the mountainside that runs through it, that currently Horror is owning, but they're massively split at the moment. Alpha 7 even trying to hunt down one of their players on that northwest side.
And this is the fight. It's no fear. He has to live up to his name right here. Throws out the flames and sets ablaze to Carrillo. So low on HP. All it takes is a single shot from Revo.
Horror will be pitched downwards. As No Fear takes a nosedive versus Alpha 7. He had such a fantastic position as well over towards the east here and just playing split, locked in. R8 making their move on that north side. I think that Alpha 7 is, although not a team that I expect to make it in, they're a team that is incredibly dangerous when backed into a corner. Right now, there is nothing to lose for them. There is absolutely, and they are a loose cannon inside of this match.
I think honestly, that's literally the mentality they have to play with. Like we said, as much as it would be an impossible task for some teams, their old form, when they hit their stride in these kind of games, that's when magic would happen. But you have to factor in how they've looked throughout the entire tournament thus far this year with the PUBG Mobile World Cup, at the ESPORTS World Cup. It is not the same team. It hasn't had that same level of lethality.
Falcons, they delay moving into the fray on that north side. Biding our time and waiting it out. You got to go through the checkpoints though, obviously. I'll respect that. But we're closing in now. A lot of teams making their way on over. This southern side of the circle is jam-packed. AX, Kino Trope, or at least what's left of them. Power also, who took an early dip on that last game. Yangon Galacticos on that western side, getting peppered right now by Gamax and potentially over also Alpha 7 shortly.
Gamax, they could afford to take some risks on this one. Alpha 7 not wanting to dilly-dally there, instead committing to their rotation and looking to get themselves into a better position rather than being caught up with a fight where they could be stabbed in the back by Gamax. E-Arena taking hefty hits as well. And who else but Fireflux, of course, currently in the top spot, position #1 for them, and that's already another point found, 99 being their total off the back of that.
Looking to cross the century in this match here. E-Arena push down to 2, and it's unlikely they'll push any further inside of this match here. 92 points. Hard to make work. 11 minutes into the game and only 2 players on board right now. But an opportunity for Regnum Karya to pick themselves up a podium finish. And in come the Falcons. Finally making their way down. We get another circle shift and we're heading over towards the high grounds on that eastern side. Nongshim Red Force already set up. Falcons have to go for something a little bit safer here as they pass through over towards the eastern side of the fields.
They took a few shots. The paint on the cars being chipped off, but we can focus up on what's ahead of us. Yangon Galacticus up on the rock side. It's a clean connection onto Squash. Smile being able to commit onto that one bullet back over from Revo. But of course, they cannot afford to lose a single man on this. It's got to be clean.
They're going to wrap around, leave Yangon Galacticos in the dust, but it's Gamax who's coming in, potentially finish the job over towards Yangon Galacticos. They've got to bide their time. They've got to pick up Smile in the meantime and get it moving. And Gamax is only moments away.
Fajita with the crash in, closes the gap between them both. Look at the HP bars that they've got to play with. The sustainability isn't there. Fajita on a nice off angle, peering in, bullets into the back. Romeo takes a big burst of damage from that one.
Cloud needs a Nimbus right now to get out of dodge. Vision now off. We'll find now Valo on the first pick there. Not finished off just yet, but it's an intense game. They hit that nail. Find that coffin. Yangon Galacticos, they want nothing to do with Gamax. They wrap round a similar angle to Alpha 7, watching off in the distance.
They lost Squash, the new man on the block that's been consistent for the team, but right now, he's gone. It's just down to the core three from Alpha 7. Fitting that it's the title holders themselves.
Power Falcons. Similar situation with that last elim that came through from Fireflux. They just jumped into triple digits. Teams will have to bear down upon them and fast. Right now they're on the eastern side coming through from Hacienda, and it is open ground that they have to pass through. You can see players have been taking tags from their side. Easy, up close and personal with the Falcons playing inside the concretes. They have vehicles to work with. You can see the buggy. Only one wheel left to going.
Center circle again as well from Regnikaria. Influence Rage close by. Two teams that went head-to-head for the chicken dinner into the previous matchup. A lot riding on this one. You can see the move up as well. Gamax swerve round Yangon Galacticus as they make their move. And the interesting thing with Power as well, Easy, I think his position's been undetected. He got clear vision onto the Falcons, didn't take the first shot. Instead, he can play off his teammates when their attention is turned and they've got to go for the move. He could sideswipe them.
Let's try and move ahead. You're right, they're going to have a backstab potential on their hands, which is never easy to deal with. Yangon Galacticos currently struggling though. Constantly hounded by teams here from Gamax, who have taken a bit of a split. Fajita waiting down low. And do they even know his position? As they head over towards Horror right now. Ragnar finding shots over towards AX. Scarface is taken low there from R8. And they'll have to move, Jackie.
In the meantime as well, we saw a shot over onto Alpha 7 from Aura. Ooh, quick peek up. Thought he could grab that one, but the response is good from Yangon. Crosshairs instantly flick up, their eyes light up as they grab onto the knock.
They're hanging on, the speed at which they're flicking around as well. They are hyped, filled with adrenaline going into this match, knowing that their life's on the line here in terms of the tournament. Judo finding more players over towards Vision, but they clap back over towards APK. Say Cloud on the high ground. These shots are just not hitting, Jackie.
Sleepy, looking shaky. Didn't instantly bite on the bait that was shown from Say Cloud. And when he did go for the spam, a few bullets going awry. Quite a distance firefight on it, can't commit onto the knock, and he's being flanked from the back line. Turns his attention. Meanwhile, Gamax as well being hit heavy by Vision, still being able to at least respond. They lost 2 players off the engagement, but go 2 for 2 in the fight so far.
Yangon Galacticos shopping around right now, but no, apartments are open and they are struggling to find a home inside the circle. Influence Rage, Diego will find a shot over towards Revo. Inside the shack and more damage done. Sleepy finds Mafioso. 1 player left remaining for Alpha 7.
With that, Vision receives the final curtain call in the survival stage, going down to Gamax. Intense game. Just inches away from Fajita as well, trying to keep himself out of dodge for now with the smokes to protect himself. Like you said, Alpha 7, it's been uncomfortable. Twice Revo has gone down. Twice they have had to get him back on his feet. Supplies have got to start to run low.
Easy continues to be a terrifying prospect there on the south side for the Falcons. Hasn't whispered a word, laying in wait. Yangon Galacticos have come through some pretty tumultuous situations. The caltrops were laid down for them and they swerved, they've avoided, and they've made it in with some tumbles,
some rolls, some dashes to get towards his position. The circle continues to move out of their reach. So how will they play out these next couple of minutes to make it in? Intense game, Alpha 7, Gamax all weakened, all injured. It's a full 4-man squad from Yangon. I take that back. One player gets knocked and will get shut down. That's by Sleepy.
Sleepy's been doing a great job from the angle up top. But look at this. R8 moving on in to join the party to split down the middle. Meanwhile, Easy, he's been biding his time for so long on this, but the rest of the squad has come over to assist. They look to fight up close versus the Falcons. Good chip damage onto Ragnar. Redox confirms onto that one. Tries to finish him off and will do so valiantly. Still pushing over, but the nades come in. The Falcons get finished. Vahedon's the one to send them out as they fall, and Power live to fight another day.
At 71 points there, Yangon Galacticos is furious going into this game. They have a real stalwart game so far. It's looking worrying. Fireflux move on top of AX, only losing Scarface, and it's an immediate removal from them. But what's terrifying for the Falcons is Yangon Galacticos are still going. Influence Rage with 4 players are in a prime position on that eastern side. They are not through yet.
It comes down to the bitter end, and this is the issue. You have left the fate of the Falcons in the hands of the other teams in the lobby. 8th and 9th position with a huge opportunity here. Last game, leave no stone unturned.
How will Yangon Galacticos play this next maneuver? Much like that zipline above them, they would love for a straight rotation directly into the circle. And they're going to move over towards Kinotrope. Say Cloud making the first move here. Primes a nade in hand, Finale. One of his own, but he's late. Will his be placed better?
It tags, but it won't be able to frag. You get the response back over as well. Easy onto Nonxing Red Force. This is a Power squad that are looking lights out at the minute. Fireflux stealing away some of the opportunity on that one with the response from Binny's Bonnet and the follow-up from Tizzy.
My God, Nonxing Red Force were taking the heat coming through from Power, but have just annihilated. Turn tail. Dare you get involved in our fight, Fireflux? We're going to send your way immediately. They angered the wrong beast.
With that, the arena starts to quake. Another move being made. Power plays from the team's namesake themselves. Yangon and Influence Rage still in positions to cause issues later on into this one as well, depending on how this starts to shift. Regnum Carrier, R8 and Influence Rage all inches away from one another, just mere space between them on this compound setup.
Ragnar might be down, but cheering them on from Valhalla. Seeing how far and how much glory Power can obtain. That's E-Arena out, and the only team within the top 3 is Power, looking for a first place here. Regnum Kaya will find shots over towards Nonxing Red Force. Binny, with the power of the buggy, survives, stays dead still, and they don't spot him. He will take a lot of damage, but can he crawl away?
Lorezin's able to find it. The UMP hits. Binny thrown away, shut down. That's one elimination they claim, but they've still got much more to get done on this one.
On the back line, Power will take a knock, but it is answered. They will look to pick him up. That's from Kinotrope. Al-Hadji is just going to come back down again. He's got the side angle. They don't know, but it's still 3 players they are roaming into. Let's see how Power handles this. Yangon Galacticos yet to make their sprint.
When push comes to shove for Heater's position, can it cause issues in the backline? Have they forgotten about him? The solo man from Gamax that tucked himself away quite some time ago.
Influence Rage watching on. A fantastic position for them that they can work, but they will have to move. Yangon Galacticos up against Gamax. The first is found. It's from Kino Trope to steal that one away. So Yangon still only up to 2. Looking for the res, but they're trapped in the tunnel. Jiggle will find Carrillo as well as Mafioso.
Alpha 7 being collapsed upon as Hora outdo them. On the push down, Alpha 7 are removed from the battleground. And those reigning champions not having an opportunity to show us the might they were made of last year, falling to the wayside.
Tamra looking to back things off, causing Boys from Power a little bit of a problem, but it is Al-Haji, puffs out his chest, will send them away. Playing on 2 fronts right now. Nongshim Red Force did send forward with Tizzy. Romeo made it into the circle for Yangon Galacticos. With a lasso, he needs to grab the rest of his team and pull them close.
Oh, sideline shot, it's quick from Pedrino. Up close against Kinotrope. Tamar trying to deal some damage back, but you could not stop this man. Intense game, showing us what they're made of here. Yangon as well pushing up with the opportunity that's created. They know that Kinotrope were laser focused on that angle. Now they've got room to move. This was the fight in the backline from Hora as well.
Pedrino with a 1v3 makes it happen. We were watching Alpha 7, but what a display of fortification coming through from Pedrino. He was clean with it last game, makes it happen again. And for Intense Game, despite them in 12th place, what a highlight reel for Pedrino in the last 2 games.
Haji causing issues as well. Power Esports, pinpoint perfection. From the hillside, bullets down, Smile, knocked over instantly. That's Yangdong in a really rough spot now.
Yangon Galacticos. Say Cloud looks to move out for Influence Rage. This is massive news for them. They could overtake, and that 0-point game last match could just be the thing that tips Yangon over the edge.
Tucked into position. Got to slow down the pace on it. No opportunity to get the third man back up. Just play as the duo from this. That Smile now fully confirmed, of course, from the knock that we saw earlier from Al-Haji. You still get the establishing shots of Influence Rage, Regnan Karia, and RA.
Influence Rage need to make a move slightly sooner than RA as well, unfortunately. Little boy sends down towards that south side. Fahiden moves up over towards Nongshim Red Force. Do they know that Tizzy's playing in this position? Diego spotting over towards Hora for a nice little angle. Nades start to get sent off over towards R8, who are initiating a smoke train. Going early right now. Nade's been sent in. Regnum Kaya will have to withstand, but it's a big nade that splashes large.
It's instantly hit them, damage done. They start to advance from it. Nade over the top to give them room to move up, but the vehicle throws in some additional carnage. A misplay from Toshbik. That lands on Shilas. The flames burning down the potential control inside of the compound, so R8 can actually close the gap onto them.
Regnum Kaya struggling now, and Nade goes in. It hits hard, but not quite hard enough. But the boys are holding safe. This will be a big turnaround, and Toshbik making it happen.
Huge shot onto Prestige. R8 with the momentum that was provided to them. Thought they could crash onto that one. Yes, they really do throw them into an uncomfortable position, but they could still reset from this. They've got an opportunity to try and save themselves the turmoil. Nades are right on target. It's Influence Rage that are looking to set this one up as well, and they need these points.
This is a fantastic maneuver for Influence Rage. They saw R8 push ahead. They've moved round. They find Tizzy. They clear him out. Power Esports down to just the 1, but they are so close. They need more placement points to overtake over towards Fire Flux. Jiggle will find Toshbik. Despite the early Molotov and almost cooking his team, he was able to get the turnaround. The great hold overall. Law behind the dead tree.
Little boy goes for the peek up. Meanwhile, Diego dealing damage back over onto Fahidan as well. So Power being really thrown into the wind. Finished off entirely. Regnum Kari is still trapped in position.
And unfortunately, the boys from Power will not overtake.
A second place comes home and looks like it's more and more likely to be Fire Flux. Unless Horror can have a massive turn up here. Influence Rage been taken down. Yangon still in the game.
Silas goes in for the heads-up call to try and do it himself. Oh, shots
this is
over.
crazy.
Wild, literally going
This is crazy.
animalistic. The Lanimal brings the claws out, rips his way through Influence Rage. And the sideline shots continue. Horror battling back onto it as well.
And Yangon might just have survived long enough. Horror up at 3, look at the challenge for first place, but out of nowhere, in comes SayCloud.
SayCloud falls out, finished off by Sky. Regnum Karia up against Horror, the last two teams that remain on this one.
Silas, the only obstacle between Horror and taking the first place home here at the PMWC survival stage.
It would have to be an unfathomable clutch. The 1v3 from Silas. Show us the style that he's made of. Jiggle looks for the move up. Sky with the first play. First connection's clean, but he can't do more. Regnum Karia fall, and with that, Horror Esports do exactly what they needed to.
An incredible performance from Horror. We're going to have to tally up the total slightly later on with those placement points. But with that, Jackie, for Alpha 7, we will not be seeing them over towards the main stage. Regnum Karia has a massive step up towards the end of this one. But Fireflux, Power, Horror all towards that podium. What an amazing finish. And even Yangon slightly surviving towards those end moments despite Influence Rage chasing, but shut down by the man himself, Silas.
And you hit the nail on the head, the trophy that is behind that winning team, the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile. Everything these squads give everything for, game after game, will be crowned to a new team, a new squad. 4 players will take the title this year, with Alpha 7 being unable to survive. They did not make it through the survival stage. A new champion will be crowned this year. 2025 is going to be a whole different story.
Tears have been shed. Emotions have been let loose here. Unbelievable performances throughout, and Power just love it here at the survival stage. Easy, making them look queasy with the sickening plays he's been showing and putting on display. Horror just making it in consistent time and time again. But it's the Falcons who do make it through. It was a terrifying finish for them.
It's crazy how close it was. Falcons potentially could have been lapped. For Alpha 7, they could not do it. Maybe the hunger's gone, maybe the skill ceiling, the gap between the other teams has started to close, but as we've seen here today, Blank, the squads that had to show up, that still had an opportunity to take fate into their own hands, they've absolutely done that.
It's an incredible day today, and not only that, yesterday too. I'd go as far to say that the survival stage was more exciting than groups, honestly. Teams fought tooth and nail to make this one happen. And play on your screen has done exactly that. It's Koa from the Falcons holding that team together. Much better performance. Ralph has been taking more aggressive plays, IGLing for the team, but this is a sad sight for Alpha 7.
And you can see it, the emotion, the human element on so many of our different squads. Trying to fly the flag of their organizations high. Show the skill ceiling, the commitment, the communication. But here today, the reigning champions were unable to deliver. And of course that means for the 8 teams that don't make it through, your keys will be crushed. Let's get over to Barney and begin the process of removing those teams' keys.
Ladies and gentlemen, the survival stage is now officially over, and I am joined by our highest placing team. It is, of course, Horror Esports with a final flurry. Congratulations, gentlemen, from myself and from everyone, the whole crew. What an amazing way to end out the survival stage. Now, you didn't just survive, you thrived. So congrats to that. Now, one of the things that you get to do because of this honor is you get to crush the keys of the bottom 8 teams from the survival stage. This is the first time we've showed it this week, so we're all really excited. And so I've got Jiggle, I've got Sky, No Fear, and Sleepy. Jiggle, you're going to do me the honor first and foremost to switch the key on and turn on the engines. Okay, the key has been switched. The engines will be turned on. Can you feel it? Can you feel it in your feet? They can feel it. Okay, Sky, I'm going to get you to lift and flick the switch. That is going to open up the iris in the center. We can see all of those menacing teeth ready to chomp up those keys. And now finally, No Fear. I'm going to get you to press the button and send them home. And Sleepy, you can wave at them as they do it. There they go. See you later. And just like that, our 16 teams are locked in for the grand finals. 8 teams have now been sent packing. Well, 7.5, of course. But the job, now there you go. There's the 8th team. But the job is not done. We have a gauntlet of competitors waiting in the grand finals that's going to be happening this weekend. And they've all got their eyes on the prize. $3 million prize pool, and of course the beautiful PMWC trophy. The Horror Esports guys having a great time next to me. But I tell you what, they're not going to be laughing this weekend when they come up against all those other teams. But for now, make sure you're all ready for that weekend slot for the grand finals. And we're going to send you back to the studio to talk about what just happened in the survival stage.
Emotions riding high here for the survival stage for PMWC. Unbelievable moments here for some of these teams who are hoping desperately that they were going to be able to claw their way up to that top 8, but it is not good for them. They are done here for the PUBG Mobile World Cup. What a way to end things as well, joined by Seven Neptura as well as Maxman. I can understand why emotions were riding high for a lot of these teams. Unfortunately for them, they now have their keys crushed here at the ESPORTS World Cup. Maxman, what a survival stage.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you know what? A lot of unexpected things did happen, of course. Alpha 7 just absolutely destroyed in this tournament, right? Of course, they got themselves some wins in the group stage, but in the survival stage, we didn't see anything out of this team. And I think that this is going to be a good time for them to go back to the trial grounds and try and get things out, because right now, nothing has been really done for them this tournament.
It's for sure the headline of the day, Seven. The fact that we lose the champions here for PMWC, and we will guaranteed be crowning a new champion.
It definitely is. Every single time here we come to Riyadh, I feel like we always end up getting a shocker. Last year was Team Falcons getting eliminated at survival stage. Now it's completely the opposite. Now it's going to be the defending champions with Alpha 7. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, even from day one, when they did end up getting those wins, that team just wasn't really doing anything outside the wins.
I mean, that's a good point here, Neptura. Are you shocked that we see here as emotions still very much on show here on the stage floor? Are you shocked after seeing how they were playing things that they will not be making finals?
I don't think I'm shocked with how that this is the result based on how they've played.
Yeah.
I think it's a shock that this is how they played. We had a really good day one for group stage, right? 2 wins, massive elimination counts, as well as massive games for them. But then after that, it was just nothing. It kind of just fizzled out.
Looking at the last 2 games, we said it. They need to do something big if they want to have an opportunity to make it, right? Looking at Revan, like they could have made it if they at least tried something. But it looked to me on the second half of today, they just gave up. They just like, it's not happening, and it really felt that way through their gameplay.
It shows the level that this means to these players. Of course, here, crazy scenes coming from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. But whilst this does mean that 8 of our teams are now done here at PMWC, on the flip side, 8 teams survive. 8 teams go through and they continue to try and fight to become the champion here, 7. And as we just witnessed, Horror was able to take number 1 after all that. It was close towards the top 7, but Horror now number 1 for the survival stage.
Can I just say, I'm just happy that Horror Esports actually ended up being in first place. They came in confident too, and I feel like overall for the past 2 days, they were the team that was actually willing to play in a way that going to grand finals will actually do good. Fireflux, I mean, yes, congratulations Fireflux. You do end up getting the 2nd place here, Power as well, but for overall, Horror for me, Neptura, is a winning team.
They are a winning team. I think we saw it in CSA. We saw less of it in group stage, a little bit of it here in survival stage until the very last match where, of course, they are going to be able to top the leaderboard here. They did keep up with appearances, though. I think we have seen a much quieter Hora than we're used to seeing in terms of wins. I'm used to seeing Hora win a lot more. But we liked how they adjusted their strategy, being a little bit more aggressive, those third parties coming into play, less so being able to convert them into super consistent points, but obviously doing far and above enough to actually top the leaderboard here.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Max, but I feel like we put Hora in our contenders category at the beginning of our survival stage, and oh boy, did they contend.
Oh yeah, big time. I mean, that's not contending. They dominated right there. I mean, Hora, for me, looking back at CSA, were definitely a lot more macro-oriented team, just very smart, going for smart fights. Here, they just kind of turned up the aggression to 11. They were just taking really smart fights all over the place, controlling positions, controlling large areas of the circle. I'm very excited to see this Hora hopefully make it into the finals, because this level of gameplay, you know, towards the top, that could definitely be happening for the Nepali team.
And if we do have to nitpick for that team, it has to come down to making sure that they don't end up overextending on third party, because it happened today. We've seen it happen in the past as well. That is one thing that they need to fix, especially going to grand finals with those teams that are just waiting.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look now. As Yangon Galacticos at the very end were able to scramble it out. Influence Rage, 69 points. Unfortunately for them, that is not nice, as they have got themselves an elimination spot there for all of this. But the big name of the day to go out, Alpha 7 in 13th. Obviously, we've kind of addressed that, and we can move on from that. All these other teams, some teams were so close. It felt like R8 had moments and opportunities here to be able to get into that top 8, Max, man, but not to be.
I was really expecting to have R8 qualify alongside Power. Those were the two. R8, when it comes to teams from MENA that have global experience, this is one of the most experienced global teams out there from MENA. And the fact they just barely miss out is a big, big surprise. Yeah, quite a few upsets here from Brazil in particular. Like you'd seen no intense
all of Brazil.
7, all of Brazil missing out here, despite them being one of the most dominant regions in the past. Brazil not having a good time, clearly.
It's just going to be a wake-up call for the whole region. I mean, even going back for Alpha 7, they just haven't been performing since last PMGC, if we honestly think about it. For Influence Rage, that was one team that I was actually expecting a little bit more coming into this tournament, because they have been outplacing Alpha 7 throughout every single global event.
Yeah, they've really been coming into their own in the last few months, in the last season or so, and yet somehow none of them going through is a big wake-up call, as you said, for the whole region. Like, you're not the dominant party anymore. You are not the region that is going to be the leaders when we come into a global stage, and they've got to change something now.
The most dejected Do Brazil coming out from 7 backstage. It was sad. I heard it. But anyway, here are our teams advancing into those grand finals. We have ourselves Hora Esports, Fireflux, Power, Regnum Carrier makes it, E-Arena with the back-to-back today, Nongshim Red Force, Team Falcons, and we have, of course, Yangon making it in the end. Our grand finals is set. The question now does stand here, 7. Can these teams coming out from survival stage, they'll come in warm, but can they go up against the likes of teams like Alter Ego, 4 Thrives, DRX, looking fantastic at the top of those group stages?
It's just going to be full aggression, aggression. That's what this lobby has been. That's why we have seen some teams being able to adjust and play a little bit more passive, but I don't think that's going to be working out. And out of all these teams, I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the grand finals, Max.
I'm just realizing we have 4 dominant regions here. All the PL teams qualified, all the Korean teams qualified, all of the EU teams qualified, all of the CSA and SEA teams qualified. When you go down to it, so that's it. You just have regions just clearly dominating here at PMWC, which is very surprising when, again, Brazil not showing up. New regions here are on the rise to claim this trophy.
Oh, my question is not only can the survival stage teams kind of keep up, I'm concerned about the 6 teams behind Alter Ego and 4 Thrives, the way they were able to set the pace in group stages, Neptura, because they looked spectacular.
They did. They really, really did. I'm so excited to see how the two are actually going to end up clashing, because yes, in group stage they all played each other, right? But I think we've seen such a step up, such different adaptations of these team strategy in survival stage that actually going up against the top 8 that went straight to finals is going to be like playing in an entirely different tournament, I feel like. Just because, yes, you had those outstanding performances from many teams over the group stage, but now coming in, it's the finals. You bring an extra level to things. With the survival stage having enabled teams to actually be able to adjust a little bit more and do some better things, I think is going to be very, very interesting.
No rotating lobbies. You were able to learn from day to day to day in those 3 days of the grand final how all of these teams are going to be playing things out. Let's take a look at the Gadia top plays of the day as well. See what is going on. Hopefully not those nudes that Max was looking at earlier on. Hopefully not.
I was thinking the same.
You
read my mind. I was like, please don't show those names. Technically, Quad got a triple off of that. So it might be there.
After throwing like 5.
We were out of nades for the rest of the game.
And nearly taking out his own team, but there we go.
But let's start with Neptura, of course, with the back-to-back from the White Bunny themselves. E-Arena looked brilliant at the beginning of the day.
They really did. I really enjoyed watching them. They had big splits coming in, very controlling, not overextending at all. Backing that up with some great nades, as you're seeing here. Backing that up with some really good synergy. I really liked how they played this. I will interrupt myself here, though. Nongshim coming in, and this in particular, I love. Binny, dude. Jeez. What a play coming in. I will say, Nongshim played that kind of badly, and then for Binny to be the solo was the best thing that happened to them in that game, because he was able to just take
that shit with the pump, okay, was ready to go. Very happy with E-Arena. Mormon in particular, I think he had a really, really good time. Looking back at some of the plays on Miramar, Influence Rage, really good control in this game, kind of securing their position in the top 8. Their Miramars have been significantly outclassing their Wrangle matches. You talked about it already, Seven. Miramars, when they're going to qualify, and it seems like that was the case for these last 2 matches.
That's right.
Perfect. Yeah. All right, well, we are ready for the Sony Hero of the Day. We'll get some predictions. I'm going to go with the S12K, the weapon.
Interesting.
Come on, you know it's good. You know it's good. Even though it's an absolute troll answer. Seven, who do you think?
I'm going to be thinking Sleepy from Horror Esports.
Okay. Neptura.
You know what? Let's go with Binny.
Good old Binny with the shotgun. Why not? Still Maxman's choice, maybe.
No, I'm going Mormon.
Oh,
Mormon on this one.
Actually.
Nice. Back-to-back win. And he had a really good play versus Scarface or Fireflux, so I think Mormon's the man that's going to get it.
All right, well, out of our 4 options, will the S12K be the... No, probably not.
They're going to add it there.
The Sony... it's Sky!
Okay, I mean, hey, he was an MVP contender back in PMSL CSA. Sleepy, he's good long range, but don't forget that because of the new formula, it's all about the elims, all about the knocks, and Sky's the one bringing them home. 14 elims. He's on fire.
He is. With that Mini 14, he's absolutely just a dangerous man, so...
You got so many MVP contenders actually from CSA, right? You're looking at Pop, you're looking at Doc, you're looking at Phallic, you're looking at T24P, you're looking at Sky, Sleepy. All of the guys could take it home, so it's going to be rough to predict.
I'm going to throw a random one in there. Seoul. I think Seoul might end up surprising. Honestly, going into the grand finals, I know we're still here, but I'm excited to see what APG is going to be doing. I'm full on the APG train. I got a chance to go back and watch some of the stuff that they were doing in group stages. It is just that minimal thing that we've been talking about. The docketing, that needs to stop, and whenever it does stop, the team performs really well.
Max's favorite thing. Yes, that is a good point with Doc.
I love it.
He loves it. He wishes he could be on the side of Doc. You wish you could play with Doc.
I wish.
You wish.
I wish.
Yeah, very.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Ex-pro player.
Max, an ex-pro player. What's going on?
Yeah, he played once.
I did like 1 PMCO game because someone did not show up like years ago.
I also remember you playing a show match with some of the teams, and that was interesting.
Yeah, let's forget about that.
Anyway, all right, well, let's take a look at the Honored Domination for the day as well and see what we've got as a flavor to tantalize and tease you here for PMWC. The triple elims coming in. Actually, you know, your Sleepy call, Seven, was pretty on point because he was blasting as well.
He was just so close. I mean, he was able to perform too. I had Catch as well, the way that he's been able to scout for his team, the way that he's been able to position for his team. I'm really intrigued to see Fireflex is going to be able to do that too in the grand finals.
You know what I'm even more impressed by? Of course, Intense Game will not be advancing here, but at least you're one member in the All right.
This is the closest Alpha 7 got to winning a game, was thanks to Pedrino, that was on the roster a while ago.
It was a while ago.
Yes, but still the closest ever got.
You're mean. You're going to incur the wrath of the Alpha 7 fans.
Don't go to Brazil. Don't go to Brazil anytime soon.
He's gone rogue. He's gone rogue. But it has been a great survival stage, Neptura. Of course, watching all of these teams really scramble for these final moments, these final opportunities. And we have a great lobby for our grand final.
We really do. I'm so excited. I mean, we came into PMWC, right, going, this is the best lobby we've ever had. Going now into grand finals, this is the best lobby we've ever had. It's looking so good. You've got so many different strategies all coming together to try and battle it out and go, which one's the best? I mean, Hora now starting to do those third parties, but they're more of a passive team over on the outside. Then you've got, who else? You've got Nongshim, and many teams like the Chinese teams as well, they all go center. They like to get those 4v4 fights going. You know, 4 Thrives also love their third parties. So it's going to be just very different strategies all coming together on the same map. And it's going to be so interesting because I think at the moment, the meta is starting to split off. It's not just center. This is the only way to do it. You're starting to see different strategies and different metas starting to come into play, and that's going to make for such an interesting finals.
A clash of regions, a clash of countries here. It won't be any less. We're here for the PMWC. And of course, you guys at home can be involved in everything that's going on, not only watching, as well as the map stream. I'm going to keep reminding you of that. But also we have the PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival, and it is now live this weekend from August the 1st to the 3rd. Log in for the summer surprise airdrops and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws from official merchandise. You can get yourself smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Additionally, you can jump in game now and vote for your favorite airdrop partner. You might even score yourself some awesome surprise gifts from them. So don't miss on out here for this year's Airdrop Carnival, because you could unlock yourself some surprises. Max, I know you unlocked some lovely stuff yesterday, and I'm very happy for you.
I still have my James Yang winner chicken dinner t-shirt.
He loves that
I love
shirt.
it. I have an X-suit and I'm putting the James Yang t-shirt instead. It's beautiful.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
All right, well, final thoughts before we wrap things up here for the survival stage. Stop laughing. Go on.
Alongside with one Nepturo was saying, now we actually have one of the best lobbies that we have ever seen at a global stage. I'm excited to see how these teams are going to be adjusting. I'm excited to see which team is going to be surprising us as well in grand finals.
Nepturo?
I need Falcons to do so much better, because they broke the top 3 curse, the third place curse. They got second in PMGO. Now they barely qualified to finals. As much as I love them, please do something else, something better.
Oh, we'll have to pull the stick out again.
Yeah.
Do something.
Do something, please. Yeah.
Max, man?
I'm very happy.
Thanks. No, go on.
I was very happy with the entire tournament so far, but we've seen some of the top teams still like 4 Thrives, still a few things that need to be fixed, like for example their decisiveness. Don't rest on your laurels, because this lobby in the finals is going to be cracked. It's going to be crazy, so you better get ready for the next stage.
Yeah, this is how you know I've known you for too long, when I'm doing things like this live on broadcast.
Yeah, you're kind of rude, actually.
A little bit. You know.
He's still waiting for his coffee.
What? Good point. Where is my coffee? Anyway, whatever. We are done here for day number 2 of the survival stage. Let's head over to the stage and finish things up for day number 2 here for PMWC Survival.
He might be called sleepy, but one thing is for certain, the performance you boys put up was very far from a sleepy one. Now, heading into this entire tournament, it was rumored that Alpha 7 were your top competitors, your rivals, the team you wanted to knock out of the running, and you did exactly that. I have to ask you, why Alpha 7?
Because they were making fun of us. I don't know why, but they were making fun of us, and yeah, that's it. And we don't like it then.
Well, you certainly showed them who was boss. Now, heading into the grand finals, obviously you boys have had an extra 2 days to kind of warm into this tournament with the survival stage. Do you feel like that's going to give you an added benefit, an advantage going up against those other 8 teams?
Yeah, of course it will. And we have more time to practice. And that's why we're going to get more confident also. That's why it's going to help a lot.
And who do you think your biggest rival is going to be in the grand finals? You've already taken out Alpha 7 from the competition, so who's next on your list for grand finals?
Our main competitor will be Alpha Gaming, because they are our regional champions also. That's why they are the main contenders.
Okay, you're taking out all of the alphas over here at PMWC. I'm loving this from you. Do you have a message for the fans that have been cheering you on throughout your entire journey so far?
Yeah, I want to thank all of our fans who have been supporting us from the very beginning. Like, I'm so thankful for you guys, and keep supporting, keep loving. That's it.
There you go. You heard it here. Very from the man himself, Sleepy and Hora Esports. Remember, folks, the grand finals will be taking place on Friday for championship weekend. We have an abundance of talent and $3 million on the line. We'll see you there.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy Series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tube glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025. New Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
If I heard that you